Since the 12 peak venerables of the Da Fu ancient country have arrived, the competition for the treasure land officially begins. Almost simultaneously, the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries all entered the treasure land together. Time reversal? Lin Yuan sensed a trace of the power of time flowing around. Those lacking in time-space comprehension will be unable to avoid the influence of this power, slipping back to a position a few breaths earlier. When this first-class treasure land was first discovered, it was by a great lord exploring nearby. However, these great lords could barely even enter, let alone obtain the rare treasures produced within. Quickly, Lin Yuan crossed the time flow area and stepped into the treasure land. Such vast space-time? Lin Yuan glanced around, pondering silently. Initially, a first-class treasure land remains connected to the source world upon its emergence, but this connection gradually fades with time, manifesting as the treasure land's space-time continuously dwindles. For example, the Heiyu Nest. This first-class treasure land emerged countless ages ago, and its space-time has shrunk significantly, so much so that it takes only 2 breaths for Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage to infiltrate the treasure land and reach its core. It is akin to an unripe fruit connected to the mother tree, essentially a part of it. But once the fruit matures and detaches from the mother tree, it becomes merely a fruit. The principle is similar for treasure lands. Red Lotus, Galaxy, you too search in that direction. Red Flame Venerable immediately commanded, arranging for 10 peak venerables to disperse and search, and to notify him and Venerable Guangli immediately upon discovering the treasure land's core. Then Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli would personally proceed to refine it. Alright. Lin Yuan saw no issue with this arrangement and immediately proceeded in the direction he needed to explore. Since the treasure land's core might exist anywhere, the search could only be conducted by flying slowly, as void traversal would be too prone to oversight. As for deploying domain methods to investigate, when the treasure land just emerged, while connected to the source world, even Lin Yuan's divine ability world could only lock onto a surrounding area of 100 billion li. Anything farther could lead to omissions. Swish! Lin Yuan's figure vanished, heading in the direction arranged by Red Flame Venerable. This first-class treasure land is indeed extraordinary. It feels even heavier than the Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan thought silently, comparing as he personally entered this first-class treasure land. At the capital of the Fierce Sun ancient country, within an independent space. The 12 peak venerables involved in the treasure land competition, including Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Hengyang, all left an avatar here for communication at any time. I discovered a core of the treasure land. At this moment, Red Lotus Venerable suddenly opened his eyes and said, "So soon?" Lin Yuan looked at Red Lotus Venerable. Discovering a core shortly after entering the treasure land could only be attributed to exceptional luck. "I'll head over right away," Red Flame Venerable immediately said. At the same time, within the first-class treasure land, Red Flame Venerable, who had been overseeing the entire situation without moving, immediately headed to Red Lotus Venerable's location. "Where is the treasure land's core?" Lin Yuan investigated carefully. "Oh, is that a peak venerable from Xuanian ancient country?" Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly, far to the left front. A peak venerable from Xuanian ancient country seemed to be on a trajectory that intersected with Lin Yuan's path. The peak venerable from Xuanian ancient country glanced at Lin Yuan from afar, but did not linger, continuing along his exploratory path. Fierce Sun ancient country and Xuanian ancient country are continually at war, but entering the treasure land this time is primarily for refining the core. Without a core, the 2 peak venerables wouldn't even clash, as that would merely please the other ancient country venerables. With my outer world coverage compared to other peak venerables, I surely have an advantage, Lin Yuan thought, as he himself was suppressed to only investigate within 100 billion li radius. Other venerables would be even more harshly suppressed. But I shouldn't underestimate them. All are peak venerables, and some are even top-notch peak venerables. There's no knowing what methods they might have. Lin Yuan remained cautious. Another part of the treasure land. The 12 peak venerables of the Daling ancient country descended simultaneously. "Leave a main battle body with me." Spirit Prison Venerable glanced at the other 11 peak venerables. "I have a secret technique that can slightly sense the treasure land's core aura. Upon detecting it, I'll head there directly, and release your main battle bodies to refine the treasure land, core. Then proceed to the next, core. Alright. The 11 peak venerables of Daling ancient country nodded, having already devised a plan for refining the treasure land, core, prior, with everything centered around Spirit Prison Venerable. Spirit Prison Venerable's Chaos Spirit Prison technique was not only effective at trapping other peak venerables but also remotely sensing the treasure land's core. Though this sensing has many limitations, it's far superior to slowly flying and searching. After each handing over their main battle body to Spirit Prison Venerable, the 11 venerables of Daling ancient country also searched in different directions. Even though this treasure land contest is primarily led by Spirit Prison Venerable, they must make multiple plans, not relying solely on Spirit Prison Venerable. Spirit Prison Venerable's expression suddenly changed, gazing into a certain direction, stepping forward, and vanishing on the spot. Ha 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 ha, I discovered a treasure land core so quickly. A peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country gazed excitedly at the illusory heavenly pillar before him. The illusory heavenly pillar merged into the treasure land core, only detectable when close enough. I'll start attempting to refine it now. This peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country, after informing the other 11 peak venerables of the core's location, immediately began the refining attempt. At that moment, spacetime subtly twisted. The figure of Spirit Prison Venerable appeared, overlooking the Thunderclap ancient country's peak venerable attempting to refine below. Spirit Prison. This peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country, immediately noticing Spirit Prison Venerable, growled softly, "This treasure land core belongs to my Thunderclap ancient country." "Is that so?" Spirit Prison Venerable looked down, a sneer on his face. "Just now it was yours, now it's mine." As soon as the words fell, the left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate rapidly began to expand, forming a prison that reached the heavens and the earth, enveloping the peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country within. "What is this?" The peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country struggled with all his might, but to no avail, and was quickly absorbed into the left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate. "Trapping you for a month is more than enough." Feeling the struggle within his left eye prison, the Spirit Prison Venerate casually remarked. "Trapped for a month?" It must be noted that the entire time to contend for the treasured grounds totals only 2,000 years. The most critical phase is likely the first few decades. "Come out." The Spirit Prison Venerate immediately released the main battle physical bodies of several peak venerables from the Daling ancient country. "You begin refining now." Yes. These peak venerables felt invigorated. They too sensed that the peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country posed no resistance in front of the Spirit Prison Venerate and was directly suppressed by the left eye prison. Very soon, the core of this treasured ground was refined by several peak venerables from the Daling ancient country. The Spirit Prison Venerate, constantly operating the perception secret technique, made another discovery, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan, who was rapidly exploring, showed a slight change in expression. "What is this?" The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared billions of miles away, facing an illusory sky pillar standing tall, almost fused with the surrounding space and time. "Treasure ground, core." Lin Yuan's face broke into a smile. Since Red Lotus Venerable discovered the first treasure ground core, subsequently, 5 other heavenly venerates have discovered treasure ground cores. The treasure ground core before Lin Yuan should be the 7th core discovered by the Fierce Sun ancient country. Upon discovering this treasure ground core, Lin Yuan immediately contacted Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli. "I will refine it myself first." Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli were on their way and needed time. Lin Yuan could definitely refine part of it during this period. This would save the time needed for complete refinement. Rustling. With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately set to work. Just then, Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he looked up. A figure silently appeared there, looking down at Lin Yuan. Galaxy Venerate of the Fierce Sun ancient country? The Spirit Prison Venerate's face revealed a smile. With the power of the Chaos Spirit Prison he developed, as long as he didn't meet Fushu Venerate of the Dafu ancient country, other peak venerables, even top peak venerables, could be trapped for a time. And Galaxy Venerate? Even though he was the first in the 6 grand ancient countries to transform ancestral bloodlines into a heavenly Venerate level entity, he was far from being able to contend with him. Spirit Prison Venerate? Lin Yuan's expression was grave. The strength of the Spirit Prison Venerate was definitely on par with Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli, and in terms of being difficult to deal with, he even surpassed the former. An independent space of fierce Sun country. Spirit Prison Venerate has gone there? Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan. Eyebrows tightly knit. Immediately withdraw from that treasure ground core. Withdraw from the treasure ground core? Lin Yuan looked at Red Flame Venerable. After going to great lengths to find a treasure ground core, just let it be handed over to the Spirit Prison Venerate like that. If you do not withdraw, and you get trapped within the prison of the Spirit Prison Venerate, the losses to our fierce Sun ancient country would only be greater, Red Flame Venerable calmly said. Even though letting go of the treasure ground core made him very unwilling, if they stalled further, the loss faced by the fierce Sun ancient country would be more than just this treasure core. Even Lin Yuan might be involved. Red Flame Venerable told me to retreat. Lin Yuan looked at the Spirit Prison Venerate above, secretly thinking to himself. Enter my spirit prison. The Spirit Prison Venerate looked down at Lin Yuan. His right eye began to spread and expand, transforming into a towering and thorough spirit prison, instantly enveloping Lin Yuan, then absorbing him into the right eye. Suppressing and trapping the heavenly venerates from other ancient countries would only cause greater losses to those countries, so the Spirit Prison Venerate naturally wouldn't pass up the chance. You refine quickly. After absorbing Galaxy Venerate into the right eye spirit prison, the Spirit Prison Venerate waved his hand, and several venerates from the Daling ancient country appeared. Yes. These venerates from the Daling ancient country looked at the Spirit Prison Venerate, their spirits unprecedentedly invigorated. In such a short time, they had snatched 2 treasure ground cores from other ancient countries, and if this continues, the number of cores refined by the Daling ancient country would certainly not be small. However, just as these peak venerables from the Daling ancient country were about to descend and refine the illusory sky pillar, they suddenly noticed the previously calm and indifferent Spirit Prison Venerate's expression drastically change, unable to control his retreating body, while his right hand instinctively covered his right eye. Spirit Prison, what's wrong? The peak venerables from the Daling ancient country sensed something was wrong and immediately inquired. The remaining left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate showed incredulity as he looked at the peak venerables from the Daling ancient country. Stay away from me. Stay away. The peak venerables from the Daling ancient country glanced at each other, unsure of what had happened. However, what they didn't know was that on the surface of the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye, tightly covered, red light began to appear. If the red light were magnified billions of times, it would be like a series of fiery suns. The red light spots, infinite and endless, instantly filled the surface of the Spirit Prison Venerate's eyeball. At this moment, the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye, under the endless red light, seemed to have transformed into a fireball. The next moment, the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye exploded directly. The eyes of the Spirit Prison Venerable contained 2 deep spirit prisons, which is the chaos power path evolved by the Spirit Prison Venerable. In terms of direct attack, the Spirit Prison Venerable is not particularly strong, but in suppressing and trapping enemies, among the hundreds of peak venerables from the 6 ancient countries this time, the Spirit Prison Venerable could definitely rank in the top 3. As long as it's not a top peak venerable, falling into the spirit prisons of his eyes, one would be trapped for at least several days to several dozen days. Facing a top peak venerable, Spirit Prison Venerable would not easily bring this level of strong fighters into his gaze. First, he wouldn't be able to trap them for long. Second, it would require most of his focus to suppress them. Some things are not worth the cost. This is understandable, after all, among the tens of peak venerables from the 6 ancient countries this time, there aren't many that can truly be called top peak venerables, probably only about 20 or so in total. The vast majority are still regular peak venerables. Venerable Guangli can split into 33 avatars. Each avatar is equivalent to a relatively strong peak venerable and would still be suppressed and trapped for a period when encountering the Spirit Prison Venerable. In fact, not only would Spirit Prison Venerable not easily make a move against a certain top peak venerable. Even among the top peak venerables, it's impossible for them to start a fight upon meeting, not even for the core pillar of a treasure land. Numerous strong fighters have just entered the treasure land, and there are many unclaimed core pillars. Even if top peak venerables encounter one of them would ultimately back away to seek a new core pillar. As for fighting over it, it's only when we reach the late stages of contention, when most core pillars have owners, that the top peak venerables would really open up and decide the fate. My eyes? The spirit prison venerable let out a scream. His right eye exploded, equivalent to his chaos power path being damaged, which greatly affected him. Clattering sounds. In the depths of thick temporal fluctuations, Lin Yuan slowly stepped out, glancing at the spirit prison venerable clutching his right eye. Within the spirit prison of the spirit prison venerable's right eye, time and space were almost materialized. The moment Lin Yuan was deeply trapped, he deliberately unfolded the divine ability, world. Inside him 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun formed a great cycle, reflecting to the outer universe, transforming into 33,333 rounds of fierce suns. In a single action, he blew out the spirit prison of the spirit prison venerable's right eye. This spirit prison venerable truly lives up to his name, Lin Yuan thought inwardly. If the seeds of the fierce sun inside him hadn't formed a great cycle, then falling into the other spirit prison, he would have at least been suppressed for several to 10 days. Galaxy Venerate, do you possess the strength of a top peak venerable? The spirit prison venerable's figure slightly trembled, quickly calming down. The right eye was blown out, but he still had the left eye, the foundation was still there, and he quickly stabilized. To be able to break the spirit prison in his eye so forcefully, only a top peak venerable could be capable. And one who is skilled in killing within the top peak venerables. The spirit prison venerable was unwilling to bring the top peak venerables into his gaze, due to this very concern. The chaos evolution path of top peak venerables encompasses all, and if running into one with stunning killing power, it is entirely possible to crush the spirit prison from within. At this moment, Lin Yuan was just that. The expressions of other peak venerables from the Daling ancient country nearby slightly change. Top peak venerable? Galaxy Venerate just stepped into the heavenly venerable realm? I concede. Lin Yuan quietly watched the spirit prison venerable. Trapped in the spirit prison of the other's right eye, Lin Yuan had no choice but to give his all, otherwise being trapped inside would definitely cause greater loss. Even if you entered the heavenly venerable realm through the bloodline of the ancestor, I don't believe your strength increased this rapidly. Spirit prison venerable stared at Lin Yuan, a hidden whirlpool rotating deep in his left eye. For a moment, the rules of heaven and earth were changing, an abyssal prison took shape, as if the spirit prison in spirit prison venerable's left eye was transferring outwards. Facing different levels of enemies, spirit prison venerable had varying methods. Against regular peak venerables, simply trap them in the spirit prison of his eyes. But facing the same level top peak venerables, the approach must be more cautious, first probing with the spirit prison in his eyes, ensuring the opponent has no means to destroy the foundation of the spirit prison before considering trapping them. It seems he thinks I used external forces. Lin Yuan understood in his heart. The means he used to burst the spirit prison were clearly at the level of top peak venerables, but this doesn't mean Lin Yuan is a top peak venerable. Perhaps he used some external techniques. The right eye was burst. Spirit prison venerable suffered heavy losses. He certainly wouldn't easily let Lin Yuan go. Alright then, let me see the strength of a top peak venerable. Lin Yuan observed the changing heavens and earth around him. A top peak venerable, even in the chaos void, they'd be close to an invincible great saint. Such an opponent, Lin Yuan found somewhat intriguing. Previously bursting the spirit prison was entirely due to the spirit prison venerable's complacency, and Lin Yuan had exploited it to his advantage. Rumble. The next moment, two starkly different times and spaces began fiercely colliding, the spirit prison of spirit prison venerable's left eye and Lin Yuan's external cosmic power continuously interwoven. The terrifying power caused time and space to be annihilated in large areas. Spirit prison has gotten truly angry. In the distance, Daling Peak venerables who were about to refine the core pillar immediately retreated far away. The heavenly venerables of the 6 ancient countries are divided into 4 levels. From weak to strong, they area ordinary venerables, peak venerables, top peak venerables, and Fushu venerables such as the strongest peak venerable. The chaos power paths evolved by top peak venerables are far superior to ordinary venerables and peak venerables, resulting in significant differences in combat power. As for Fushu Venerable like the strongest Venerable, actually, they aren't fundamentally different from top peak Venerables, as their chaos power paths are essentially on the same level. The reason Fushu Venerate stands above the peak Venerables is that he mastered a supreme legacy passed down from the ancestors. Each of the 6 ancient countries' 13th generation ancestors left relevant supreme legacies in their treasuries, which many Venerates attempt to cultivate, but very few actually succeed. Cultivating and mastering are two different things. Is this the power of a peak Venerable? The few peak Venerables of the Daling ancient country looked at each other, their hearts inevitably uneasy. The clash between Lin Yuan and the Spirit Prison Venerate unleashed a wave of power, which alone was equivalent to the full force of these peak Venerables. The Galaxy Venerate should be a peak Venerable. The few Daling peak Venerables silently observed, forming their judgment. The Spirit Prison Venerate suspected that Lin Yuan had used external help to explode his right eye's spirit prison, and the same speculation naturally occurred to these peak Venerables. After all, Lin Yuan's rise was too rapid. Even if he carried the ancestral bloodline of a Venerate, wouldn't growth and exploration require time? However, after the clash before them, even though the Spirit Prison Venerate lost his right eye, his strength as a peak Venerable remained, and he still couldn't suppress the Galaxy Venerate in the slightest. This was a straightforward battle. If not a peak Venerable, then what? Rumbling. The direct clash between two peak Venerables continually spread its power to all corners of the world. Is that peak Venerables fighting fiercely? The peak Venerable of Thunderclap ancient country had just refined a core pillar and looked up in a certain direction, secretly curious. Just entering the treasure grounds, and there are peak Venerables dueling? Apart from the Dafu ancient country, in the other 5 ancient countries, peak Venerables are generally the limit of combat power. In the initial scramble for the treasure grounds, even if they encounter each other, they wouldn't easily fight. Is one of the peak Venerables the Spirit Prison Venerate? Who is the other? The peak Venerable of Thunderclap ancient country gazed into the distance, pondering. Never mind, whoever it is, the more fiercely they fight, the better, giving me the chance to refine more core pillars. Immediately, this peak Venerable flew off in another direction, searching for new core pillars. Meanwhile, all the places within the treasure grounds sensed the battle between peak Venerables. Is it the Spirit Prison Venerate? Has the Spirit Prison Venerate encountered a foe so quickly? Who is the peak Venerable clashing with the Spirit Prison Venerate? I've never sensed this kind of aura before. However, this power is scorching and bold. It should be a peak Venerable from the Fierce Sun ancient country. But the 3 peak Venerables sent this time by the Fierce Sun ancient country, Kai Yan, Hengyang, and Guangli, none seemed to match. Many peak Venerables, even the peak Venerables, focused part of their attention on this battle. However, they continued their frantic search for each place's core pillars. Spirit Prison Eternal. The Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye was hollow, and his left eye was endlessly deep, subtly causing nearby realms to twist and rotate. This move was considered one of his killer moves, specifically prepared for other peak Venerables, but now it was being used on Lin Yuan. What is this? Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat grave. The many seeds of the fierce sun within him started to glow. Around him, within the cosmos he enveloped, thousands upon thousands of fierce suns ascended, and in an instant, there were 33,333 fierce suns suspended. This was the first time Lin Yuan fully activated the divine ability, world in front of others. Previously, when trapped within the right eye spirit prison, no other powers watched. This move again, the Spirit Prison Venerate's expression was fierce. His right eye had been burst open by such a relentless force of the fierce sun. As rounds of fierce suns floated, the Spirit Prison realm released by the Spirit Prison Venerate swiftly dissolved, with 60% of its area disintegrating in no time. This technique has never been used by any peak Venerables in the history of the Fierce Sun ancient country. The Spirit Prison Venerate felt strained and found it hard to believe. At this moment, he was sure that Lin Yuan's method of bursting his right eye wasn't from an external force but stemmed from his own strength. Spirit Prison Venerate, still not running, rounds of fierce suns hovered around Lin Yuan, and he himself transformed into an even larger fierce sun, illuminating the universe. Run? The Spirit Prison Venerate felt aggrieved, but he knew that he indeed should run. If he continued, he would have to pay a price to take his leave. Galaxy Venerate, you concealed your strength and prematurely ruined one of my spirit prisons. Otherwise, how would I have fallen behind? The spirit prison Venerate's remaining eye stared at Lin Yuan, still somewhat unconvinced. If the right eye spirit prison remained, even if unable to defeat the Galaxy Venerate, neither of the two peak venerables could do much harm to each other, rather than ending in his own retreat. Two spirit prisons compared to one dictated a completely different strength for the spirit prison Venerate. Of course, given the terrifying strength Lin Yuan displayed now, even if the spirit prison Venerate's right eye were intact, it would still be difficult to overpower him. At most, it would be an equal stalemate. Get lost. Lin Yuan looked down and considered that with his current strength, forcibly keeping the spirit prison Venerate would be challenging, and even with all his cards deployed, it would take a lot of time, and hope would be slim. During this span, various changes could happen, such as other peak venerables from the Da-Ling ancient country coming to rescue him. Under such circumstances, it would lead to internal consumption between the Fierce Sun ancient country and the Da-Ling ancient country, benefiting the other four ancient countries. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't choose to do so. Expelling the spirit prison Venerate sufficed. In fact, had the spirit prison Venerate not been unwilling and wanted to verify Lin Yuan's true strength, the two wouldn't have fought at all. Leave. The spirit prison Venerate felt aggrieved, but he still maintained the remaining spirit prison realm to quickly flee. Though the spirit prison realm formed by his left eye wasn't vast, it was invincible and promptly broke through Lin Yuan's cosmic suppression, fleeing. As for the few peak venerables from the Da-Ling ancient country at the beginning, they had already retreated far away. Once they sensed things were going awry, they immediately withdrew. Seeing this, Lin Yuan did not pursue further but returned to the core pillar below and immediately began refining it. These pillars are the core of the treasure grounds. By refining the pillars, can one somewhat control the treasure grounds? As the refinement continued, Lin Yuan faintly sensed the connection between this pillar and the treasure grounds. In the capital of the Fierce Sun country, within an independent space. Embodied here were avatars of 12 peak venerables, including Red Flame Venerate and Venerable Guangli, gathered to communicate at any time. The consciousness shared between avatars and their true forms. Now, these 12 venerates dispersed throughout the newly born treasure grounds, relying on this avatar network to contact each other. Galaxy. Why did the core pillar you found transmit the vibrations of a peak venerable battle? Red Flame Venerate immediately regarded Lin Yuan. The other peak venerables heard this and similarly turned their gaze. When two peak venerables fought with full force, most of the treasure grounds would perceive it. Even those who hadn't sensed it heard of it from friends. Galaxy. Which peak venerable is battling the spirit prison? Venerable Guangli was equally curious. I could feel the aura and power of the peak venerable being scorching and fierce with the presence of Fierce Sun, but all 12 venerables from the Fierce Sun ancient country are here. Venerable Hengyang also watched Lin Yuan, his expression revealing some suspicion as he, too, eyed Lin Yuan curiously. Well, the spirit prison Venerate encountered me, and he lost his right eye spirit prison quickly. Lin Yuan spoke, his expression solemn as he explained. This statement caused immediate silence around him. Even though there were only 11 peak venerables, their hearts long sensed something. Is the Galaxy Venerate actually a peak venerable? Galaxy, your strength? Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, waves surging in his heart. Before opening his mouth to inquire, he had already speculated that it was Lin Yuan clashing with the spirit prison venerable. After all, that kind of intense Fierce Sun aura couldn't be faked. It was definitely the strength of a Fierce Sun ancient country elite, and at that time in that area, only Lin Yuan came from the Fierce Sun ancient country. Though the possibility seemed incredibly implausible, is the Galaxy Venerate a top peak venerable? Yet, it was the only possibility. Not long ago, there was a breakthrough, Lin Yuan said. This was also the truth. If he hadn't condensed the crucial seed of the Fierce Sun, forming a great circulation of Fierce Sun within, letting his strength change qualitatively, Lin Yuan at most would be at the same level as the Red Lotus Venerable. After all, Lin Yuan's real-life level currently was merely at the Dominion realm. Under the premise of not crossing major realms, it was difficult to suddenly go from a peak venerable to a top peak venerable. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Venerable Guangli laughed heartily, looking at Lin Yuan full of admiration. With you, Galaxy Venerate, Now our fierce sun ancient country has 4 top peak venerables, and our means to compete for refining the core pillar are more. The top peak venerables of the major ancient countries surely exceed 4, but most top peak venerables, even the strongest peak venerables, are in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 13th stage. As for contending for the newly emerged treasure grounds, it's hard to attract these peak venerables. And the fierce sun ancient country can only deploy at any time 3 top peak venerables, namely Red Flame, Guangli, and Hengyang. Other ancient countries are similar, only the Dafu ancient country has slightly more. The fierce sun ancient country having an additional top peak venerable definitely enhances its foundation, perhaps not clear in the early stages, but in the later stages, when struggling against other ancient countries, it will be greatly useful. The Galaxy Venerate being able to shatter the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye prison, in terms of killing power, is considered strong among top peak venerables. Venerable Hengyang contemplated as he looked at Lin Yuan. He had clashed with Spirit Prison Venerate, clear on the other party's methods, even if he underestimated Lin Yuan, capturing him in the right eye prison, to shatter it, still very difficult. Unless the instant killing power exceeds the limit of what the prison can bear, or else any delay would allow the Spirit Prison Venerate the opportunity to eject Lin Yuan from within. It was fortunate, Lin Yuan said. Ha ha ha, the stronger the Galaxy Venerate, the more favorable for us in competing for the treasure ground, Red Flame Venerable smiled. He never expected that Lin Yuan, whom the Emperor had inserted, would bring him such a surprise. The other peak venerables looked at Lin Yuan with complex expressions. Originally, Lin Yuan was on the same level as them. Now he is a top peak venerable? Galaxy Venerate. Was I evenly matched with him in sparring? Red Lotus Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, his mind filled with thoughts. Not long ago, he had sparred with Lin Yuan, then still amazed at the Galaxy Venerate's strength. Yet how long had passed, now it was tough to spar with, even defending oneself against the Galaxy Venerate was considered fortunate. That core pillar of the treasure ground is close to complete refinement. Lin Yuan looked towards Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangli, and said, according to the initial plan, all discovered core pillars of the treasure grounds should best be refined by the top peak venerables. As for the other peak venerables, they primarily focused on guarding the core pillars of the treasure grounds. Since you, Galaxy, are also a top peak venerable, any discovered core pillar of the treasure ground can also be refined by yourself. Red Flame Venerable nodded and said, all right. Lin Yuan slightly stirred his mind. The true body located before the core pillar immediately refined the remaining section of the pillar completely. Buzz. At the moment of refinement, Lin Yuan faintly established a connection with this core pillar. Now, as long as I'm within this treasure ground range, I can instantly arrive at this core pillar's side, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Red Flame Venerable and others formulated the plan for top peak venerables to refine the core pillars based on this ability. With the strongest power as top peak venerables, them refining the core pillars enabled them to instantly arrive beside any core pillar, greatly maximizing the protection of the pillar. Of course, this instant arrival must be under stable time-space conditions. If engaged in fierce battle with other powerhouses and the surrounding time and space collapses, using the core pillar to escape or arrive would be impossible. Earlier, the Spirit Prison Venerate leading numerous peak venerables in exploring the core pillars, was also for those peak venerables to refine the outer area of core pillars, leaving the deepest section for himself to refine. Thus, achieving the highest efficiency. Simultaneously, I can feel this treasure ground suppression on me lessen somewhat. Lin Yuan looked around. Completely refining this core pillar made him detect numerous changes. Originally divine ability, world could only meticulously probe within 100 billion miles range around. But now, the probing range has increased by approximately 10%. This probing is in-depth, capable of discovering the type of core pillar probing. It can be assumed that the more core pillars refined, the larger the probing range. Da Ling Capital. A projection of the Spirit Prison Venerate sat here. The other 11 figures looked incredulously at the Spirit Prison Venerate. Spirit Prison, you're saying it was the Galaxy Venerate from the fierce sun ancient country who fought with you? Not one of the Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Guangli, or Venerable Hengyang? Lingan Venerable Sage frowned deeply, originally thinking it was one from the Red Flame Venerable trio who acted. He hadn't expected it to be Galaxy Venerate. Lingen Venerable Sage never considered Galaxy Venerate noteworthy. Despite being a Venerate of the first ancestral bloodline, the growth time was too short. Yes, that Galaxy Venerate is a top peak Venerable. Spirit Prison Venerate confirmed. My right eye prison was destroyed by that Galaxy Venerate, leaving my strength no longer at its peak. What should we do then? The third top-tier peak Venerable asked. Spirit Prison Venerable is crucial to our quest for the treasure grounds. By trapping many peak Venerables in the Spirit Prison, it weakens the ancient country's ability to search for the core galactic pillars, indirectly increasing Daling ancient country's chances of finding more core pillars. I plan to use that rare artifact to quickly restore my right eye Spirit Prison. Spirit Prison Venerable pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. That rare artifact? Lingen Venerable Sage's expression slightly changed. The 12 peak Venerables of Daling ancient country carried some heritage rare artifacts bestowed by the ancient countries before entering the treasure grounds. These heritage rare artifacts are extremely precious and must not be used unless absolutely necessary. But now, Spirit Prison Venerable's right eye was damaged, greatly reducing the efficiency of Daling ancient country's search for the core galactic pillars. Very well then. As long as Spirit Prison quickly recovers, using up those rare artifacts is worthwhile. Lingen Venerable Sage said cautiously, slowly. If the time to compete for the treasure grounds wasn't so tight, just 2,000 years. Spirit Prison Venerable would not have the opportunity to use that rare artifact. If his right eye Spirit Prison collapsed, it could slowly recover. As time passed, the news about Galaxy Venerate being a top-tier peak Venerable quickly spread among the peak Venerables within the treasure grounds. It couldn't be concealed, after all, there are only a dozen or 20 top-tier peak Venerables, making it easy to pinpoint a specific range, and Daling ancient country had no intention of hiding it either. Galaxy Venerate? The first aristocrat to elevate the bloodline to the Venerate level? In the Dafu ancient country, Fushu Venerate, dressed in dark robes, fell into contemplation. He wasn't very interested in Lin Yuan reaching top-tier peak Venerable strength, but valued the supreme ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level more. Even with your strength, Fushu, even if Galaxy grows to the limit, he might not be a match for you. Beside him, a top-tier peak Venerable spoke. Fushu Venerate had already trained one of the highest legacies left by the ancestor to a deep level. His strength was formidable. Not saying the 6 ancient countries' history's strongest, but among the strongest few. The 6 ancient countries have been passed down through endless ages, and even within the oldest Dafu ancient country, in the Venerate level ranks, Fushu Venerate almost stood at the summit. Beyond that involves the power of the 13th tier. It's uncertain, after all, it's the ancestral bloodline. Who knows if there might be some evolution in the future. Fushu Venerate smiled slightly, speaking casually. Evolution? The top-tier peak Venerable from Dafu ancient country raised an eyebrow, although he didn't quite agree, he didn't refute either. Since it involved the ancestral bloodline, related to the supreme ancestors, even if the source of Galaxy Venerate's ancestral bloodline was not Dafu ancestor, but Fierce Sun ancestor. But discussing ancestors is forbidden, it's a strict rule. Alright, let's quickly search for the core galactic pillars. Fushu Venerate said calmly. Yes. The top-tier peak Venerable from Dafu nodded. Galaxy, his strength? In the capital of Fierce Sun ancient country, the Imperial Palace. The Emperor also received this news, shocked by Lin Yuan's strength. The Emperor knew his own affairs well. He was clear that Lin Yuan, decades or even centuries ago, wasn't even a Venerate. Yet now he suddenly stepped into the top-tier peak Venerable realm? Fortunately, the Emperor of Fierce Sun ancient country murmured to himself, fortunate that back then he was rather good to Lin Yuan, effectively drawing him over. Inside the treasure grounds, after Lin Yuan refined that core galactic pillar, he left a few avatars to guard it, while his true self continued to search in another direction. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped, looking towards a certain direction. There was a valley from which golden mist seemed to flow faintly. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stepped forward, arriving outside the valley, gazing at the golden mist flowing within. The mist within the valley, is it the rare treasure birthed by this treasure ground? Lin Yuan pondered to himself, the aura of the golden mist faintly connected to the entire treasure ground, resembling a fruit on a tree, filled with a peculiar energy. "Let me see." Lin Yuan extended his right hand, gathered a wisp of golden mist, and began to observe it closely. Every first-class treasure ground births rare treasures with different effects, like Heiyu from Heiyu Nest that enhances mental willpower, or the infinite crystal from the infinite eye that grants the infinite divine body. This mist, Lin Yuan observed intently, his expression gradually shifting. Lin Yuan slightly studied the golden mist and discovered its extraordinary nature. The golden mist appeared cloud-like and could be captured and confined, but Lin Yuan could not touch it. Unable to touch, Lin Yuan's gaze was curious. The divine ability world operated constantly, with layers of time and space under his control, yet he couldn't truly make contact with the golden mist. Interesting. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, ready to take all the golden mist in the valley. To ensure the golden mist wasn't damaged, Lin Yuan even moved the entire valley into his internal universe. It should be related to time. Lin Yuan looked at the golden mist and thought to himself. He could sense slight time fluctuations emanating from the golden mist, and coupled with the time reversal area outside the treasure site, it was almost certain that this newly emerged first-class treasure site was inclined towards time attributes. In fact, various ancient countries also speculated that the miraculous treasures born here would be related to time. Should I attempt a soul and mind probe? Lin Yuan pondered silently. Many of the miraculous treasures birthed from treasure sites must be absorbed and devoured through special means. For instance, the Heiyu Nest's Heiyu can only be refined with the will of the mind. As for others, there was simply no reaction. Forget it, it's too risky. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yuan abandoned this idea. The soul and mind are too important. What if this golden miraculous treasure has some side effects or harm on them? It would be courting disaster. Lin Yuan dared to refine Heiyu with his will because the Heiyu Nest had existed for countless eons, and the miraculous Heiyu it nurtured had refining methods verified by numerous heavenly venerates, ensuring no hidden dangers. And this golden mist, who knows what effects it might have? Lin Yuan had no need to rush. If he could acquire the golden mist within this valley, the peak venerables of other ancient countries surely could as well. Compared to the experienced peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries, Lin Yuan reckoned it better to wait for the correct method of using the golden mist to be discovered before trying it himself. Continue to search for the core pillar. Lin Yuan did not linger long in front of the valley and, after collecting all the golden mist, continued to explore in the directed path. Fierce Sun Capital, isolated space. Red Lotus Venerable opened his eyes once more. I found another core pillar. With these words, the surrounding peak venerables all turned to look at him. Within the treasure site, searching for core pillars truly depended on luck. Red Lotus Venerable's probing skills weren't strong among the 12 peak venerables, but the number of core venerables he found ranked in the top 5, even top 3. Where is it located? You refined the outer part first. Red Flame Venerable said. While it's true that core pillars are usually left for the top-tier peak venerables to refine, if they haven't arrived yet, surely the peak venerable who found it first would start refining a part. It's here. Red Lotus Venerable immediately provided a coordinate, his expression suddenly changing. Other ancient countries' peak venerables are coming. It's the peak venerable from Dafu ancient country. Peak venerable from Dafu ancient country? Red Flame Venerable frowned, immediately asking, which peak venerable is it? If it were a top-tier peak venerable, Red Flame Venerable would suggest Red Lotus Venerable yield that core pillar. It wasn't about fearing Dafu ancient country, but with Red Lotus Venerable's strength, he wouldn't last long before a top-tier peak venerable from Dafu ancient country. Unless Red Lotus Venerable, like Lin Yuan, hid the strength of a top-tier peak venerable, but that possibility was too low. It's Fu Dang Venerate, Red Lotus Venerable quickly responded. Dafu ancient country had sent 12 peak venerables, all of whom he understood well, even if they hadn't crossed paths. He had also seen detailed intelligence on them. Fu Dang Venerate? Red Flame Venerable felt assured. Among the 12 peak venerables of Dafu ancient country, Fu Dang Venerate's strength was mid-level, close to the top-tier peak venerable tier. Stronger than Red Lotus Venerable but not by much. Guard the core pillar, Red Flame Venerable said. Though Dafu ancient country was powerful, it didn't mean Fierce Sun ancient country feared them. Unless it was Fu Shu Venerate or a few top-tier peak venerables, Fierce Sun Ancient Country had no reason to retreat. Involving the ownership of this first-class treasure site, with a chance of winning, they had to contend. Alright. Red Lotus Venerable nodded. Although Fu Dang Venerate was stronger, it wasn't about winning or losing against him. Merely holding him off, Red Lotus Venerable was confident enough. This location. Red Flame Venerable looked towards Lin Yuan. Galaxy, among the four of us, you are closest to this location. Next up, it's on you. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. As one of the only four top-tier peak venerables in Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Lin Yuan also bore the task of refining the core pillar. If other peak venerables of Fierce Sun Ancient Country discovered a core pillar close to him, Lin Yuan needed to make a trip. Where is Red Lotus there? Within the treasure site, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and looked in another direction from afar. Swish! The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished, and it was only moments later that spacetime rippled. Normally when searching for the core pillar, one would have to fly and search slowly. But to quickly reach a certain coordinate, naturally, one would travel directly through the void. The majestic pillar seemed illusory. Red Lotus Venerable stood before the pillar, looking solemn, with scarlet lotus flames burning around him. Red Lotus, yield this core pillar. A cold voice echoed through the void. In the distance stood a towering figure, its skin covered in purple scales, none other than Venerate Fu Dang of Da Fu Ancient Country. Among the 12 peak venerables sent by Da Fu Ancient Country, the strongest was Fu Shu Venerate, one of the most powerful venerables in the history of the 6 ancient countries, having mastered a supreme inheritance. Below Fu Shu Venerate were 4 top-tier peak venerables, and Venerate Fu Dang was at the 3rd level among them. Ha ha ha, Fu Dang. Who do you think you are? A top-tier peak venerable? Or Fu Shu Venerate? Red Lotus Venerable mocked. At the same time, stalling for time, dealing with you is enough. Venerate Fu Dang's gaze was icy, and he swung his right hand, slashing towards Red Lotus Venerable from afar. Red Lotus Venerable felt a great threat, and without a trace of contempt, immediately activated a defensive killing move. Clusters of Red Lotus flames began to boil, rotating around him. Hiss hiss hiss, the next moment, the protective Red Lotus of Red Lotus Venerable began to collapse, rapidly dissipating under a single attack from Venerate Fu Dang. So strong? Red Lotus Venerable felt the pressure. With just one exchange, half of his protective Red Lotus had already crumbled, making him doubt whether he could hold out until Lin Yuan arrived. No matter what, this core celestial pillar must be defended. Red Lotus Venerable gritted his teeth and sighed. The core celestial pillar was crucial to the ownership of this precious land. Perhaps the Fierce Sun Ancient Country needed just one more core celestial pillar to claim this treasure? Break! Venerate Fu Dang continued to attack, with each strike shattering a portion of Red Lotus Venerable's protective Red Lotus, but soon more Red Lotuses would coalesce. This Red Lotus is risking everything against me. Venerate Fu Dang clearly understood that Red Lotus Venerable's rapid coalescing of the dissipated protective Red Lotus could not come without a price. So what if you're risking everything? Venerate Fu Dang's eyes were filled with purple, the power of each strike rapidly increasing. Originally, one strike could collapse half of Red Lotus Venerable's protective Red Lotus. Now it was shattering half or even the majority. Can't hold on much longer. Red Lotus Venerable sighed inwardly. In terms of strength, he was no match for Venerate Fu Dang. Now, to protect the core celestial pillar behind him, it was as if he was standing as a target for Venerate Fu Dang's attacks. Under such circumstances, holding out until now was already remarkable. Once Venerate Fu Dang's strike completely obliterates my protective Red Lotus, it will mean the fall of my primary battle form. Red Lotus Venerable thought to himself. In a normal confrontation, he would naturally have the confidence to retreat unharmed from Venerate Fu Dang's hands. But now it wasn't a normal fight. Red Lotus Venerable was taking blows unilaterally, refusing to retreat. Die now! Venerate Fu Dang's aura burst, purple energy swirling around him, preparing to unleash a shocking strike. Just at this momenta, time and space in the distance subtly warped, and a figure silently emerged. Galaxy Venerate is here? Red Lotus Venerable's heart leapt with joy. Galaxy Venerate? Venerate Fu Dang's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of Galaxy Venerate's reputation, who had incapacitated one of Spirit Prison Venerable's spirit prisons, possessing the strength of a top-tier peak venerable. Even if Galaxy Venerate is here, you must still die. Venerate Fu Dang was truly furious. If Red Lotus Venerable hadn't fought death-defyingly, he might have already taken the core celestial pillar. Lin Yuan had just arrived nearby and saw Venerate Fu Dang pressing Red Lotus Venerable hard. Red Lotus Venerable seemed like a lone boat on the verge of capsizing under Venerate Fu Dang's attack. Whoosh! The divine skills world operated, and the external universe instantly spread, turning a billion-miles area into his domain in an instant. Venerate Fu Dang was quickly suppressed by the vast external universe, the purple world swirling around him continuously shrinking. Venerate Fu Dang's pupils contracted. At this moment, he completely lost control over the surrounding space-time. Galaxy Venerate's domain suppression is so powerful, Venerate Fu Dang was utterly panicked. Daling Ancient Country did circulate some intelligence on Lin Yuan, mentioning that this Galaxy Venerate had strong domain suppression techniques. But Venerate Fu Dang never imagined it would be this strong, suppressing him instantly upon arrival. Since you've arrived, Galaxy Venerate, my Da Fu Ancient Country will cede this core celestial pillar. Venerate Fu Dang immediately shouted loudly. At this moment, he felt unprecedented pressure from Lin Yuan. Even among the top 4 peak venerables of Da Fu Ancient Country, only 2 could exert such pressure on him. You must understand, the Da Fu Ancient Country occupies the most first-class treasure lands, enjoying the best resources among the 6 ancient countries. In terms of strength, Da Fu's power surpasses the other 5. Therefore, upon assessing the current situation, Fu Dang Venerate had only one thought in mind, which was to retreat immediately. Swish! Before Fu Dang Venerate could finish his words, he was already urging the purple intent world, fleeing into the distance. Under the cosmic suppression of Lin Yuan, Fu Dang Venerate couldn't engage in void traversal. Trying to leave, Lin Yuan glanced afar and immediately discerned Venerate Lin Fudong's intentions. Spirit Prison could leave because killing him was too bothersome, but as for you? Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the purple intent world, and he thought to himself, perfect opportunity to test my newly comprehended killer move. In a flash, high above the external universe, rounds of fierce suns began to coalesce. These fierce suns levitated slowly, and one suddenly began to plummet towards the escaping purple intent world. As the first fierce sun fell, the second, third, and fourth followed suit. This killer move is nominated a fierce sun fall, one of the most potent moves Lin Yuan has comprehended, second only to detonating the external universe. Detonating the external universe is undoubtedly terrifying in power, but it briefly weakens Lin Yuan afterward. By contrast, fierce sun fall lacks such a risk. Though slightly less powerful, it excels in persistence. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom. When the first fierce sun struck Fu Dang Venerate, this peak venerable could barely hold on. But by the time the 200th, 300th, and 400th fierce suns had struck, Fu Dang Venerate's surrounding purple intent world rapidly collapsed. Galaxy Venerate. Fu Dang Venerate suddenly turned, fixing a fierce gaze on Lin Yuan before his body and soul were completely obliterated by the 2000th, 3000th falling fierce suns. Only held until the 3000th round. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Theoretically, this killer move could unleash a total of 33,463 fierce suns. Late arrival. Having resolved Fu Dang Venerate, Lin Yuan gathered his relics and approached Fu Dang Venerate, speaking up. Not late. Red Lotus Venerate appeared a bit dazed. He had struggled immensely under Fu Dang Venerate's attack, yet Fu Dang Venerate couldn't endure as long before Galaxy Venerate. Actually, it wasn't about enduring. Fu Dang Venerate hadn't considered endurance at all. He intended to flee right away but couldn't. Venerate, you refine the core pillar first. Red Lotus Venerate immediately stepped aside, with the core pillar behind him. Alright. Lin Yuan didn't refuse, this was the main task. Independent space. Red Flame Venerate looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. Did you kill Fu Dang Venerate? Fu Dang Venerate, close to the level of a top peak venerable, could preserve himself even against top peak venerables unless determined to fight to the finish. Comprehended a killer move, somewhat restrained him. Lin Yuan explained. Simply put, the killer move, Fierce Sun Fall, restrains any venerate below top peak venerable. Unless one can completely resist round after round of falling fierce suns, no peak venerate can withstand 3-4,000 rounds. Even top peak venerables must allocate some focus to resist 3-4,000 rounds of falling fierce suns. Restrain? Red Flame Venerate gazed deeply at Lin Yuan. As a peak venerate, his methods and abilities were nearly perfect, almost immune to restraint. Next, Lin Yuan continued to contest for core pillars within the treasure lands, amidst clashes with powerhouses from other ancient nations. Galaxy Venerate's renown spread thoroughly. On this day, within the independent space of Fierce Sun Country's capital, Red Flame Venerate suddenly looked at the other 11 peak venerables, a smile appearing on his face. Everyone. Red Flame Venerate smiled and said, "It's been explored how to use and absorb the golden mists the treasure lands nurture. How should we use the golden mist?" Immediately, the eyes of the surrounding peak venerables lit up. During the time spent in this treasure land, all the peak venerables have been primarily focused on searching for the core heavenly pillar. But during this period, they have more or less acquired some golden mist. This golden mist is connected with the aura of the entire treasure land, clearly a rare treasure nurtured by it. As a newly formed treasure land, the rare treasures it nurtures have never appeared in the 6 ancient countries, so naturally, no one knows their effects and uses. They can only explore slowly. That golden mist. Lin Yuan was also very concerned, as his external cosmos could probe every detail within a range of over 10 billion miles, and he had collected quite a bit of the golden mist. The golden mist contains the origin power of time. Do not contact it with your soul or mind, otherwise, you may be forced into a time cycle. Red Flame Venerable warned seriously. The peak venerables have perfected their realms, and with a single thought, they can attempt to break through to the 13th stage, bringing about the time cycle. However, the peak venerables have always suppressed the idea of breaking through to the 13th stage, so the time cycle hasn't descended upon them. Once they contact the golden mist with the mind's will, no matter how much they suppress it, they will be forced to break through to the 13th stage. Time cycle? Red Lotus Venerable and the other peak venerables were filled with fear. Most of the peak venerables will eventually attempt to break through to the 13th stage ancestor realm, but that's the plan when they have no further progress to make. As for now, many peak venerables still intend to wait a bit longer. Entering the time cycle prematurely? Listening on the side, Lin Yuan was slightly moved. Other peak venerables, when contacting the golden mist with their will, would fall into a time cycle because their realms are already perfected. But Lin Yuan, his true realm was still at the dominator stage, far from the perfect chaos realm necessary to break through to the 13th stage. If Lin Yuan contacts the golden mist with his will, it's estimated he wouldn't bring about a time cycle since his realm hasn't reached that point. Thankfully, I didn't try it back then. Lin Yuan thought to himself, even though he doesn't need to worry about entering a time cycle prematurely. Who knows if there are other hidden risks besides this one. As for how to use the golden mist, so far, slowly absorbing it with the physical body is best. The golden mist will gradually transform the physical body, forming a certain time-based physique. Red Flame Venerable said. This conclusion was reached after many attempts by the Fierce Sun ancient country. They even had a venerable enter a time cycle prematurely for this reason. Slowly absorbing with the physical body? To transform into a time-based physique? Many peak venerables seemed thoughtful, as this effect was similar to that of the infinite crystal. However, the infinite divine body transformed by the infinite crystal focuses on inclusiveness, capable of accommodating any other physique, whereas the physique transformed by the golden mist is yet unknown in its effects. Next, Red Flame Venerable gave a few more reminders and then remained silent. I'll wait a bit longer and refrain from absorbing the golden mist for now. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan decided not to immediately absorb the golden mist with his body. After all, the golden mist he collected remains there. He can choose to absorb it at any time. It's better to wait until other peak venerables try it and see the results to determine how to use it correctly. And according to Red Flame Venerable, the golden mist can only be slowly absorbed by the physical body. As for completely transforming into the corresponding physique, no one knows how much golden mist is needed. Chaos Void. Galaxy Chaos Continent. Since the great saint of the galaxy established the Chaos Continent, powerful figures from thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of void domains in the surrounding area have been arriving here one after another. This is very normal. The Chaos Great Saint's fame in the Chaos Void attracts numerous Chaos Realm venerable beings, all with different intentions. Some purely wish to witness this Chaos Great Saint. Some plan to follow this Chaos Great Saint, and so on. Others see the gathering of numerous venerable beings at the Galaxy Chaos Continent and knowing they can't attract the attention of the Great Saint of the Galaxy, plan to make good relationships with these venerable beings. That is the Chaos Continent established by the Great Saint of the Galaxy. In a silver spaceship, a gray-haired old man looked at the distant majestic continent and said to the young men and women beside him, "The Great Saint of the Galaxy." These young men and women also looked at the distant Galaxy Chaos Continent. "Sect Master, what is special about this Great Saint of the Galaxy? Why do you intend to move the sect here?" The gray-haired old man is a Chaos Realm Peak Venerable, who also once opened a Chaos Continent, eventually establishing an influential legacy. The gray-haired old man had followed several Chaos Great Saints but ultimately left them all. He now plans to bring the sect's elite to reside permanently on the Galaxy Chaos Continent. The Great Saint of the Galaxy is not an ordinary Chaos Great Saint. The gray-haired old man said with a smile. In that postnatal universe, the Great Saint of the Galaxy left Black Light Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint far behind with an overwhelming advantage. Even if not matching the invincible Great Saints, he is not far behind. Not far behind the invincible Great Saints? The young men and women were shocked. Even the same information leads to different conclusions when seen by different levels of strong individuals. The gray-haired old man had evidently deduced the true strength limit of the Great Saint of the Galaxy from the intelligence information. In a distant time and space, three figures stood silently. The mere presence of these three figures caused the surrounding chaos rule to retreat. That Galaxy Great Saint, being the only one to walk out alive from the Xuanwang universe in a complete chaos realm, might obtain some opportunities left by Xuanwang. The leading figure spoke. All three figures were invincible Great Saints, all incredibly ancient, aware of the existence of Xuanwang. Xuanwang had forcibly broken free from the time cycle, completely annihilating 5 invincible Great Saints, causing many hidden invincible Great Saints to tremble. That was invincible Great Saints. In the history of the Chaos Void, battles between invincible Great Saints sometimes occurred, where one would fall. Yet, this fall was merely the demise of the main battle body, not the end of the invincible Great Saint itself. To completely annihilate an invincible Great Saint, destroying all forms and erasing all means of survival, was incredibly difficult, something even invincible Great Saints couldn't achieve. This Chaos Continent requires at least 9th Realm insights in space-time to be established. At this moment, the invincible Great Saint on the right spoke. 9th Realm insights into space-time? Even if it's not an invincible Great Saint, we cannot do anything to them. The invincible Great Saint on the right said. An entity at the Chaos Great Saint level reaching 9th Realm insights into space-time is exceedingly rare, rarer than invincible Great Saints. Even such a Chaos Great Saint, though not yet a match for invincible Great Saints, could easily retreat unscathed. Indeed, the last invincible Great Saint shook his head. The 3 invincible Great Saints originally intended to find the Galaxy Great Saint and inquire about the happenings within the Xuanwang universe. But now it seems, there is no need. Unable to do anything to the opponent, even if they were to inquire, they wouldn't get the truth. Forget it. Best not to make enemies. The leading invincible Great Saint pondered carefully and made a decision in his heart. If the Galaxy Great Saint were just an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, they could naturally handle it as they wished. But now, the Galaxy Great Saint already had the confidence to oppose them, and the 3 invincible Great Saints were unwilling to make enemies without understanding what opportunities the Galaxy Great Saint might have obtained from Xuanwang. If they speculated wrongly and the Galaxy Great Saint had not obtained much opportunity, they would gain another enemy. Invincible Great Saints are extremely cautious when dealing with equally powerful beings, just like Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, who waited until Xuanwang attempted to break through the 13th level before retaliating heavily against the profound Xuanwang lineage. Let's go. The 3 invincible Great Saints took one last look at the distant Chaos Continent and vanished. They left, deep within the Galaxy Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan glanced in the direction the three invincible great saints disappeared. These chaos great saints only knew that Lin Yuan's space-time insights had reached the 9th realm, but were unaware of Lin Yuan's current true combat strength, which could be considered strong even among invincible great saints. With Lin Yuan's perception, he detected the approaching three invincible great saints instantly. My current strength has been surpassed by the true form in the origin source world. Lin Yuan thought to himself, as the true form in the origin source world had formed a fierce sun great cycle within, first surpassing the true form in the chaos void. There was no way around it. The true form in the origin source world had a complete 13th level time life inheritance and the integration of chaos void 13th level inheritance. Meanwhile, the true form in the chaos void couldn't form the seed of the fierce sun, leading to a lack of corresponding enhancement. Once infinite void is mastered to the 3rd level, the gap between the two true forms may be narrowed or even erased. Lin Yuan contemplated. The 13th level inheritance, infinite void, would significantly enhance both the chaos void and origin source world true forms once mastered to the 3rd level. However, the extent of enhancement would naturally be greater for the true form in the chaos void. After all, the chaos void's true form had a cosmic foundation surpassing that of the origin source world true form. Different starting points in the internal universe lead to different enhancements once infinite void is mastered to the 3rd level. Or stepping into the chaos realm might work. The differing foundational depths in their internal worlds result in varying enhancement upon entering the chaos realm. Clearly, the true form in the chaos void stands to gain more than the true form in the origin source world. I'll take it slow, there is still much for me to improve. Compared to other great saint venerables who have reached their limits, Lin Yuan was still far from his own limit. Besides mastering infinite void and stepping into the chaos realm, evolving the chaos taiji power could also greatly enhance Lin Yuan. In addition, many supreme secret techniques passed down by the ancestor of the fierce sun ancient country, also known as 13th level inheritance, were yet to be practiced by Lin Yuan. And so, time passed slowly. A millennium was gone in the blink of an eye. 1,000 years for a 12th layer life form is but a fleeting moment. The galactic chaos continent becomes increasingly prosperous, frequently visited even by strong beings at the level of the chaos great saint seeking Lin Yuan. Occasionally, chaos great saints would exchange insights, validating the chaotic paths they had evolved, something Lin Yuan valued greatly. Based on chaos as the foundation, the paths of power evolved, though varied in strength, are essentially part of the Tao. Lin Yuan's observation of other chaotic evolution paths also supplements his understanding of the great Tao. Deep within the galactic chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, strands of chaos chi constantly formed secret patterns, only to dissipate quickly after a brief moment. After dissipating, they would continue to condense again, repeating perpetually as if without end. Chaos rule. Lin Yuan immersed himself in circulating the chaos chi, focusing part of his mind on comprehending the chaos mystic pattern diagram. The chaos mystic pattern diagram, gathered by the ancestor of the fierce sun of the 13th layer in the Fang Yuan world with great divine skills, contains the essential threads of the chaos rule. It is one of Lin Yuan's main objects of comprehension. So that's how it is. Unaware of how much time had passed, Lin Yuan silently opened his eyes, a deep gaze with brewing chaos energy, and the mystic pattern diagram composed of chaos chi before him rapidly became complete and clear. If a heavenly venerate from the fierce sun ancient country were to watch, they would find this chaos mystic pattern diagram nearly identical to the 28th chaos mystic pattern diagram. There are a total of 81 chaos mystic pattern diagrams passed down by the ancestor of the fierce sun. Those representing the chaos first realm are the first 8 diagrams. The diagrams from the 9th to the 27th represent the chaos second realm. The 28th chaos mystic pattern diagram marks the field of the chaos third realm. Now that Lin Yuan briefly replicated the 27th chaos mystic pattern diagram, it signifies that in his understanding of the chaos rule, he has fully entered the third realm. Chaos evolves all things. Lin Yuan was invigorated. After reaching the third realm of chaos comprehension, he gained a clearer understanding of the essence of all things. The basic structure of the chaos void, the process of chaos evolution, to Lin Yuan, was as clear as turning over his hand to view a pattern. All things will return to chaos again. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound, looking into the vast chaos void. At this moment, Lin Yuan's realm elevated infinitely, as if seeing countless millions of cosmic eras rotate in the chaos void, and there will eventually come a day when the whole chaos void will undergo a great collapse like the innate cosmos. Everything in the chaos void will return to chaos. Not only the chaos void, but the origin world is like this as well. Lin Yuan thought to himself, though he wasn't worried, as the existence of the chaos void and the origin world are so massive, their cycles of destruction are too lengthy. Lengthy enough that even the lifetime of an invincible great saint is but a speck in the ocean. Chaos ruled Third Realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. 1,000 years of arduous cultivation had pushed his comprehension of the chaos rule further, which wasn't beyond his expectations. The chaos mystic pattern diagrams aid in understanding the chaos rule was immense, as it was virtually a shortcut, or rather, even more convenient than a shortcut. This was also the feedback from the 13th layer ancestors of the 6 ancient countries in the Fang Yuan world to their descendants and living beings. In the chaos void, invincible great saints, who are seldom born even in tens or millions of cosmic eras, are present in every era of the 6 ancient countries. For instance, the Fu Shu venerate in the Da Fu ancient country, who possesses the battle strength akin to an invincible great saint of the chaos void, is not alone there. It's not that the beings of the chaos void are inferior to those of the origin world, but rather that the attitude of the 12th layer lives in the two-dimensional worlds towards lower-level beings is different. The 13th layer ancestors of the origin world tend to value them greatly, even worry over them extensively. Whereas the 13th layer time lives of the chaos void are somewhat laissez-faire. If the 13th layer time lives of the chaos void left many legacies and provided opportunities like possessions, it's believed that the chaos void would also birth invincible great saints. My power. Lin Yuan carefully sensed for a while. Reaching the chaos ruled Third Realm. For Lin Yuan, the direct enhancement in strength isn't too significant or exaggerated. But the indirect enhancement is immeasurable. Firstly, there's the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao. At this moment, Lin Yuan clearly perceives that the time for the giant egg gestating within his internal universe to fully evolve the chaotic Taiji Dao is essentially within 10 years. 10 years. Lin Yuan was excited. The Chaos Taiyin Taiyang Taiji Dao has been the path he chose since the second layer, which can be said to be the final Dao fruit he has been cultivating all along. This Dao fruit did not disappoint Lin Yuan. While other great saints and great lords need only the Chaos First Realm to evolve their chaotic power paths, the chaotic Taiji Dao requires the pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm to reach the threshold of evolution. This is already due to Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight. If it were other strong beings, they probably wouldn't start evolving until they reached a Third Realm comprehension of chaos. Chaos ruled Third Realm? Only starting to evolve the chaotic power path then? For a Chaos Great Saint, this isn't a good thing. Because the Chaos Third Realm is extremely difficult to reach, and before evolving the chaotic power path, no matter how high the rule comprehension is, it is equivalent to a peak venerate. Even in the 6 ancient countries where rule comprehension is easier, generally, only the top peak venerables can achieve the Third Realm of chaos rule comprehension. And without evolving the chaotic power path, one isn't even a great lord, making the transition exceedingly difficult. That is Lin Yuan. Although he has not followed the path of chaos rule evolution, his foundation in other aspects is so strong that it compensates for the gap in chaos rule evolution power with the other great saint venerables. The Third Realm of chaos rule, in addition to significantly accelerating the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao, it also has a profound impact in other areas, such as the time to step into the chaos realm. Currently, what restrains Lin Yuan from breaking through to the chaos realm is that all aspects have not yet reached their limit. Like the breakthrough of the flesh, the universe within the soul body, and so on. And as chaos nurtures all things, the chaos rule of the Third Realm allows Lin Yuan to improve rapidly in all aspects. In addition, it also helps in the cultivation of the third layer of infinite void, as higher-level insights into chaos rule of the basic cosmic structure become easier and more relaxed. In the source world, within the treasure land, Lin Yuan's true self did not search for the central core pillars of the treasure land. In the span of 1,000 years, 70 to 80 peak venerable level powerhouses from 6 major ancient countries continuously searched, and have basically already refined the core pillars. The current ranking of core pillar refinement for each major ancient country is as follows. Dafu Ancient Country, 72 pillars. Barbaric Wilderness Country, 54 pillars. Fierce Sun Ancient Country, 52 pillars. Daling Ancient Country, 45 pillars. Thunderclap Ancient Country, 38 pillars. Xuanian Ancient Country, 38 pillars. The ranking for refining core pillars among the ancient countries, with Dafu Ancient Country, indisputably in first place. This did not come as a surprise to the numerous peak venerables, since with Fushu Venerable of Dafu Ancient Country making a move, the top peak venerables from other ancient countries would generally yield. Even though these top peak venerables carry their respective ancient countries' trump cards, they won't use them lightly. This barbaric wilderness country. Lin Yuan's expression displayed slight surprise, as the peak venerables of barbaric wilderness country were utterly desperate in competing for the core pillars, to the point that the Red Flame Venerable had to repeatedly give up the discovered core pillars. The top peak venerables of barbaric wilderness country only retreat slightly when they encounter Fushu Venerable. But when facing the top peak venerables of other ancient countries, they have a do-or-die attitude. However, this first-class treasure land, the number of core pillars actually exceeds 300? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Based on previously learned information, the usual number of core pillars for first-class treasure lands is about 100 to 200. 300? Very rare. Among the currently known first-class treasure lands, only 6 had core numbers surpassing 300 when they first emerge. 300 core pillars. There should also be giant core pillars completely integrated into space-time within this treasure land. Lin Yuan thought to himself, deducing this conclusion from those 6 treasure lands, each had a giant treasure land core appear at that time. A giant treasure land core far surpasses regular ones, equivalent to 10 ordinary treasure land cores. But unlike ordinary ones, a giant core completely melds with the time-space of the treasure land, impossible to detect no matter how it's searched, only appearing after all cores have been refined. The emergence of a giant core makes quite a commotion, affecting the entire treasure land. The importance of a giant core cannot be understated. It's not just equivalent to 10 ordinary cores, but it's also easier to guard. Lin Yuan thought to himself, currently, each major ancient country holds tens of treasure land core pillars, but there are only 12 peak venerables. How are 12 peak venerables supposed to defend dozens of core pillars? Although a venerable can instantly arrive beside a refined core pillar, if many of them are simultaneously attacked, which one to choose for descent? And the giant core pillar, once refined, allows guarding 10 core pillars with the difficulty of defending just one. Based on the experience from the previous 6 treasure lands, the giant core could appear anywhere in the treasure land, in the central area, or the border area. Both are possible. Lin Yuan silently pondered, simultaneously focusing on sensing the space-time fluctuations around him. Once a giant core pillar emerges, the phenomenon it causes cannot be concealed, allowing one to reach it promptly if detected. Fierce Sun Nation Capital, within an isolated space. The likelihood of my Fierce Sun Ancient Country refining the first giant core pillar is low. The Red Flame Venerable spoke calmly, so there's no need to pay much attention. His words were met with little rebuttal from the other peak venerables. Firstly, due to the vastness of space-time within the treasure land, the giant core pillar might appear anywhere. Considering travel speed, among the 70 to 80 peak venerables from the 6 major ancient countries, none can surpass Dafu Ancient Country's Fushu Venerable. Over 1,000 years, Fushu Venerable has demonstrated his expertise in space-time, able to traverse from one end of the treasure land to the other in a single breath. In other words, once a giant core pillar appears, Fushu Venerable can descend in just one breath. This terrifying speed is unmatched by any top peak venerable. And if Fushu Venerable is the first to refine a giant core pillar, other countries stand little chance. Our aim is the second and third giant core pillars. The Red Flame Venerable stated. Normally, a treasure land birthing more than 300 cores will have 3 giant cores. The previous 6 treasure lands each had 3 giant treasure land cores. Given Fushu Venerable's strength, claiming the first giant core is without difficulty, but attempting to take the second? That would be challenging. Should Fushu Venerable vie for the second giant core, the first one he holds would inevitably face attacks from top peak venerables of other ancient countries. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Thus far, within this treasure land, Fushu Venerable's strength remains indisputably paramount. In fact, beyond just this treasure land, throughout the history of the 6 major ancient countries, among the beings below the founders, Fushu Venerable is considered among the most powerful few. So the first giant core pillar has already been tacitly conceded to Fushu Venerable by the Red Flame Venerable. In the treasure land, Lin Yuan idly hid within a valley meditating. Since the Red Flame Venerable, leader of Fierce Sun Ancient Country's treasure land campaign, has relinquished the contention for the first giant core pillar, Lin Yuan would naturally comply. Moreover, Lin Yuan found the reasoning of the Red Flame Venerable quite sound. There's no need to stubbornly contend with Fushu Venerate. With time only halfway through and not yet at the height of competition, waiting a little longer could be wise. Time slowly drifts by. Then one day, the space-time within the treasure land quivered slightly. A strange wave swiftly swept across all directions. This aura, has the giant core pillar emerged? The presence of this strange wave immediately stirred the peak venerables, stemming from the treasure land itself rather than from the clashes of the strong. In the current state, only the emergence of a giant core pillar could cause such a disturbance. Humph. Countries like Fierce Sun, Thunderclap, and Xuanian have abandoned the fight for the first giant core pillar, but as for my Thunderclap ancient country, we must make a try. What of Fushu Venerable's strength? A figure composed entirely of thunder flipped a hand, revealing a heart formed purely of the power of space-time. With every beat, it aroused threads of space-time force. Go! This thunder figure urged the space-time heart, tearing through layers of space-time, heading toward the place where the giant core pillar emerged. Giant core pillar? It might yet belong to my Daling ancient country. Spirit Prison Venerable's gaze turned profound. At that moment, both his eyes shimmered deep within. Upon sensing the strange wave, his figure disappeared without a trace. Simultaneously, the multitude of peak venerables likewise rushed toward the location of the giant core pillar. Even if they don't plan to compete, they wish to watch from afar. After all, Fushu Venerable will surely make a move. Lin Yuan also perceived this peculiar wave. Compared to the strength of other ancient countries, his perception of the oddity is more intense and clearer, as if right before his eyes. Indeed, it was like that. The location where the giant core pillar arose was right beside him, only a few hundred meters away, almost adjacent. This giant core pillar is right next to me. Lin Yuan looked closely at a heavenly pillar 10 times more majestic than the others, quickly manifesting from the illusion, feeling rather uneasy in his heart. The entire time-space treasure land is vast, and the giant core pillar could have appeared anywhere, yet, it appeared next to Lin Yuan. Such odds are almost like finding a 13th level inheritance while walking down the street. What to do? Lin Yuan looked at the giant core pillar before him, and after just a moment's thought, made a decision. Refine it. Buzz. Lin Yuan activated his outer cosmos and immediately began refining. Fierce Sun Capital, independent space. Red Flame Venerable stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Are you saying that the giant core pillar is right next to you? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. The other numerous peak venerables were also somewhat stunned. They were just pondering where the giant core pillar might appear, yet it turned out to be so close to Galaxy Venerate. I've already started refining it, Lin Yuan said immediately. Yes, you refine it now. I've already rushed over with full effort. Red Flame Venerable said with solemnity. He had originally given up on contending for the first giant core pillar, thinking it unnecessary to fight Fushu Venerate to the death. But that was based on the premise that Fushu Venerate was the first to reach the giant core pillar and refine it first. Forcibly taking the giant core pillar from Fushu Venerate's hands would be too costly, and in the end, whether it could actually be taken was another matter. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Red Flame Venerable chose to give up, which was also the most rational decision. But now, the giant core pillar appeared right next to Lin Yuan. That means Lin Yuan is the first strong person to come into contact with the giant core pillar. In this situation, Red Flame Venerable hesitated almost not at all and chose to compete for this giant core pillar. No choice. This giant core pillar was practically delivered to him. If Red Flame Venerable were to give up again, it would be too timid. 3 breaths, I can use special means to reach you within 3 breaths. You just need to hold on for 2 breaths. Red Flame Venerable said solemnly. The killer weapon he brought from the fierce Sun ancient country, once used, could completely protect this giant core treasure land. By then, if Fu Shu Venerate wanted to forcibly refine the giant core treasure land, a certain price would need to be paid. In this situation, as long as Fu Shu Venerate had some sense, he could completely choose to compete for the next giant core pillar that appeared in the world. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Fu Shu Venerate could arrive in 1 breath, while Red Flame Venerable could arrive in 3 breaths. That means Lin Yuan needs to block Fu Shu Venerate for 2 breaths. Actually, it couldn't be said to block, as long as he could stall Fu Shu Venerate for 2 breaths, making it impossible for him to refine the giant core pillar. That would suffice. Before the giant core pillar, Lin Yuan took only 10 breaths to successfully refine it. All at once, Lin Yuan felt a significant reduction in the suppression of this treasure land time-space over him. At the same time, with the aid of this giant core pillar, his numerous avatars could also descend instantly. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as he saw ripples spreading in the space-time not far away, a man in a dark robe walking out. Fu Shu Venerate? Lin Yuan's expression became solemn. The man in a dark robe was none other than Fu Shu Venerate, an existence on par with the Moyu Tower Master. How come so fast? Lin Yuan felt the pressure, for only 1/10 of a breath had passed, and Fu Shu Venerate was already here? There are 2 possibilities for this. One is that Fu Shu Venerate had concealed his strength, and his true abilities were far beyond what had been shown over the past millennium. The other is that Fu Shu Venerate also happened to be nearby, so his arrival speed exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. You've got quite the luck. Fu Shu Venerate glanced at Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Given his speed, Lin Yuan had not only reached the giant core pillar but had also refined it by the time he arrived. There was only one explanation, that the giant core pillar appeared right by Lin Yuan. But unfortunately, you've encountered me. Before Fu Shu Venerate's words were finished, the surrounding space-time began to grow dim. An aura of all things being void descended. From the moment he arrived to when he spoke the second sentence, less than 1/10,000th of a breath had passed, and Fu Shu Venerate acted directly, not delaying in the slightest. What? Lin Yuan frowned. Under this dark and illusory force, his divine ability world began to collapse and fade. Go away. Fu Shu Venerate struck with his right hand. Lin Yuan's face changed dramatically, his outer cosmos collapsing in an instant, and he was directly blasted away. Swoosh. Fu Shu Venerate took a step, standing next to the giant core pillar, then immediately began refining it. In the blink of an eye, he successfully erased Lin Yuan's imprint and smoothly refined the giant core pillar. Fu Shu Venerate? Lin Yuan looked sullen. From Fu Shu Venerate's arrival until now, only half a breath had passed. Is this the power comparable to an invincible great saint? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Although he wasn't injured, under Fu Shu Venerate's assault, he couldn't resist at all and could only be passively knocked away. The 13th level inheritance Fu Shu Venerate cultivated must be related to time. From the brief engagement just now, Lin Yuan deduced a lot, realizing that when facing Fu Shu Venerate's attack, the concept of time was completely scrambled, leaving him with no intention to actively counter it. He entirely relied on passive defense from his outer cosmos. To withstand my strike without any serious injuries, you did quite well. After successfully refining the giant core pillar, Fu Shu Venerate glanced at Lin Yuan and said with a hint of appreciation. He was well aware of the technique he employed, which could block an enemy's perception of time in an instant, forcing them to withstand several blows unprepared. Under such circumstances, for Lin Yuan to only be knocked away with minor injuries was a testament to his formidable defense, rare even among the top peak venerables. Swish. Suddenly, not far away, slight ripples in time and space emerged. A towering figure appeared, looking at the giant core pillar with a somewhat displeased expression. Fu Shu Venerate, you're quite fast, the towering figure said in a deep voice, having reached there quickly himself. Yet Fu Shu Venerate still arrived a step ahead. Your barbaric wilderness country went to great lengths to compete for this treasured land. Fu Shu Venerate smiled slightly. HMPH. The towering figure snorted coldly and vanished. Had Fu Shu Venerate not refined the giant core pillar before he arrived, he would not have hesitated to contend for it. But now, with Fu Shu Venerate having refined the giant core venerable, there was no point in competing. Swish swish swish. Next, more figures appeared, gazing from afar at the giant core pillar. Fu Shu Venerate has refined it. As expected, who can contend with Fu Shu Venerate for the first giant core pillar? Sigh. Let's wait for the next one. The arriving peak venerables conversed among themselves and gradually withdrew. What a pity. Red Flame Venerable shook his head slightly, then looked solemnly at Lin Yuan. But it's not without gains. At least we know that Fu Shu Venerate cultivates more than one 13th tier inheritance, including one related to time. Lin Yuan had just recounted to Red Flame Venerable the scenario when Fu Shu Venerate took action. As Lin Yuan speculated, Red Flame Venerable also concluded that Fu Shu Venerate used a 13th tier inheritance related to time. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have had no thought of resistance. It's well known. Although top peak venerables aren't Fu Shu Venerate's match, the gap isn't as vast as imagined. Especially Lin Yuan, whose profound foundation allows him to detonate his outer universe when necessary. He could stall long enough for Red Flame Venerable to arrive. But in reality, Fu Shu Venerate didn't give Lin Yuan the chance to go all out. Don't worry, we never intended to seize the first giant core treasure land anyway. Red Flame Venerate consoled Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded without saying much. In the chaos void, deep within the galaxy chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, reflecting on the gap between himself and a powerhouse like Fu Shu Venerate. Compared to these peak-level individuals, wielding more than one 13th tier method, my advantage is almost wiped out, Lin Yuan assessed himself. In terms of 13th tier methods, Lin Yuan had the Infinite Void inheritance and the divine ability, Fierce Sun Opening the Sky, which together equated to two 13th tier methods. But Fu Shu Venerate also possessed them. Fu Shu Venerate had advantages that Lin Yuan didn't, such as the path of evolution through chaos power, and the advantage in terms of realm, among others. And powerhouse like Fu Shu Venerate wasn't the only one in Dafu Ancient Country. Even other 5 major ancient countries, like Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Xuanian Ancient Country, had them too. However, such powerhouses had nothing else to seek and were mostly preparing to make that leap. Even if a new top-tier treasure land emerged, they couldn't be persuaded to act. Fu Shu Venerate came here purely because he happened to have nothing else to do. Take it slowly, I still have plenty of room for improvement. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts without any feelings of frustration. Next, Lin Yuan continued his cultivation. Infinite Void. Lin Yuan focused on cultivating the third layer of this 13th tier inheritance, feeling he was close to achieving it, which would lead to a transformation of his inner universe. Just then a dong, dong, dong dong dong. A deep and powerful sound suddenly emerged. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, immediately halting his cultivation of Infinite Void, and his consciousness incarnated to the highest point of his inner universe. Here, chaos chi floated, myriad chaos rule essences writhed, and a massive egg entirely composed of chaos chi quietly floated there. Dong dong dong. A deep sound emanated from within the egg, as if evolving to give birth to something. Is my chaotic Taiji Dao about to materialize? Lin Yuan carefully observed the giant egg. Over time, cracking sounds appeared continuously on the egg, and numerous cracks surfaced, finally releasing forces of black and white that were distinctly separate yet mutually integrated. The black and white forces continued to merge, containing the extreme powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. This terrifying aura naturally spread with the black and white power, instantly crushing layers of time and space, even causing large swaths of chaos chi to collapse. What is this power? The red-clad little girl resting against a jade gourd was suddenly startled awake, sensing an oppressive force that surpassed the pressure felt by any previous cultivator of the Infinite Void inheritance. The girl in red looked around, trying to capture the source of oppression, but felt the vastness of the world beyond her gaze. Infinite Void has been inherited for endless ages, experienced by successive cultivators, with some even cultivating it to the 5th layer, reaching the power to overlook the entire chaos void as an invincible great saint. The girl in red was well aware of the pressure of an invincible great saint, but compared to this moment, it still seems slightly inferior. What is going on? The girl in red kept observing, her thoughts spreading, and her first thought was whether Lin Yuan had become an invincible great saint. But she immediately dismissed it, first because Lin Yuan wasn't even in the chaos realm, so how could he talk of being an invincible great saint? Secondly, the internal universe she sensed had not undergone more intricate microscopic restructuring. It was evident that the third layer of infinite void was not yet accomplished. In this situation, the girl in red was curious about what means Lin Yuan used to produce a transformation that even made her feel oppressively transformed. Did he master the second 13th grade inheritance? Mastery here is not an entry point, but like infinite void, at least trained to the fifth layer. But this is equally as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A 13th grade inheritance is not a roadside cabbage, easily mastered. Each 13th grade inheritance has numerous preconditions. This point is evident from how many years Lin Yuan has cultivated infinite void, still remaining at the second layer. Moreover, the girl in red faintly felt that the oppression she captured at this moment was definitely not due to the power transformation from mastering some inheritance. This pressure is related to the transformation of life's essence or the compensation of one's Tao, like the ultimate leap of an 11th grade life into the 12th grade, or the utmost sublimation of one's Tao, etc. The giant egg composed of chaos rule veins was momentarily crumbling, and a large amount of intertwined black and white power overflowed, converging before Lin Yuan. Is this the chaotic power path that I have evolved? Lin Yuan gazed at the black and white forces before him, feeling both familiar and strange. This was an entirely new rule of power he'd never mastered, yet Lin Yuan had an illusion of having it innately. A large amount of black and white power continuously intertwined and fused. Each thread of black and white power contained the vast rule essence Lin Yuan mastered, and finally, as the chaos giant egg completely shattered, all the black and white power finally converged, forming a black and white crossed Tai Chi diagram. The white part contained endless Tai-Yang power, supremely rigid and yang. The black part was circulating with the perpetual flow of Tai-Yin power, grand and vast. The balance between Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang power formed a perfect equilibrium, fusing and differentiating at every moment. Boomy 1/2 I 1/2 I 1/2. Lin Yuan looked at the Tai Chi diagram before him, feeling his consciousness was roaring. In the moment the Tai Chi diagram took shape, a miniature Tai Chi diagram imprint appeared on Lin Yuan's brow. Not only this cosmic embodiment within but the true self outside, and the primordial spirit embodiments throughout the chaos void, all gathered a Taiji diagram imprint at the brow. Chaos Taiji? Lin Yuan's gaze became unprecedentedly distant and profound. The black and white intersecting Tai Chi diagram before his eyes instantly expanded countless times, merging with his entire internal universe. Lin Yuan's internal universe was measured by trillions of light years, yet the expansion and complete coverage of the Tai Chi diagram took no more than an instant, just Lin Yuan's mere thought, and the Tai Chi diagram had already completed its fusion. Instant arrival upon thought. The moment the boundless Tai Chi diagram merged with the internal universe began to undergo some transformation. Space-time was becoming increasingly perfect, the Tao rules were rapidly being enhanced, and the size of the internal universe started to expand crazily. Why is the evolution of the chaos power path within the chaos void termed a great saint if not a venerable? Because the power of a chaos great saint far surpasses that of a chaos venerable. This supremacy is all-encompassing, deriving from the evolved chaos power path. The chaos great saint, who evolves the chaos power path, will be nourished by the chaos power path in every aspect. Their physical body, soul, spirit, will, and internal universe will all receive a massive uplift. At this moment, although Lin Yuan is not perfectly in the chaos realm, the chaotic Taiji Tao has been smoothly evolved, naturally bringing about a comprehensive transformation and uplift to himself. The changes in the internal universe were immediately perceived by the girl in red. This change? The heart of the girl in red was shaken. The change in the internal universe at this moment was not the kind of transformation practiced by infinite void. Infinite void essentially involves the reorganization of the most microscopic parts of the internal universe, similar to carbon turning into a diamond, The particle compositions of both remain the same. But the transformation of the internal universe at hand is the most direct degree of transformation, from 1 to 2 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. Everything is sublimating and transforming, as if ascending with the rising sun into the sky. Chaos Evolution Power Path. Has the Chaos Evolution Power Path been realized? At this moment, the girl in red finally speculated on key information. The means to cause the internal universe to undergo such a change are not many, especially such a dramatic transformation in a short time. Only a few, such as entering the chaos realm or evolving a chaos power path. Exactly what kind of chaos power path was evolved to cause such a commotion? The girl in red took a deep breath. She was very aware of Lin Yuan's talent and aptitude, and did not doubt the new master evolving the chaos power path. But now, the magnitude of the internal universe's uplift, and the immense pressure she felt, caused her perception to question. What kind of chaotic evolutionary path exhibits such power just in its nascent stage? Outside, deep within the chaos continent of the galaxy, Lin Yuan was deeply immersed in his comprehensive transformation, feeling the impact of the chaotic Taiji Dao on him, like a giant pillar supporting everything. The Tai Chi diagram mark on Lin Yuan's brow slowly rotated, with an inexplicable ripple centered on Hema. Spreading in all directions, toward heaven and earth. Toward the chaos void. Is this imprinting my Dao into this chaos void? Lin Yuan considered thoughtfully. The birth of any chaos great saint would undergo this process, imprinting their Dao onto chaos. It's also a kind of anchor point, a Dao beacon. Lin Yuan did not interfere. Imprinting one's Dao into chaos connected with the chaos void, and such a connection could have some effects even if one fell into a time loop. Whether imprinting one's Dao into chaos or spreading the paths of one's evolution, the goal is to establish anchor points, Dao beacons. But to break through the time loop, it mainly falls on oneself. These methods at most provide auxiliary effects. However, for Lin Yuan, he would certainly not pass up any means to aid in breaking through the time loop, striving to elevate external conditions to the highest before addressing anything else. The chaotic Taiji Dao swiftly merged into the boundless void. At that moment, special entities in various hidden places within the chaos void seemed to sense something, gazing distantly towards the direction of the chaos continent of the galaxy. Is a chaos great saint being born, imprinting their Dao into chaos? A new path of chaotic evolutionary power is being born. But is this really a newly born path of chaotic power? How is it much more terrifying than some peerless great saints? The special entities were somewhat incredulous. As special entities, they are mostly related to the 13th realm, like the Eye of Myriad Laws, or spirits of various mysterious places, etc. Their ancientness bore witness to the rise and fall of many chaos great saints, peerless great saints, and even invincible great saints. Usually, the imprinting of one's Dao by a chaos great saint would not draw their attention. But now, as the chaotic Taiji Dao continued to diffuse and imprint, the whole chaos void was undergoing some subtle and significant changes, which shocked many special entities. It's the Galaxy Great Saint, who not long ago suppressed several other chaos great saints in the Xuanwang universe. At that time, the power of the Galaxy Great Saint was only near that of a peerless great saint. Immediately, a special entity recognized Lin Yuan, the severed long blade. This Galaxy Great Saint must have cultivated the 13th realm legacy representing foundational heritage, which allowed sweeping over other chaos great saints without having evolved a path of chaotic power. That legacy, truly remarkable. But reaching near peerless great saint without evolving a path of chaotic power, and now evolving such a formidable path of chaotic power, isn't that directly a peerless great saint? The special entities communicated amongst themselves. With their long-lived experiences, they showed little interest in ordinary great saints. However, an invincible great saint? Only one emerges after a long cosmic era. Every invincible great saint leaves a unique imprint in the chaos void, naturally earning a high regard from these special entities. Especially an unconventional invincible great saint like Lin Yuan? Just evolved a path of chaotic power, already deemed an invincible great saint? This kind of elevation and transformation might not have happened since the inception of the chaos void. This Galaxy Great Saint, as long as nothing unexpected happens, growing smoothly, can rank among the top 5, or even top 3, of all invincible great saints in the history of our chaos void. A special entity expressed with astonishment. The condition for the birth of an invincible great saint is to sweep across all great saints of the era, earning the respect and submission of numerous great saints. Thus two invincible great saints theoretically would not face each other to determine victory. However, in the hearts of many special entities, they still ranked the previously born invincible great saints, but without exception, Lin Yuan's current performance, even among invincible great saints, was extraordinarily dazzling, even unfathomable. Galaxy Great Saint? Amidst numerous special entities, the Eye of Myriad Laws was filled with emotion, long convinced that Lin Yuan at the very least would become an invincible great saint, but this day came so soon. And growing smoothly in the future, ranking among the top 5 or even top 3 of all invincible great saints in the history of the Chaos Void? Don't underestimate this top 5 or top 3. The Chaos Void has nurtured countless freakish and monstrous beings over endless ages, and ranking among the top 5 or top 3 is quite extraordinary. This includes some special periods when 13th realm time entities took personal interest and cultivated disciples themselves, etc. Deep within the chaos continent of the galaxy. After evolving a path of chaotic power, Lin Yuan's perception significantly enhanced, noticing subtle feelings of being watched the moment he imprinted his Tao into chaos. Is it those special entities? Lin Yuan did not pay much attention, regarding the Moyu Tower Master or Xuanwang as merely being wary of those special entities. Fear? Absolutely none. For these special entities cannot actively take action. As long as you don't provoke them, there will be no issues, and even if provoked, their backing 13th realm time entities may not necessarily pay attention. My current strength. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. After the intense initial transformation, his pace of improvement gradually slowed, though even this slower pace was one that ordinary chaos great saints could not potentially rival. The extent of enhancement from a chaos great saint evolving a path of chaotic power depends on the path itself. Most chaos great saints' paths differ slightly, making their enhancements similar. But Lin Yuan? The prerequisite requirement for the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao Light, a comprehension of the second realm, was already beyond reach for nearly all chaos great saints. This second realm peak here solely refers to Lin Yuan, but for other beings, without against heaven's understanding, one must reach the third realm. Inner universe. Beside the jade gourd, a girl in red stood, feeling the changes in each instant of the spacetime great Tao, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yuan's figure coalesced beside her, smiling as he looked at the girl in red. What kind of chaotic power path did you evolve? The girl in red couldn't resist asking. What kind of chaotic power path? Lin Yuan pondered briefly, then said, I call it Chaos Taiji. The moment he finished speaking, the girl in red saw Lin Yuan raise his right hand, with black and white interwoven breaths swirling, although only at the fingertips, yet its influence radiated through layers of spacetime. Chaos Taiji? This should be the strongest path of chaotic power I have seen? The girl in red added hastily after speaking, as if struck by a thought, except for the old master. In her words, the old master naturally referred to the creator of the infinite void, that 13th realm time entity. Certainly, I cannot compare with the great time entities. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. The more he cultivated, the more he felt the gap with the 13th realm. Lin Yuan, comprehending the 13th realm weapon sky void tripod, experiencing the retained imprints within, knew a trace of power from a 13th realm time entity could utterly destroy myriad void domains. Is there any eternal gold left? Lin Yuan looked at the girl in red, and asked. Eternal gold is a special metal material used specifically to measure the strength of one's inner universe. Previously, when Lin Yuan cultivated to around the second layer of infinite void, he measured the level of his inner universe with this metal. There are still some. The girl in red nodded. Why do you need eternal gold? With a faint smile, Lin Yuan calmly replied, I want to know how strong I am now. Lin Yuan, having evolved the chaotic Taiji Dao, was very sure that his strength had completely surpassed that of a transcendent great saint. Yet, whether he had reached the level of an invincible great saint remained uncertain. The gap between a transcendent great saint and an invincible great saint was vast. In those years, the Xuanwang could easily drive the great saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin great saint. Such transcendent great saints, to a dead end, finally forcing them to reincarnate. Even among the 6 ancient countries of the origin world, the strongest venerables who were comparable to the invincible great saints, such as the Fushu Venerate, were far superior to the topmost peak venerables. Before the Fushu Venerate, Lin Yuan didn't even have the chance to fight back, only passively enduring the blows, as the power and methods mastered by the opponent were far beyond what Lin Yuan could handle. So now, Lin Yuan was very curious about his own strength. Was he close to being an invincible great saint? Or had he completely stepped into the realm of the invincible great saint? Want to know how strong you are? The girl in red slightly twitched the corner of her mouth upon hearing this. If she weren't so clear about Lin Yuan's character, and knowing this inheritor of the infinite void had just undergone a transformation, she would have doubted the truth of his words. Okay. The girl in red nodded, then flipped her hand. Instantly, the jade gourd trembled slightly, and a piece of eternal essence gold, about hundreds of meters large, flew out, hovering in front of Lin Yuan. Penetrate this piece of eternal essence gold, and you probably possess the strength of the 5th layer of the infinite void, the girl in red said. The infinite void has 7 layers in total, with the 7th being a theoretical level, while the 5th layer. Normally, cultivating the 13th level legacy to the 5th layer would grant one the strength to traverse the chaos void and become an invincible great saint. As for the 6th layer, few cultivators of the infinite void have reached the 6th layer. Penetrate? Lin Yuan looked at the eternal essence gold in front of him. The 2nd layer threshold of the infinite void requires leaving a trace over 10 centimeters deep on the eternal essence gold. But the 5th layer requires penetrating a piece of eternal essence gold hundreds of meters large, a significant difference indeed. Rustle. The power of the inner universe circulated, with a magnificent black and white Tai Chi diagram faintly appearing and disappearing. The 100-meter large eternal essence gold in front of Lin Yuan quickly twisted and disintegrated. Within a single breath, the entire piece of eternal essence gold was pierced through, with the remaining parts continually collapsing. Such power? The girl in red took a deep breath. She almost didn't feel any power fluctuations, yet the eternal essence gold was pierced through, indicating a complete restraint of power. This meant that Lin Yuan hadn't used his full power. Once he strikes with full force, it would be challenging to perfectly contain all the power. Your inner universe now has reached the level of the 5th layer of the infinite void. No, it's approaching the 6th layer. Your strength has fully stepped into the realm of the invincible great saint, the girl in red quickly said, while looking somewhat distressed at the pierced through eternal essence gold. The eternal essence gold, left by the creator of the infinite void, is limited, and usually, the girl in red would only take out a meter or 2 at most. If Lin Yuan's strength weren't so terrifying, she wouldn't have brought out such a large piece. Invincible great saint? Lin Yuan steadied his mind. At the same time, thinking of the Xuanwang and the Moyu Tower Master. When his own homeland universe was so weak, he knew of these 2 absolute powerhouses, and now, he finally reached their level of strength. Certainly, the Xuanwang finally forcefully broke free from the time loop, surpassing the boundary of the 12th level, no longer within the normal level range. What do you plan to do next? The girl in red retracted the eternal essence gold, asked curiously. First, finish cultivating the 3rd layer of the infinite void, Lin Yuan said. He had been cultivating the 3rd layer for a long time, and evolving into the chaotic Taiji Dao had led to a profound transformation of his inner universe, greatly advancing the cultivation of this 13th level legacy. The 3rd layer of the infinite void? The girl in red looked at Lin Yuan, suddenly realizing that this inheritor hadn't yet finished the 3rd layer of the infinite void. Having such strength without completing the 3rd layer, if he completes the 3rd layer, how many layers will that compare to? The 6th layer. After chatting with the girl in red for a few more sentences, Lin Yuan began wholeheartedly cultivating the 3rd layer of the infinite void. The cultivation of this 13th level legacy is essentially a micro-physical restructuring and reorganization of the inner universe, which is much easier under the control of the chaotic Taiji Dao. Plus, Lin Yuan had already cultivated halfway through the 3rd layer of the infinite void. Therefore, it only took 1 or 2 years. The inner universe of Lin Yuan underwent another transformation. On the infinite micro level, the structure of the inner universe was becoming perfectly complete. The 3rd layer is completed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, overlooking the vast inner universe. Not to mention how stable the spacetime Tao rules of this universe were, simply its diameter size, having gone through two transformations, first evolving into the chaotic Taiji Tao, and then completing the third layer of the infinite void. Lin Yuan's inner universe reached 500 trillion light-years. 500 trillion light-years, far surpassing the naturally born universe within the chaos void. Even among transcendent great saints, having such a large inner universe is extremely rare. This is still based on the premise that Lin Yuan's inner universe isn't specialized in size or area. I suppose my current strength could be considered strong among the invincible great saints? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The chaos void is different from the origin world, where the invincible great saints are solitary, not easily comparable. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan took out the second layer weapon, the sky void tripod, pondering the endless rules and great Tao contained within it, while the cosmos within his flesh and soul body continued to elevate until it reached its growth limit. At that time, it would be when Lin Yuan crosses into the chaos realm. Fang Yuan world. In the treasured land. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling the explosive growth of his own strength. By developing a path of chaos power, mastering the third layer of infinite void, his true self's inherent potential in this Fang Yuan world also experienced a significant enhancement. The spacetime suppression in this treasured land can no longer restrict me. Lin Yuan observed the surrounding spacetime. The newly emerged treasured land, connected to the origin source of Fang Yuan world, produces extremely strong spacetime suppression, which greatly reduces the range of investigation of heavenly venerate level experts, and equally plummets the distance of spacetime traversal. A peak venerable wishing to traverse the entire treasured land can't rely solely on their own power. It would take considerable time, and only someone like Fu Shu venerate, the strongest venerable, could traverse the treasured land in a single breath. But now, Lin Yuan had already realized that the spacetime suppression of this treasured land couldn't contain him, meaning Lin Yuan could also traverse the entire treasured land in a single breath just like Fu Shu venerate. Even more swiftly. Fu Shu venerate? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking towards a direction. That was the location where the first giant core pillar emerged, and back then Lin Yuan was just beside it, having the earliest opportunity to refine the giant core pillar. However, this opportunity was seized by the later arriving Fu Shu venerate. At that time, Lin Yuan had no ability to resist in front of Fu Shu venerate and was directly slapped away. In the capital of the fierce sun ancient country, in independent space. Everyone, next we must face the strong of other ancient countries to seize the core pillars head-on. Red Flame Venerable spoke gravely. Having been in the treasured land for over 1,000 years, by now most of the unmastered core pillars have been refined by the strong of various ancient countries. To continue refining more core pillars now, one must snatch those already refined pillars from other ancient countries. Okay, no problem. Kai Yan, who do you plan to strike first? The peak venerables nodded. They had long been prepared. Entering the treasured land 1,000 years ago? That was the warm-up. The mutual scrambles between ancient country powers were just superficial engagements. In the 500 years after the millennium, the intensity of scrambles would rapidly increase, and the last 500 years would be the period of fiercest competition, during which all peak venerables would exert their full effort, and the heritage weapons of various ancient countries would be unleashed. Red Flame Venerable nodded, suddenly looking at Lin Yuan, softly inquiring, Galaxy, what do you think? As one of the only 4 top peak venerables in this fierce sun ancient country, Red Flame Venerable regarded Galaxy Venerate with importance. What do you think? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback, pondered, and then said, could we wait a while longer? Wait a while longer? Red Flame Venerable was puzzled. The other numerous peak venerables were also slightly surprised. Why wait a while longer? I plan to. Lin Yuan grinned and said, take back that giant core pillar. Giant core pillar. One by one, the peak venerables of Dafu ancient country sat cross-legged. The importance of the giant core pillar was too high, even though it had been refined by Fu Shu venerate. Other strong of Dafu ancient country would also send a main battle physical body to guard at all times, to respond to any variables. In this competition for the treasured land, our Dafu ancient country occupies 72 refined core pillars, plus this set of giant core pillars, making a total of 82. Leading the second-place barbaric wilderness country by nearly 30 core pillars. The many peak venerables of Dafu ancient country were relaxed, now that their country had an absolute advantage, even if the two giant core pillars that emerge later fall into the hands of a single ancient country. The number of refined core pillars occupied couldn't surpass Dafu ancient country. Moreover, the probability of the two giant core pillars falling into the hands of one ancient country is too low. Even Dafu ancient country wasn't confident, let alone other ancient countries. Still relying on Fushu Venerate, if it weren't for Fushu Venerate, this giant core pillar would have probably fallen into the hands of Fierce Sun ancient country. Indeed, that Galaxy Venerate of Fierce Sun ancient country sure was lucky, with the giant core pillar descending right next to him, if not for Fushu Venerate's supreme strength. Tisk. What good is luck? Didn't Fushu Venerate still slap him away? The peak venerables of Dafu ancient country casually conversed. As one of the oldest ancient countries, they had a subtle superiority when facing same-tier experts from other ancient countries, even when facing someone like Galaxy Venerate, the first to excavate ancestral bloodline to the Venerate level. What is an ancestral bloodline at the Venerate level worth? At this moment a young man appeared near this giant core pillar. The young man had a faint black and white Taiji diagram mark on his forehead, the black and white auras swirling, appearing openly in the sight of all the stationed peak venerables of Dafu ancient country. He just stood there quietly, without any words or actions. Yet it made many of the peak venerables of Dafu ancient country's hearts tremble, regardless of strength, whether top peak venerables or ordinary ones. All felt their minds unsettled, feeling suffocated. Fierce Sun capital, isolated space. Red Flame Venerable stared blankly at Lin Yuan. The eyes of the other peak venerables were similar, looking at Lin Yuan with incredulity. Take back the giant core column. Currently, that giant core column has been occupied and refined by Fushu Venerate, this strongest venerable of the 6 ancient nations. With a single thought he could descend. Moreover, beside the giant core column, there must be other peak venerables of the Dafu ancient nation guarding with their main battle bodies. Even if the Fierce Sun ancient country were to throw everything against Dafu ancient country, using all ancient country weapons, the chance of taking down that giant core column is extremely low. Let alone Lin Yuan going there alone. Galaxy, do not be impulsive, Red Flame Venerable immediately said. Fushu Venerate's strength is unfathomable. He has the ability to kill top-tier peak venerables. Previously, Lin Yuan was able to survive against Fushu Venerate because this strongest venerable focused most of his attention on refining the giant core pillar, not paying attention to Lin Yuan, just smacking him away without any follow-up. But now, if Lin Yuan dares to go alone to that giant core column, Fushu Venerate would surely not mind taking action. Strictly speaking, the Fierce Sun ancient country, for the Dafu ancient country, is also a threat. Being able to eliminate a top-tier peak venerable ahead of time would be very advantageous for the Dafu ancient country. I know Fushu Venerate is very strong, Lin Yuan nodded. The strongest venerables of the 6 ancient nations are comparable to the invincible great saints of the Chaos Void. This level of powerhouse either possesses absolute overwhelming advantages, such as mastering the 5th layer of Infinite Void, Invincible Great Saint, whose internal universe compared to the same level Great Saint is not just 1,000 times stronger. Or they grasp special rule means, like Fushu Venerate's chaotic time techniques, ordinary top-tier peak venerables can only passively take the hit. Rest assured, since I dare to go, I must have confidence. Lin Yuan looked at the numerous peak venerables. I've had a slight breakthrough in my power. I should not be weaker than Fushu Venerate. As soon as these words were spoken, Red Flame Venerable and other Fierce Sun ancient country peak venerables were shocked. Not weaker than Fushu Venerate? Isn't that the level of the strongest venerable? Galaxy Venerate has already reached this realm? Red Flame Venerable and other peak venerables found it hard to believe. Galaxy Venerate's ancestral bloodline excavated to the venerable level, if in an immensely distant future, when one's venerable level bloodline grows to the limit. Reaching the level of the strongest venerable is still hopeful. But how long after Lin Yuan stepped into the heavenly venerable realm? Though Red Flame Venerables found it somewhat unbelievable, looking at Lin Yuan's expressions and tone, they chose to trust. Galaxy Venerate, why don't you wait a bit longer? Until I arrive? Although my power is not comparable to Fushu Venerate, I carry numerous foundation weaponry, enough to restrain and counter that Fushu Venerate. Red Flame Venerate immediately said, if Lin Yuan's strength truly isn't weaker than Fushu Venerate, and their fierce Sun Ancient country deployed fully, there really is a great chance to take down that giant core column. No need. Lin Yuan immediately refused. This time, with his breakthrough in strength, he indeed has the thought of redeeming himself and retaking the giant core column. But there's no need to bring out all the trump cards and foundation of fierce Sun Ancient country, which are reserved for the last few hundred or even decades of the contest over treasure lands. Alright. Red Flame Venerate nodded, not insisting. He believed Lin Yuan must have a plan, outside the giant core column. The air of heaven and earth felt like a quagmire, with black and white energies swirling. If viewed from millions of miles above, one would find at this moment, centered on the giant core column, a massive black and white yin-yang Tai Chi diagram slowly forming. Peak venerables from Dafu Ancient country couldn't help but feel suffocated. They looked at Lin Yuan with extreme solemnity, as if facing a formidable enemy. As the instinct of the strong, they realized that the young man far away was terrifying. Just by standing there without any aura emitted, made their numerous peak venerables' hearts tremble. What kind of power is this? Galaxy Venerate, is he the Galaxy Venerate from fierce Sun Ancient country? Some peak venerables from Dafu Ancient country recognized Lin Yuan. In fact, other venerables also simultaneously recognized Lin Yuan, but had no time to think deeply. Galaxy Venerate, be quick to leave, this is my Dafu Ancient country's territory. Fuyu Venerate said solemnly, putting most of his focus around. He felt Galaxy Venerate dared to appear here must have a certain confidence. Perhaps other top-tier peak venerables from fierce Sun Ancient country are ambushing nearby. That oppressive aura making their hearts shiver might be sourced from here? Is it? Lin Yuan looked distantly at that imposing giant core column, smiling and said, if you yield this pillar now, you can live. Yield the pillar? Fuyu Venerate stared at Lin Yuan. There's always been only Dafu Ancient country treating other ancient countries like this. Since when does fierce Sun Ancient country dare treat Dafu Ancient country this way? Galaxy Venerate, let me come and meet you. At this point, Fuyun Venerable stepped out, looked at Lin Yuan with cold eyes. Fuyun Venerable is Dafu Ancient country's top-tier peak venerable. In terms of strength, he's by no means weaker than Lin Yuan before his breakthrough. Rumble. Time and space around Fuyun Venerable transformed into clouds, rapidly enveloping toward Lin Yuan. This is also Fuyun Venerable's attack method, using clouds to erode enemies. Even top-tier peak venerables of the same class must be suppressed by these layers of clouds. Fuyu Venerate and other peak venerables merely watched coldly, not taking action themselves. In the eyes of the peak venerable of the Dafu Ancient country, the fact that the Galaxy Venerate dared to appear here certainly means he has confidence and backup, most likely from other peak venerables of the fierce Sun Ancient country. To deal with the Galaxy Venerate, Fuyun Venerate is enough. The attention of Fuyu Venerate and the other peak venerables should be on the other peak venerables of the fierce Sun Ancient country lurking around. Is it Kai Yan and the others who have used the ultimate weapon? Fuyu Venerate wondered to himself, becoming more cautious. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate weapon of a great ancient country would surely be kept for last. Firstly, the real killer move should be used at a critical moment. Secondly, the ultimate weapon is incredibly precious, and using it means having less of it. The ultimate weapon is reserved for the end, used based on the final situation. If there is hope to seize the treasured land, naturally the ultimate weapon can be used. If there is no hope to seize the treasured land, naturally there is no need to continue the investment and effort. But who knows what the fierce Sun Ancient country is thinking? In case they plan to use the ultimate weapon now, Fuyu Venerate must consider this extreme scenario. Galaxy Venerate, I've long wanted to see you. Fuyun Venerate manipulated a large mass of clouds, intending to crush towards Lin Yuan. This move is a killer move specifically for strong opponents of the same level, first suppressing with clouds, then eroding. However, Fuyun Venerate suddenly found his vision empty, only a terrifying convergence and collision of the black and white yin-yang colors engulfing him, their ominous aura making him feel despair. No, Fuyun Venerate did not have time to react before his physical body, soul, mind, and will swiftly collapsed and perished. Whoosh! Lin Yuan raised his hand and collected the weapon Fu Yun Venerate left behind. Silence. The fall of Fu Yun Venerate plunged all the peak venerables of the Da Fu ancient country into complete silence. Even though the fallen body of Fu Yun Venerate was just a main battle body and not his complete death, it still sent chills down the spines of the other peak venerables. After collecting Fu Yun Venerate's weapon, Lin Yuan glanced at the last position where he stood. Facing me, you still dare to be distracted? Exactly, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that even though Fu Yun Venerate attacked him, he still had a small part of his attention focused on the surroundings. Not only did Fu Yu Venerate believe the fierce Sun ancient country's peak venerables were ambushing nearby, but Fu Yun Venerate also thought so, which naturally meant he wasn't fully focused on Lin Yuan. Of course. Even though Fu Yun Venerate was distracted, he was still a top peak venerable. However, being instantly killed by Lin Yuan was still somewhat unbelievable. Is my chaotic Taiji Dao so powerful, even at just the first level? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Facing the numerous peak venerables of the Da Fu ancient country, naturally, he did not dare hold back, directly using the Chaos Taiji power. This power? Fu Yu Venerate's heart trembled. The path of chaos power he evolved was very special and could slightly see the cause of Fu Yun Venerate's death. A continually intertwining, colliding force of black and white, yin and yang, ultimately shattering everything of Fu Yun Venerate. Do not get distracted, attack the Galaxy Venerate with all your might. Fu Yu Venerate immediately commanded the other peak venerables. At this moment, he vaguely realized that the Galaxy Venerate dared to appear here, perhaps not due to external support, but his own strength. Fu Yun, a top peak venerable, instantly fell to the Galaxy Venerate. How strong is this Galaxy Venerate? The peak venerables of the Da Fu ancient country felt uneasy, but none of them thought of fleeing. The giant core heavenly pillar was right behind them. Who dared to flee? And the fact that the Galaxy Venerate could kill Fu Yun Venerate doesn't mean he could do the same to them, especially since the numerous peak venerables were already highly prepared for this. How has this Galaxy Venerate's strength increased so much? Among the peak venerables of the Da Fu ancient country, Fu Dang Venerate also stared intently at Lin Yuan, looking shocked. Upon first entering the treasured land, Fu Dang Venerate once tried to seize the core heavenly pillar discovered by Red Lotus Venerable. Then Lin Yuan arrived and completely took down one of his main battle bodies. At that time, Lin Yuan's oppression on Fu Dang Venerate was significant but not as insurmountable as now. Form the battle formation. Just as Fu Yu Venerate's words fell, the remaining 10 peak venerables of the Da Fu ancient country connected faintly, wisps of chaos chi swirling, incorporating the power of all the peak venerables into a grand cycle. The application of chaos rule? Lin Yuan scrutinized the scene. Back in the battlefield between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, Lin Yuan had discovered that the war machines of various ancient countries could completely fuse the power of thousands or even tens of thousands of different strong warriors into one. The fundamental reason was that the chaos rule governed all forces. And at this moment, the power of 10 peak venerables, including 5 top peak venerables, was completely integrated into a grand cycle, surging forward and crushing everything. This was done by leveraging the chaos rule, even surpassing the essence of the chaos third realm. After all, wanting to fully integrate the power of 10 peak venerables was not something easily accomplished. Galaxy Venerate, take this strike of mine. Fu Dang Venerate felt an unprecedented strength, as his aura merged with the other 4 peak venerables, becoming even stronger than ordinary top peak venerables. Together with the other 4 top peak venerables, forming a cycle, he felt that nothing in the world could block him. Only strength. Lin Yuan silently observed Fu Dang Venerate. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed a finger, strands of black and white yin-yang taiji power extending from his fingertip towards Fu Dang Venerate. Boom! An invisible space-time barrier suddenly formed on Fu Dang Venerate's body surface, a protection from the other 9 venerables' power. Yet Lin Yuan's finger tore through everything, the universe turning into 2 colors, black and white, filled with yin-yang taiji. In an instant, the black and white yin-yang taiji power pierced through the space-time barrier, obliterating Fu Dang Venerate's body and soul instantly. Not only that, the remaining black and white yin-yang taiji power continued to extend towards the other 9 peak venerables along the invisible connections. Not good. Fu Yu Venerate's expression changed drastically, immediately severing the connection with the other peak venerables. The 4 top peak venerables also severed the connection promptly, but the remaining 4 peak venerables reacted a bit slower, touched by the black and white yin-yang taiji power, causing their bodies and souls to start collapsing and disappearing. In a short time, in just a few breaths, originally 11 peak venerables of the Da Fu ancient country fell, 6 of them, leaving only 5. Galaxy Venerate, what exactly is your strength now? Fu Yu Venerate felt a chill, staring straight at Lin Yuan, seemingly with some speculation, yet unwilling to voice it. Those who block me shall die. Lin Yuan didn't bother to speak further, striding towards the massive core celestial pillar. Fu Yu Venerate and other top peak venerables exchanged looks, their auras once again merging together. Stop him. Fu Yu Venerate gritted his teeth, his inner aura beginning to boil, clearly using various desperate combat techniques. The other 4 top peak venerables did the same, for the massive core celestial pillar behind them was claimed and refined by the Da Fu ancient country, crucial not just for being a pillar, but also representing dignity and respect. If outsiders still occupied and plundered it under the guard of their numerous peak venerables, it would be a massive blow to the exceptionally proud Da Fu venerables. Boom boom boom. 5 top peak venerables of the Da Fu ancient country launched an all-out attack on Lin Yuan. At this moment, the 5 top peak venerables appeared frenzied, using all sorts of desperate measures, causing the heavenly path to retreat quickly, vanishing, while the surrounding space-time turned into a black hole, with rules not existing. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, halting his steps. Under the desperate measures of the top peak venerables, he couldn't completely ignore them, especially when these 5 top peak venerables used terrifying methods stemming from the ancient Da Fu ancient country. After a breath, one top peak venerable was shattered by Lin Yuan with a slap. Half a breath later, another top peak venerable was crushed under Lin Yuan's foot. In just 3 to 4 breaths, all 5 top peak venerables were annihilated one by Lin Yuan. And at this moment, Lin Yuan had just arrived in front of the massive core celestial pillar. Before Thesa, those who block the galaxy shall lose both body and soul. A giant core pillar? Lin Yuan looked at the towering pillar before him, his heart stirring with slight ripples. The last time he was here, this giant core pillar had just been born. At that time, he was both joyful and anxious, worried about being unable to protect the giant core pillar. The truth was indeed so, even though he took no more than a tenth of a breath to refine the giant core pillar. But afterwards, Fu Shu Venerate arrived, seizing it with just a slap. And now, Lin Yuan once again stood before this giant core pillar. Unlike last time, this time Lin Yuan felt no anxiety or worry. Fu Shu Venerate. Lin Yuan quietly looked at the giant core pillar for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Haven't you seen enough? Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clothed in dark robes materialized. It was indeed Fu Shu Venerate. Lin Yuan glanced at Fu Shu Venerate without any surprise. In fact, at the moment when Fu Yun Venerable died, Lin Yuan already sensed Fu Shu Venerate's presence. From that moment, this strongest Venerate had been keenly observing him. Later, many peak Venerable fell to Lin Yuan, yet Fu Shu Venerate did not make a move. Why did the last 5 top peak Venerable, including Fu Yun Venerable, fight to the death without retreating? One reason was the dignity and face of Da Fu ancient country. The other was likely Fu Shu Venerate's secret command. Remarkable. Fu Shu Venerate looked at Lin Yuan seriously, his tone slightly in awe. He indeed arrived early but didn't engage, the reason being, he wanted to see Lin Yuan's power and techniques. As for the 11 Da Fu ancient country peak venerable that fell, only their main combat forms perished, not complete obliteration. If using these 11 main combat forms as the price to probe Lin Yuan's true capabilities is worthwhile for Fu Shu Venerate. Your power seems to arise from the chaotic power path you've developed? A path that surpasses the 13th tier legacy? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Fu Shu Venerate wasn't without gains, speaking rather unsteadily right now. Normally, his status as the strongest Venerate is due to mastering one or several 13th tier secret techniques. As for the chaotic power path developed, it's not primary, unable to compare to 13th tier power. But Lin Yuan reversed this, or rather, did not entirely reverse. Fu Shu Venerate also noticed Lin Yuan cultivated a certain 13th tier secret technique, but the enhancement it provided was not superior to the chaotic power path he developed. In the exploration of 13th tier secret techniques, I am not as good as you. Lin Yuan smiled at Fu Shu Venerate. Fu Shu Venerate, hearing this, remained silent. This giant core pillar was refined by me first. Fu Shu Venerate, you've had it for quite a while, shouldn't it be returned? Lin Yuan continued. This time, his purpose here was to reclaim the giant core pillar. Of course, if Fu Shu Venerate's power is too overwhelming, beyond Lin Yuan's capacity to handle, it is not necessary to retrieve it. Return it? Fu Shu Venerate remained silent. If other top peak venerables said this to him, Fu Shu Venerate would not pay attention. However, Lin Yuan, though he wasn't certain precisely how strong Lin Yuan was, he knew for sure Lin Yuan was at the strongest Venerate level. Even in facing Lin Yuan, Fu Shu Venerate felt a sense of pressure. Returning it is possible. Fu Shu Venerate stared at Lin Yuan, speaking up. As long as you, Galaxy Venerate, can take one of my strikes. Fu Shu Venerate said. He didn't wish to fight Lin Yuan to the death over a giant core pillar. With the contested treasure land far from concluded, exhausting one's cards would leave nothing to face the latent lethal weaponry of other ancient countries. Hence, limiting it to one move. Okay. Lin Yuan slightly nodded. Though he wished to engage Fu Shu Venerate, he knew now wasn't the right time. Given his cultivation speed, he could probably enhance his power further before the contest's end, sweeping through this treasure land more assuredly. As for now, Lin Yuan came to see if he could reclaim the giant core pillar, though not necessary to pursue if unsuccessful. At the same time, throughout the treasure land, various peak venerables similarly sensed the time-space fluctuations emanating from the giant core pillar held by Dafu ancient country. What's happening? Why has fighting broken out there? Venerable from various ancient countries gazed distantly towards the giant core pillar's location, perceiving a vast annihilation and collapse of time-space, with even the rules of the Grand Path transforming, deterring close approach. This is the power exerted only when the peak venerables go on a killing spree. Who is it who dares to make a move on the giant core cosmic pillar at this time? The peak venerables were puzzled. That giant core cosmic pillar has already been refined by Fu Shu Venerate, who can appear instantly. To make a move on the giant core cosmic pillar is equivalent to making a move on Fu Shu Venerate. This is not something any ancient country could accomplish. Even in the later stages of the battle for the treasure land, when all the ancient countries deployed their weapons, they planned to unite against Dafu ancient country, hoping to capture the treasure land. But now, the peak venerables were somewhat bewildered, not knowing which ancient country was taking action. That Galaxy Venerate, compared to the puzzled Thunderclap ancient country, Xuanian ancient country, and barbaric wilderness countries' powerful beings, the 11 venerables of Dafu ancient country watched the direction of the giant core cosmic pillar with lingering fears. Their main bodies were completely crushed by Galaxy Venerate, the strength gap like a natural divide making the 11 peak venerables of Dafu ancient country still unable to recover. Fu Yu, that Galaxy Venerate. Fu Yun Venerable looked at Fu Yu Venerate. He was the first peak venerable to fall at the hands of Galaxy Venerate. Although he didn't see much of Lin Yuan's actions, just that moment before death made Fu Yun Venerable speculate. Galaxy Venerate should have crossed into the strongest venerable level. Fu Yu Venerate nodded after a moment of silence. The so-called strongest Venerate is the level where Fu Shu Venerate resides, which is the strongest level historically reached by venerables from all the ancient countries. The other peak venerables had no objections to Fu Yu Venerate's words. If not a strongest Venerate, how could they so easily crush the 11 peak venerables? If not a strongest Venerate, how could it be that Fu Shu Venerate, who had arrived long ago, was unwilling to make a move? If not a strongest Venerate, how could they boldly invade Dafu ancient country to claim the refined giant core cosmic pillar? Strongest Venerate. Fu Yun Venerable took a deep breath. Even in Dafu ancient country, strongest Venerates are extremely rare, with only a few in each era. The vast majority of venerables cannot even reach the peak venerable level, let alone the strongest Venerate. Galaxy Venerate. Is it because of the ancestral bloodline at the Venerate level? Fu Dang Venerate quietly thought, and hearing Fu Yu Venerate say Lin Yuan crossed into the strongest Venerate level, his resentment completely dissipated. "Now, I just hope Fu Shu can fend off the Galaxy Venerate." Fu Yu Venerate sighed, looking towards the direction of the giant core cosmic pillar. The other peak venerables did the same. Did Galaxy Venerate really go to the giant core cosmic pillar? In another part of the treasure land, the peak venerables of Fierce Sun Ancient Country also looked towards the source of spatial fluctuations. Originally in the independent space of the Fierce Sun capital, when they heard Lin Yuan wanted to reclaim the giant core cosmic pillar, although they chose to believe this young Galaxy Venerate, they still had doubts. After all, it was too incredible. A slight breakthrough? Not weaker than Fu Shu Venerate. What a joke. Fu Shu Venerate is the strongest Venerate. Can a breakthrough to strongest Venerate be that easy? Still a slight breakthrough, however, when they felt the battle fluctuations transmitted from the giant core cosmic pillar, they completely confirmed Lin Yuan's words could be true. Galaxy Venerate. Has he become the strongest Venerate? Red Lotus Venerable still found it hard to believe. Before entering the treasure land, Galaxy Venerate once sparred with him, showing peak venerable prowess. Yet in just a short 1,000 years within the treasure land, has he crossed into the strongest venerable directly? In front of the giant core cosmic pillar, Fu Shu Venerate's gaze was deep, and all directions suddenly became illusionary, as if reality transformed into something ethereal. Suppress. Fu Shu Venerate's expression turned solemn. He exerted his full power, raising his right hand to press against Lin Yuan. As his right hand moved, heaven and earth, even the rules turned illusionary, ceasing to exist. Lin Yuan observed closely, the power of yin-yang taiji swirling around his body, faintly forming a tai chi diagram, slowly rotating. As the right hand pressed down, the tai chi diagram remained motionless. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. He vaguely felt changes in time perception. Is it the means that affect the power of time? Lin Yuan thought to himself. When Fu Shu Venerate once slapped him away, he experienced this scene, having no chance to resist. But for me now. Lin Yuan's expression was calm. This technique affecting beings' perception of time is very terrifying, intangible and formless. Sometimes it's unknown when one is hit. But it's not without a solution. If time is likened to a stream, then beings are like floating creatures on the stream, drifting with the flow, at its mercy. But if a being is an immensely heavy stone sunk at the stream's bottom, they naturally can ignore the stream's pace, unaffected by its flow. The current Lin Yuan, with his vast internal cosmos and unfathomable foundation, is equivalent to that stone sunk at the bottom. Fu Shu Venerate's technique affecting time perception cannot shake him. Swoosh. Fu Shu Venerate withdrew his right hand, taking a deep look at Lin Yuan before turning to leave. Though he did not unleash his full techniques, that previous move was indeed his full force, yet it still did not affect Lin Yuan in any way. Fu Shu Venerate realized he could hardly deal with Lin Yuan unless he employed the foundational weaponry given by Da Fu Ancient Country. But what he could employ, Lin Yuan could also employ. If both sides use them, it equates to not using them. Fu Shu Venerate did not wish to engage in such mutual destruction. Left. Lin Yuan watched Fu Shu Venerate turn and leave without much thought, directly beginning to refine the giant core cosmic pillar before him, and in an instant, the giant core cosmic pillar was refined smoothly by Lin Yuan once more. After refining the giant core pillar, Lin Yuan felt a slight sense of mastery over the sacred land in his heart again. Whether it was an ordinary core pillar or a giant core pillar, they were essentially the key nodes of the sacred land. Theoretically speaking, refining all such nodes would equate to controlling the entire sacred land. The Heiyu Nest's core has only 63 locations, whereas this sacred land's core exceeds 300, with 3 giant ones. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without a doubt, this newly birthed sacred land is absolutely one of the most top-tier among all the first-class sacred lands controlled by the 6 ancient countries today. Among the same tier of sacred lands, there are only 6, 3 of which are controlled by the Da Fu Ancient Country. The use of this golden mist is definitely not simple. Lin Yuan thought of the rare treasures nurtured by this sacred land. So far, the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's research on the golden mist still remains at the stage of slowly absorbing it with the fleshly body physique. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of the giant core pillar. He began to review the brief encounter with the Fu Shu Venerate. The Fu Shu Venerate deliberately withdrew, conceding this giant core sacred land, fearing mutual destruction with me, allowing other ancient countries to benefit? Lin Yuan understood the Fushu venerate's intentions very well. With the core pillars already refined and occupied by the Fushu ancient country, this giant core pillar wasn't a necessity. Even if the fierce Sun ancient country obtained this giant core pillar, in terms of the number of refined core pillars, it still couldn't compare to the Dafu ancient country. The Fushu venerate believed the Dafu ancient country still held an absolute advantage, hence there wasn't a need to go all out against Lin Yuan. Just that I and the Fushu venerate. Lin Yuan fell into a brief reflection. The strike from the Fushu venerate was entirely blocked by his chaos yin-yang taiji diagram. But this doesn't necessarily mean Lin Yuan is stronger than the Fushu venerate. It merely indicates that in a conventional maneuver, the Fushu venerate couldn't do anything to Lin Yuan. The Fushu venerate should have mastered 2 13th level inheritances, quite a terrifying power. Lin Yuan thought to himself, I've cultivated infinite void, and the divine skill, fierce sun opening heaven. The fusion of the two also equates to 2 13th level inheritance methods. Moreover, the chaos yin-yang taiji Dao that I've evolved also counts as a 13th level method, even stronger than ordinary 13th level methods. After all, it's my great Dao perfectly aligned with myself. Lin Yuan analyzed in his heart. The cultivation threshold for 13th level inheritance is extremely high. Mastering 2 13th level inheritances is exceedingly rare. The infinite void that Lin Yuan cultivates, despite going smoothly, owes to Lin Yuan's extraordinary intellect. For other powerful beings, just surviving the trials in the Jade Gorge state would be tough. Even if they barely get through it, most would linger on the threshold. In the treasury of the Fierce Sun ancient country, there's a 13th level inheritance named Fierce Sun Heart. To master this inheritance, one of the thresholds is to constantly maintain the Fierce Sun mindset. Under this mindset, the cultivator's rationality is completely replaced by Fierce Sun, simply put, virtually devoid of rationality, impulsive, easy to anger, and so on. However, once Fierce Sun Heart is mastered, one's heart will transform towards the heart of a 13th level time life, even if it's only a 10,000th, a 100,000th of the true 13th level life's heart power. It's enough to sweep all heavenly venerates. In terms of combat power augmentation, this kind of inheritance transforming towards 13th level absolutely surpasses other 13th level inheritances. But Lin Yuan holds it in reverence and stays away from it. This kind of 13th level inheritance, even if Lin Yuan fully meets the requirements, he wouldn't attempt to cultivate, losing most rationality. The future troubles are too great. The gap between me and the Fushu venerate is mainly at the life level. Ultimately I am just a dominator realm life. Lin Yuan thought to himself but didn't really mind. With his current stage, as long as he crosses into the chaos stage, he would directly be perfect in the chaos realm, after all, having already evolved the chaos yin-yang taiji Dao. My greatest advantage isn't the universe within, it's not infinite void, nor is it fierce sun opening heaven, but the road I've evolved. Lin Yuan's gaze was slightly fervent. Just the first level of the chaos yin-yang taiji Dao already gives his strength such an increase. What if he cultivates to the second level or even the third level? Compared to this potential chaos yin-yang taiji Dao, perhaps only cultivating infinite void to level 7 can compare. But infinite void, reaching level 7 is ultimately just a theory. Even the creator had no assurance. Lin Yuan considered himself falling short of a true time life. Compared with it, the third level of the chaos yin-yang taiji Dao still seems more reliable. Just as Lin Yuan was assessing his own strength, a commotion directly erupted among the peak venerables throughout the sacred land. Compared to the semi-illusory state core pillars, the aura of the giant core pillar radiates in all directions, utterly impossible to contain. Even a heavenly venerate, with just a little sensation, can feel the majestic aura of the giant core pillar. Previously, the giant core pillar was occupied by the Dafu ancient country, refined by the Fushu venerate, feeling it wouldn't make a difference. But now, the slight change in the aura emitted by the giant core pillar sparked a thought in the minds of all peak venerables. The giant core pillar has changed owners. Wasn't that giant core pillar refined by the Fushu venerate? How could it change hands? Who exactly is it? Among the remaining 5 ancient countries peak venerables deployed this time, Is there another powerhouse no weaker than the Fushu Venerate? To force Fushu Venerate to relinquish the gigantic core pillar. How is this possible? The hearts of several peak venerables were shaken. The original battle fluctuations over by the gigantic core pillar had already left them astounded. Now even the gigantic core pillar has changed hands. Given the importance of the gigantic core pillar, Fushu Venerate couldn't possibly have not descended. Since he descended and it still changes hands, it means Fushu Venerate voluntarily gave way. It is Galaxy Venerate. That gigantic core pillar has been refined by Galaxy Venerate. Galaxy Venerate? Isn't he just newly entered into the heavenly venerable realm? Galaxy Venerate took the gigantic core pillar from Fushu Venerate? The many peak venerables were a bit dumbfounded. They had anticipated that other ancient countries might deliberately hide a powerful one, but didn't expect this powerful one to be Galaxy Venerate? The uniqueness of Galaxy Venerate is singular across the 6 ancient countries. He is the first royal clan member to elevate the ancestors' bloodline to the heavenly Venerate level. But time has been too short. For royals, tapping into the bloodline power makes it indeed easier to ascend in strength, but only relatively easier, not a leap to the top.
Is this the ancestral bloodline at the heavenly Venerate level? Many peak venerables' thoughts were diffused, already planning to study the ancestral bloodline thoroughly after this treasure land's power struggle concludes.
Before Lin Yuan, truly powerful peak venerables somewhat looked down on bloodline power and its limitations. But now, the numerous peak venerables had no more stereotypes about the ancestral bloodline. The mysterious and ancient capital of Dafu Nation. This is the first city of this source world and also the birthplace of the first Dafu ancestor, holding great significance not only for Dafu ancient country but also for the other 5 ancient countries. It's the wellspring of everything. Even if among the 5 ancestors, 3 were not born in Dafu ancient country, but to become ancestors is deeply tied to the Dafu ancestor. After all, the path of cultivation and the cultivation system of this world originated from the Dafu ancestor. In the deepest part of the capital, several figures gathered here. Nearby, scenes are flashing past, showing Lin Yuan punching through the 11 peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country and finally taking on a strike from Fushu Venerate. Fushu Venerate was also among them, quietly observing the passing images, occasionally lost in thought. Tisk tisk, this Galaxy Venerate, his methods are remarkable, the path of chaos power he evolved is very unusual. Indeed, I can see he should have cultivated a 13th level legacy, but to withstand Fushu's full force strike relied mainly on his self-evolved path of chaos power. Such a strong path of chaos power, very rare. Each figure spoke in turn, evaluating Galaxy Venerate. A 13th level legacy, plus the heavenly Venerate level of ancestral bloodline power, along with an extraordinary path of chaos evolution, this Galaxy Venerate still has considerable room for growth. Indeed, if another 13th level legacy is mastered, we estimate we would not be his match without joining forces. The figures exchanged words, highly praising Lin Yuan. The path of chaos power evolved by this Galaxy Venerate seems not yet to have reached the 3rd tier, lacking that sense of perfection. At this moment, a previously silent voice suddenly spoke. Not yet reached the 3rd tier in the evolution of the path of chaos power? Hearing this, the expressions of the other figures slightly shifted. The evolutionary paths of chaos power are divided into 3 levels, with significant differences, particularly between the 2nd tier and the 3rd tier, representing the gap from an ordinary heavenly venerate to a peak venerable and even a top peak venerable. Fushu, you fought him, is it so? A figure looked toward Fushu Venerate and inquired. The images passing by are, after all, just images, even if sourced from Fushu Venerate's memory, they aren't comparable to personally being present. Yes. Fushu Venerate remained silent for a while, then nodded. The 3rd tier of the chaos evolutionary path is the realm of perfection. Achieving this level of an evolutionary path would give a sense of having reached the ultimate, unprogressible limit. And in this regard, Fushu Venerate had not felt that from the chaos yin-yang taiji diagram evolved by Galaxy Venerate. Could it be that in this era, our 6 ancient countries will see the birth of a mighty figure who surpasses the strongest venerable? One figure couldn't help but say. Since the founding of the 6 ancient countries, the strongest venerable has always been the pinnacle of the heavenly Venerate level, yet with the current power exhibited by Galaxy Venerate, it's highly possible to break this limit. Hee, don't say such things. The stronger the chaos evolutionary power path is, the more challenging it is to reach perfection. Another figure spoke without much worry. Besides, even if Galaxy Venerate truly reaches that step, what impact does he have on us? Not reaching the ancestral level, could he threaten our Dafu ancient country? And if he does reach the ancestral level, then it's a matter for the ancestors to consider, unrelated to us. With these words pronounced, the other figures pondered for a moment and immediately nodded in agreement. Ancestral level, don't know if any of us have a hope to step into it. The figures' thoughts spread out. As for the heavenly Venerate, the loftiest desire is to break the cycle of time, stepping into the 13th tier ancestral realm. However, it's extremely difficult. Since Dafu ancestor founded Dafu ancient country, only 5 ancestors have been born in endless eons. The figures present are the strongest venerables of Dafu ancient country, having incarnated as ancestors more than once, and the more they incarnate, the more they perceive the disparity between the ancestors and themselves. This disparity is not merely a level of power, but a higher tier of distance. That Galaxy Venerate, no matter how strong, whether he can ultimately become an ancestor is still uncertain. His likelihood isn't much higher than ours. A figure spoke. Fu Shu, do you have confidence in this treasure land's power struggle? A few figures chatted casually for a while, then looked toward Fu Shu Venerate. Initially, Dafu ancient country dispatched Fu Shu Venerate, the strongest Venerate, to contend for that treasure land, and it was as close to victory as possible. They just didn't expect Galaxy Venerate to appear. Conventional methods can't deal with that Galaxy Venerate, but in a real life and death showdown, the current Galaxy Venerate may not necessarily be my match. Fu Shu Venerate said. Perhaps in the future, Galaxy Venerate's power will surpass his, but now? The reason Fu Shu Venerate voluntarily yielded the gigantic core pillar was not out of fear of Galaxy Venerate, but to avoid letting other ancient countries reap the benefits, and with almost 1,000 years until the power struggle for treasure land begins. Dafu ancient country still holds advantages, etc.
It was not out of fear of that Galaxy Venerate. That's good.
What a pity. Had I known such a formidable Galaxy Venerate would emerge in this treasure land power struggle, I would have participated. The figures conversed mutually. At their level, dueling with peers of the same level is also a delight. Inside the treasure land, outside the gigantic core pillar, the 11 peak venerables of the fierce sun ancient country arrived there. Galaxy Veneratia, can Galaxy Venerate really reclaim this gigantic pillar? Up till now, Venerable Guangli still found it hard to believe. As a top peak venerable, he deeply understood Fu Shu Venerate's might. Even for him, it would require the fierce ancient country's foundational killing artifact to contend with him. If Fu Shu Venerate also wielded the foundational killing artifact, then joint forces from other ancient countries would be needed to counter him. This is a scene inevitably appearing in the later stages of the treasure land's power struggle, given Dafu ancient country's might. Galaxy Venerate's power is too strong, Venerable Hengyang remarked with emotion, recalling when the entry quota for the treasure land was being determined. He was slightly displeased with the emperor of the fierce sun ancient country forcing in this royal member. Alright. At this point, Red Flame Venerable finally spoke. Galaxy is letting us in. The other peak venerables nodded. At present, the leading venerate of the fierce sun ancient country had quietly shifted from Red Flame Venerable to Galaxy Venerate. There was no other choice. In all 6 ancient countries, strength reigns supreme, a stern rule. Galaxy Venerate has been acknowledged as having the power of the strongest venerate. If he's not the leader, who is? If Red Flame Venerable leads, so does Galaxy Venerate. Moreover, Galaxy Venerate seizing the gigantic core pillar holds immense significance for this treasure land power struggle. It alleviated the pressure on the fierce sun ancient country in taking more core pillars in the subsequent stages. The strength is present, the merit follows. If Galaxy Venerate isn't the leading venerate, who is? Very soon, a group of heavenly venerates saw Lin Yuan sitting cross-legged beneath the giant core pillar. Galaxy. Kai Yan Venerable immediately shouted. I have seen the Galaxy Venerate. The tone of Red Lotus Venerable and other typical peak venerables inevitably carried respect. There are gaps even among heavenly venerates, especially with the strongest venerable, who is the pinnacle of the heavenly venerate tier, a realm that most heavenly venerates cannot even approach. To become the strongest venerable, one must first be a top-tier peak venerable, which automatically excludes 99% of heavenly venerates. Additionally, one must master a level 13 legacy, not just dabble in it. But how easy is it to master a 13-tier legacy? It involves 13-tier power and numerous threshold conditions, not to mention various risks and hidden dangers.
Encountering 13-tier power prematurely is both a blessing and a curse.
Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Kai Yan Venerable and the others with a smile. This giant core pillar could be considered lost and regained. Kai Yan Venerable looked at the towering giant core pillar with a smile on his face. The fierce Sun ancient country now occupies and refines 52 core pillars. Adding this giant core pillar, it becomes 62. Although it still does not match the Dafu ancient country's 72 pillars, it surpasses the barbaric wilderness country, ranking second among the 6 ancient countries. With Galaxy Venerate, the fierce Sun ancient country's chances of winning this treasured land have greatly increased, Kai Yan Venerable said with emotional tones. If Lin Yuan had not suddenly emerged, the fierce Sun ancient country would certainly have had to ally with other ancient countries to counter Dafu. Regardless of win or loss, intense skirmishes would have followed. But now, leveraging Lin Yuan's strength, the fierce Sun ancient country has risen to the same level as Dafu, overlooking the struggles of the other 4 ancient countries. Whether we can ultimately secure this treasured land, I'm not sure, Lin Yuan replied. At least for now, his strength cannot crush all peak venerables within the treasured land. If Dafu and the other 5 ancient countries joined forces, Fushu Venerate and many top-tier peak venerables could still pose a threat to Lin Yuan. Actually, having Galaxy Venerate here makes securing this land less important, Kai Yan Venerable said. The emergence of a strongest venerable in the fierce Sun ancient country? The implications are profound, at least until this strongest venerable surpasses the 13th tier, which boosts the fierce Sun ancient country's confidence against any ancient country besides Dafu. Still, securing it would be better, Lin Yuan said. Succeeding in capturing this treasured land would net a large number of rare treasures produced here, along with abundant merits bestowed by the ancient countries. Lin Yuan greatly desires the various legacies and rare treasures in the treasury of the fierce Sun ancient country, differing from other heavenly venerates who have accumulated considerable merits over the ages. Lin Yuan is still quite young, even with formidable strength, he has not acquired much merit. Therefore, Lin Yuan intends to seize this treasured land as best as he can, for the merits gained are substantial, and the time involved is far shorter than in a comprehensive war. Right, it's definitely better to secure it. Kai Yan Venerable grinned. Who wouldn't want to seize the treasured land? Though the true purpose of the Golden Mist is unclear, it surely must be beneficial. A certain location within the treasured land. 12 peak venerables from the Xuanian ancient country gathered. In this treasure land competition, our Xuanian ancient country only holds 38 core pillars, ranking 6th. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked at the other 11 peak venerables of the Xuanian ancient country, shook his head, and said, "And now, a strongest venerable like Galaxy Venerate has emerged." The remaining 11 peak venerables remain silent. Currently, the hope for Xuanian ancient country to secure this treasured land is incredibly slim, almost non-existent. Ancient countries in the top 3 or even 4 have opportunities to contend, but 6th place, unless Xuanian ancient country hides a beast like Galaxy Venerate, there is simply no hope. Alas! Earth Yin Venerable sighed. This treasure land contains over 300 core pillars, truly among the most top tier of all prime treasure lands currently. Unfortunately, Xuanian ancient country did not place enough emphasis, sending in peak venerables with insufficient strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only secured 38 core pillars. So, I intend to trade away these 38 core pillars. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate shared his thoughts. Having ascertained that there is no hope in capturing the treasured land, they would try to minimize losses and maximize profits.
Though Xuanian ancient country holds 38 core pillars, ranking 6th, any of the top 5 ancient countries acquiring these claimed cortex pillars would rapidly ascend in rank, potentially taking first place.
Su Yin, whom do you intend to trade with? Earth Yin Venerable asked, unsurprised by Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's decision. The core pillars within the treasured land hold optimal value in such exchanges. Without trading, once the competition concludes, they'd still have to withdraw, gaining nothing. Dafu ancient country and fierce sun ancient country then. Su Yin heavenly venerate contemplated for a moment and then spoke. Currently, Dafu and fierce sun have the best chance of securing this treasured land, thanks to having the strongest venerable level presence to preside. They desire to acquire Xuanian's occupied core pillars most ardently, preventing opponents from getting them even if they themselves cannot. Earth Yin Venerable nodded. Demand a substantial price. Earth Yin Venerable said. Naturally. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate smiled. In front of a core pillar of heaven. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate silently gathered his figure and said to the many Da Fu venerables guarding the place, I want to see Fu Shu Venerate. See Fu Shu Venerate? Fu Yu Venerate looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate and started to contact Fu Shu Venerate. After a while, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate met Fu Shu Venerate. Su Yin, Fu Shu Venerate glanced at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate and casually said, What do you want to see me for? I intend to trade with you, Fu Shu Venerate, for the 38 core pillars that my Xuanian ancient country has occupied and refined. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate said with a smile. Trade? Fu Shu Venerate looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, giving up so quickly? With you, Fu Shu, here, my Xuanian ancient country has no hope of seizing this treasure land. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate said. What do you want? Fu Shu Venerate went straight to the point.
Although the Dafu ancient country still held the advantage, with the 38 core pillars from the Xuanian ancient country, the success would be more guaranteed.
50%. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked at Fu Shu Venerate. Once your Dafu ancient country seizes this treasure land, in 1 trillion years, my Xuanian ancient country wants 50% of the precious items produced from this treasure land. 50% of the production over 1 trillion years? Fu Shu Venerate sneered. Your Xuanian ancient country has quite the appetite, wanting 50% just for 38 core pillars? It's only 50% over 1 trillion years, not too much. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate said. At their level, ordinary treasures hold little meaning. Only the treasures produced in this newly emerged treasure land can attract attention. The Xuanian ancient country did not have the confidence to seize the treasure land itself, hence this proposal. 50% is too much, only 10%, and that is 10% of the treasure production within 1 million years, Fu Shu Venerate said. That's too little. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate immediately shook his head. Or you could propose other conditions. Fu Shu Venerate said, our Dafu ancient country occupies so many treasure lands, perhaps for another treasure land, we could consider giving you 50% of the treasure production over 1 trillion years. Only this treasure land. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate frowned. 1 trillion years cannot change. 50% of the treasure production can be lowered a bit, 20%. 20% is my bottom line. 20%? Fu Shu Venerate looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, falling into thought. Meanwhile, a manifestation of Su Yin Heavenly Venerate also descended before the giant core pillar, Galaxy Venerate. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate also met Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. Lin Yuan looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. I've come this time to make a transaction with your fierce sun ancient country. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate said, my Xuanian ancient country has refined 38 core pillars in total. I wonder how much are these 38 core pillars worth? Though his other manifestation was negotiating with Fu Shu Venerate, such a transaction would definitely go to the highest bidder, seeing which side can offer the highest price. What conditions? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately said. 80%. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Yuan. If the fierce sun ancient country captures this treasure land, 80% of the treasures produced within 10 trillion years from this treasure land will belong to my Xuanian ancient country. In addition, your fierce sun ancient country must gift my Xuanian ancient country 2 first-class treasure lands. Given that fierce sun ancient country currently ranks far behind Dafu ancient country in terms of refined core pillars, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate naturally had more room to set prices. Compared to Dafu ancient country, fierce sun ancient country definitely yearns more to obtain the 38 core pillars of Xuanian ancient country. Too much. Lin Yuan frowned at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. Not to mention the 2 first-class treasure lands. 80% of the treasures produced in 10 trillion years? Isn't that saying that within 10 trillion years, Lin Yuan won't gain much of the treasures produced by this treasure land? Perhaps for Fierce Sun ancient country, this condition is acceptable. After all, 10 trillion years isn't unreasonably long, but for Lin Yuan? How long has it been since embarking on the path of evolution until now? 10 trillion years. In such a long time, even if Lin Yuan doesn't step into the 13th tier, he would be trapped in a time cycle, and by then, even more treasures of the land would mean nothing to him. Not too much. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate smiled at Lin Yuan. The Dafu ancient country has already agreed to my conditions. Galaxy Venerate, you should know, once my Xuanian ancient country's 38 core pillars fall into Dafu ancient country's hands, your Fierce Sun ancient country's hope of capturing this treasure land will be significantly reduced. With the relationship between the Thunderclap ancient country and Dafu ancient country, ultimately the core pillars of the Thunderclap ancient country will certainly fall into Dafu ancient country's hands as well. You have to think it through. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Yuan with an expression of, I am considering for you. Are you threatening me? Lin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. There is no threat, everything is purely voluntary. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's face displayed a smile. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate smiled as he looked at Lin Yuan. In terms of strength, he was naturally inferior to the strongest venerable who had suddenly emerged before him. But he was far from being afraid. What about the strongest venerable? Wasn't there one in the Xuanian ancient country? And with the Xuanian ancestor present, was this Galaxy Venerate really bold enough to invade the Xuanian ancient country? Now that there's finally a chance to ruthlessly profit, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate naturally would not pass it up. The conditions he proposed to Lin Yuan were much higher than those offered to the Dafu ancient country. After all, the latter currently had the most refined core pillars, and even without his Xuanian ancient country's refined core pillar, they still had a great chance to seize this treasure land. Therefore, Xuanian Venerable didn't dare to demand too much from the Dafu ancient country because the other side still had options. But the Fierce Sun ancient country? Without the core pillars occupied by the Xuanian ancient country, even if the strength of the Galaxy Venerate was formidable enough to match Fushu Venerate, it would be meaningless, as the combined refined core pillars held by the Dafu ancient country, Thunderclap ancient country, plus the Xuanian ancient country, exceeded more than half of the total number. Too much. Lin Yuan said. Not too much. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate was unwavering. At most, I can offer you 50% of the output. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. Galaxy Venerate, this is the bottom line of my Xuanian ancient country. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, confident of his current importance, smiled as he spoke. I'll think about it. Lin Yuan didn't reject outright, leaving some room for maneuver. Alright. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate didn't want to push Lin Yuan too hard, knowing that if there were alternatives, dealing with the Fierce Sun ancient country would be more beneficial to him. However, more than half of the time to fight over the treasure land has already passed, and I hope the Galaxy Venerate will make a decision soon. The conditions offered by the Dafu ancient country are not low. With that, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's avatar directly dissipated. After Su Yin Heavenly Venerate disappeared, Red Flame Venerable emerged. Su Yin, this guy is simply taking advantage of the situation. Red Flame Venerable frowned, not to mention the 80% of the rare treasures produced over 10 trillion years by this treasure land, as well as 2 prime treasure lands? How many prime treasure lands does the Fierce Sun ancient country hold altogether, and to give away 2 just for 30-odd core pillars? No choice. Lin Yuan was equally dissatisfied at heart but knew that in this situation, offending the Xuanian ancient country completely would only push them toward the Dafu ancient country. Currently, with Lin Yuan's strength, even if he could surpass Fushu Venerate with full effort, it wouldn't be a crushing victory, especially with other ancient countries watching intently. Such as the barbaric wilderness country and the Daling ancient country, which, although they didn't have the strongest venerable stationed within, the hidden killing implements brought out from the ancient country could contend against a strongest venerable to some extent. Galaxy, what do you plan to do? Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, who, despite being angry at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's exploitation, could only rationally agree to his terms. At least that way, there's a chance to compete with the Dafu ancient country for this treasure land. Stall. Lin Yuan said. Stall? Red Flame Venerable immediately understood Lin Yuan's intent. See how the situation develops before making the final decision. After all, it involved not just this treasure land but also 2 other prime treasure lands belonging to the Fierce Sun ancient country. Even if the Xuanian ancient country didn't specify which 2 prime treasure lands, even the least of prime treasure lands produced treasures of immense value. In fact, Red Flame Venerable was thinking too little. Lin Yuan's idea of stalling was not just to see how the subsequent situation unfolded, but more importantly, to see if he could achieve another breakthrough in the next 1,000 years. Currently there are only 3 breakthroughs that Lin Yuan valued. One is completing the 3rd level of Infinite Void cultivation. The second is reaching the 2nd level of the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao. The third is stepping into the Chaos realm. Any of these breakthroughs could lead to a qualitative surge in Lin Yuan's strength. Su Yin, how's the deal going? On the Xuanian ancient country's side, Earth Yin Venerable asked Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. The other side with the Da Fu ancient country is fine, but the Fierce Sun ancient country. Galaxy Venerate said he'd think about it. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate replied. That's normal, I would consider it too. Earth Yin Venerable wasn't surprised. The conditions for the deals with both major ancient countries were clear to them, and while they could make concessions to the Da Fu ancient country, for the Fierce Sun ancient country, no concessions would be made. Because the Xuanian ancient country was convinced that they had the Fierce Sun ancient country and the Galaxy Venerate in their grip. But no matter how much they consider, as long as the Fierce Sun ancient country still desires this treasure land, they will have to agree to us. Earth Yin Venerable smiled. Indeed. In fact, the sudden emergence of the Galaxy Venerate is a good thing for our Xuanian ancient country. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate also smiled. If there was no Galaxy Venerate, the Da Fu ancient country would dominate, and even with other ancient countries joining forces, the Da Fu ancient country's hope of securing this treasure land was still high. In such a situation, the Xuanian ancient country wouldn't be able to command a high price. Other than the Da Fu ancient country, other ancient countries simply wouldn't buy. But now with the Galaxy Venerate, it instilled a sense of crisis in the Da Fu ancient country, prompting them to readily agree to Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's demand. With Galaxy Venerate and Fushu Venerate in contention like clams and snipes, regardless of who lost or won, the Xuanian ancient country would emerge the beneficiary in the end. In the Chaos Void, deep within the Galaxy Chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with a palm-sized small cauldron floating before him. It is precisely the 13th-tier weapon, the Sky Void Tripod. The rules of the Great Tao contained within the cauldron operate, and Lin Yuan has different insights each time he comprehends them. A 13th-tier weapon. Lin Yuan watched the slowly rotating and floating Sky Void Tripod. Even in the 6 great ancient countries of the origin world, to exchange for a 13th-tier weapon, 1,000 billion merits would be needed. And the exchanged 13th-tier weapons can only be comprehended for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, they must be returned. This tripod. Lin Yuan observed the floating small tripod, vaguely looking toward the deepest parts, realizing that the foundation of this 13th-tier weapon was not the myriad rules, but the subtle timelines within. Timelines? Lin Yuan's heart trembled slightly, vaguely realizing that perhaps he had truly come into contact with the domain of 13th-tier time-life entities. The future. Lin Yuan, by observing the timelines of this small tripod, vaguely saw blurred images. Under a desolate starry sky, a young man raised his hand, his gaze indifferent, urging the Sky Void Tripod, blasting it towards an unknown special place. Under the terrifying might of the Sky Void Tripod, that special place crumbled inch by inch, the soul of the special place laughing madly, saying, "The great time-life entity will avenge me," and then totally obliterated. After destroying the special place, the young man's expression changed slightly, looking in a certain direction. Most regions in the image were very blurry, and Lin Yuan could only confirm that the young man seemed to have sensed something. Finally, the young man voluntarily destroyed his physical body and soul, even abandoning the Sky Void Tripod, disappearing completely into the void. The image ended. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Without a doubt, the image should depict the future. As for the young man in the image urging the Sky Void Tripod, it was indeed Lin Yuan. But why his future self would, at all costs, urge the Sky Void Tripod and completely destroy a special place, Lin Yuan did not understand. The special places in the Chaos Void are basically related to 13-tier time-life entities. Completely destroying a special place would surely provoke the time-life entity behind it. In the final moments of the image, the young man voluntarily obliterated his physical body and soul, presumably due to the arrival of a time-life entity. Lin Yuan was unsure how many years it would be in the future for him in the image, but based on his growth speed, even in just a few thousand years, his strength should be at the pinnacle below the 13 tiers, where so-called invincible great saints, strongest venerables, should pose no threat in front of him thousands of years later. Even under such circumstances, choosing to voluntarily obliterate everything could only be due to a time-life entity's threat. Lin Yuan knew himself well. Obliterating his physical body, soul, mind, and will in the Chaos Void didn't mean complete death to him. It was just losing a way out, while the self in the origin world was living just fine. With my character, I shouldn't be so impulsive, not only forcefully urging the Sky Void tripod but also completely destroying a special place related to 13-tier time-life entities? Lin Yuan thought to himself, urging the Sky Void tripod would attract the gaze of this 13-tier weapon's owner. And destroying a special place was tantamount to thoroughly offending a 13-tier time-life entity. The costs and consequences were not something Lin Yuan could bear, unless he had already become a time-life entity, but at that time voluntarily obliterating all his physical body and soul meant Lin Yuan was not yet a match for the 13 tiers. Could it be due to some great feud? Lin Yuan thought in his heart. Human civilization tribe? According to Lin Yuan's speculation, he wandered alone without many friends. The only possible great feud could be with the human civilization tribe. His future self, at the risk of abandoning all foundations in the Chaos Void, aimed to completely destroy that special place, evidently showing irreconcilable hatred between the two. Perhaps it was not just hatred, but the soul of that special place had learned one of his secrets, prompting his future self to take action. Various possibilities appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Unfortunately, I'm not yet a time-life entity. Even though I could view a fragment of future imagery, it's hard to infer specific information. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The information revealed in the current image was too limited, most of the regions were extremely blurry, and even the special place he destroyed was incredibly vague, only faintly perceiving the gaze of other special places in the distant background. If one were truly a time-life entity, they could carefully view all details of this future timeline, understanding the reason and outcome, ultimately thinking of a response, or choosing whether to follow this timeline or not. 13-tier time-life entities have the ability to choose their future. For example, upon seeing a future timeline they are dissatisfied with, they can completely terminate the trajectory of that timeline from a certain node. Conflicts between 13-tier time-life entities mainly depend on how many timeline trajectories they can view. The more powerful the 13-tier time-life entity, the more and farther future timelines they can see, thus having greater advantages in same-tier conflicts. For example, at certain future key nodes, sudden clashes between two 13-tier life forms occur without any signs, without any grudges. It is estimated that the future each time-life entity desired came into conflict, fighting to correct and redirecting the future toward their desired direction. Lin Yuan wanted to continue watching future timelines through the Sky Void tripod, but suddenly felt a certain pain in his soul, immediately stopping his observation. Future timelines belonged to the realm of the 13 tiers, and Lin Yuan, using the Sky Void tripod, barely touched upon them but with severe limitations, being unable to watch continuously. Forget it. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. The past is set, the future is undefined. Every moment can produce countless futures, and even a 13-tiered time-life entity cannot view all future timelines. Perhaps the future image Lin Yuan just saw would never occur, it was only an infinitesimal possible trajectory? No matter what, moving forward, it's best to remain as low profile as possible and refrain from associating with those special places. Lin Yuan thought to himself, although even if abandoning everything in the Chaos Void wouldn't cause an irreversible impact, it would still be a great loss. Best not to let go if possible. In Lin Yuan's planned trajectory, before stepping into the 13 tiers, no significant commotion would be stirred. Origin World. Within the Precious Land, as time passed, the spirit prison venerable of the Daling ancient country also approached Lin Yuan, wanting to trade the 45 precious lands his country occupied and refined with the fierce Sun ancient country. Compared to the Xuanian ancient country, The demands from the Daling ancient country were even more excessive, demanding a direct transfer of the 10 trillion year ownership of this precious land. This meant that even if the fierce Sun ancient country ultimately seized this precious land, within 10 trillion years, it would have no relation to the fierce Sun ancient country, and all its unique treasures would belong to the Daling ancient country. Galaxy Venerate, my Daling ancient country occupies and refines 45 core pillars. Once you acquire them, you will surpass the Dafu ancient country in one leap, said the Spirit Prison Venerable. So far, the most likely candidates to seize this precious land were the Dafu ancient country and the fierce Sun ancient country, followed by the barbaric wilderness country. As for the remaining 3 great ancient countries, they basically have no hope. I'll consider it, Lin Yuan did not directly reject. Alright, the Spirit Prison Venerable nodded. If Lin Yuan agreed immediately, he would instead feel uneasy. After the Spirit Prison Venerable left, Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan and said, both the Xuanian ancient country and the Daling ancient country have approached us, but the Thunderclap ancient country has never come. Estimating they have wholly leaned towards the Dafu ancient country. Red Flame Venerable's expression was heavy. The Thunderclap ancient country occupies and refines 38 core pillars, all aligning with the Dafu ancient country, equivalent to the latter's core pillar count surpassing 100. Never mind. Let's wait and see. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Time continued to pass. On this very day, a peculiar wave swept through various parts of the precious land. The peak venerables of the great ancient countries together looked towards the source of the wavia. The second giant core pillar emerged. Gigantic core heaven pillar? It's the second gigantic core heaven pillar. The many supreme heaven lords immediately began to rush towards the source of the strange fluctuations with all their might. When the first gigantic core heaven pillar emerged, everyone was reluctant to fight to the death with the Dafu ancient country since there were still 2 more gigantic core heaven pillars yet to emerge. They could afford to wait a little longer. But for the second gigantic core heaven pillar, no supreme heaven lord was willing to give it up easily. Even though the first gigantic core heaven pillar ended up in the hands of the Galaxy Venerate, Fu Shu Heaven Lord would certainly make a move to seize the second gigantic core heaven pillar again. Some top supreme heaven lords also planned to try their hand at a fight. Even the Xuanian ancient country, which had long given up the struggle, didn't mind making a move. If this gigantic core heaven pillar fell into their hands, they could completely offer the fierce Sun ancient country and the Dafu ancient country a higher price. This gigantic core heaven pillar is definitely ours. The barbaric wilderness countries. A towering figure tore through time and space, rushing quickly. Galaxy, the second gigantic core heaven pillar has emerged. The Red Flame Venerate looked at Lin Yuan and quickly spoke. Lin Yuan nodded. I'll go have a look, as the words fell. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared from where he was. In almost a fraction of a breath, around the newly emerged towering heaven pillar, several figures suddenly appeared. First, Fu Shu Heaven Lord, followed by Lin Yuan, and lastly, a towering figure. Not the first to arrive. Lin Yuan glanced at Fu Shu Heaven Lord. The location where this gigantic core heaven pillar emerged was a good half a treasure land's distance from the first gigantic core heaven pillar. So his speed in arriving still lagged slightly behind Fu Shu Heaven Lord. The other was closer to this gigantic core heaven pillar. Galaxy Venerate, you've already obtained 1 gigantic core heaven pillar. Still planning to seize another? Fu Shu Heaven Lord smiled at Lin Yuan. The towering figure nearby also watched the 2 strongest venerables from afar. I'll give it a try. Lin Yuan said casually. If he could secure this gigantic core heaven pillar, it would certainly be better. Man Kun, I suggest you head to the first gigantic core heaven pillar and wait there. Fu Shu Heaven Lord suddenly turned his head, looking at the towering figure beside him. This towering figure was the leading top supreme heaven lord of the barbaric wilderness country. At this moment, his aura was strong and penetrated through time and space, faintly showing signs of confronting the 2 strongest venerables, evidently having activated the ancient country's foundational war tool. Head to the first gigantic core heaven pillar and wait there? Man Kun Venerable's expression changed slightly, looking at Lin Yuan next to him. The implication of Fu Shu Heaven Lord was easy to understand. Once Fu Shu Heaven Lord and Galaxy Venerate started fighting, He could fully take advantage of Galaxy Venerate being restrained by Fushu Heaven Lord to seize the first gigantic core heaven pillar. Lin Yuan glanced at Fushu Heaven Lord. At the same time, he faintly felt the aura of several top Supreme Heaven Lords nearing the gigantic core heaven pillar he had refined. Once he was restrained here, the gigantic core heaven pillar he refined would be in danger. Why did Red Flame Venerate voluntarily give up and let Fushu Heaven Lord take the first gigantic core heaven pillar? It was because Fushu Heaven Lord, who already occupied one gigantic core heaven pillar, basically had no ability to continue occupying the second one. Fushu Heaven Lord could indeed send out avatars, but the strength of these avatars was far inferior to his true body's main power and likewise couldn't hold on. As for carrying multiple main battle avatars inside, not to mention how difficult it is to cultivate a main battle avatar, even bringing in 2 or 3 main battle avatars would struggle to face such a situation. Main battle avatars, avatars alike, and even the true body all share one conscious mind. In this scenario, the strength maintained by the minds will at the same time is limited. If one side occupies too much mental focus, the other side's strength will inevitably be weakened. Actually, with Lin Yuan's power and reserves, he could completely guard 2 gigantic core heaven pillars. That would involve recondensing the Taiyin and Taiyang 2 primordial spirits within the treasure land, merging them into the Taiji primordial spirit. The Taiji primordial spirit differs from avatars and main battle avatars in that it doesn't occupy Lin Yuan's additional mental focus, meaning both the Taiji primordial spirit and his true body could exert maximum combat power simultaneously. However, the Taiji primordial spirit was Lin Yuan's trump card. Even if it allowed him to occupy the second gigantic core heaven pillar, it wouldn't enable him to refine more core heaven pillars than the Dafu ancient country. Deploying the Taiji primordial spirit prematurely would alert the supreme heaven lords of the major ancient countries, hindering Lin Yuan's following strategies and maneuvers. The impact would be minimal. Furthermore, even with the deployment of the Taiji primordial spirit, once the third gigantic core heaven pillar emerged, it still wouldn't prevent Fushu Heaven Pillar from occupying and refining it. According to Lin Yuan's plan, if, by the struggle for the treasure land's end, he hasn't broken through yet, he would then form the Taiji primordial spirit, occupy, and refine more core heaven pillars in the shortest time possible. His true body and Taiji primordial spirit roughly equate to the combat power of 2 strongest venerables, striking at the last moment when Fushu Heaven Lord has no time to react or respond. It's highly possible he could seize the treasure land in the end. If he still fails to seize the treasure land, only then would Lin Yuan consider the terms of the Xuanian ancient country and Daling ancient country, securing the treasure land first before proceeding. This is also why Lin Yuan didn't directly reject the offerings from the Xuanian ancient country and Daling ancient country. Good idea. Lin Yuan looked at Fushu Heaven Lord, shook his head slightly, and said, "But you disgust me, so I've decided to let this treasure land go to the barbaric wilderness country." Galaxy Venerate, you? Fushu Venerate's expression slightly changed. In the next moment, the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji diagram expanded infinitely, enveloping Fushu Venerate within it. Ha ha ha, thank you, Galaxy Venerate. Mancun Venerable was overjoyed, knowing that Galaxy Venerate intended to hold off Fushu Venerate, giving him time to refine this gigantic core heavenly pillar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without any hindrance, Mancun Venerable instantly refined the gigantic core heavenly pillar. At this time, Lin Yuan also retracted the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, glancing at Fushu Venerate, whose expression was gloomy. Since this gigantic core heavenly pillar now has an owner, I'll take my leave first. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared and returned to the vicinity of the gigantic core heavenly pillar he had refined. At this moment, many top-tier peak venerables were approaching, with Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli on high alert. Only when Lin Yuan reappeared did the peak venerables of the Fierce Sun ancient country breathe a sigh of relief. Galaxy, you did the right thing. Red Flame Venerable also received the latest intelligence about the second gigantic core heavenly pillar. Although Fushu Venerate posed a deadly threat to Lin Yuan had choices. He took the initiative to hold off Fushu Venerate, benefiting Thunder Venerate, thereby venting some frustration. Ha ha ha, Galaxy Venerate, no matter who this treasure land belongs to, I'll treat you to a drink when we return. At this moment, Lin Yuan received a message from Mancun Venerable. "Alright." Lin Yuan nodded. "Can you hold off Fu Shu Venerate?" "No problem." Mancun Venerable patted his chest with confidence. In front of the second gigantic core heavenly pillar, Fu Shu Venerate stared at Mancun Venerable standing beside the heavenly pillar. "Fu Shu, if you attack me with all your might, aren't you afraid that Da Fu ancient country's other refined core heavenly pillars will be seized?" In front of Mancun Venerable, an oscillating heart appeared, with surging power spreading out, guarding the space-time around the gigantic core heavenly pillar. HMPH, Fu Shu Venerate pondered for a long time and finally turned to leave. If he were to exert his full strength here, the Galaxy Venerate of the Fierce Sun ancient country would most likely seize the opportunity to plunder the core heavenly pillars refined by the Da Fu ancient country. The core heavenly pillars occupied by Da Fu ancient country already surpass those of the Fierce Sun ancient country, usually under his own guard, leaving no opportunity for Galaxy Venerate. But if he were detained here, Galaxy Venerate certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Thus, even if he could repel the already refined gigantic core heavenly pillar holder Mancun Venerable, some of the previously refined core heavenly pillars would certainly fall into the hands of Galaxy Venerate. In such a losing deal, no matter how angry Fu Shu Venerate was, he wouldn't choose to engage. Watching Fu Shu Venerate leave, Mancun Venerable felt a slight relief in his heart. Mancun. A smile appeared on the faces of other peak venerables from the barbaric wilderness country as they approached. This time, capturing this gigantic core heavenly pillar is all thanks to Galaxy Venerate, Mancun Venerable said truthfully. If it weren't for Galaxy Venerate holding off Fu Shu Venerate in battling this strongest venerable, Mancun Venerable had no assurance of success. Galaxy Venerate could have chosen to retreat to the gigantic core heavenly pillar he had refined, but instead, he chose to delay Fu Shu Venerate, which Mancun Venerable was deeply grateful for. If this time, our barbaric wilderness country had no hope of capturing this treasure land, I would trade all core heavenly pillars to Galaxy Venerate. Mancun Venerable thought to himself, purely because Galaxy Venerate helped him this time and he bore a grudge against Da Fu ancient country. Quickly, the news of the second gigantic core heavenly pillar being refined by Mancun Venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country swiftly spread among the many peak venerables in the treasure land. Mancun Venerable refined the second gigantic core heavenly pillar? Haha, I know the inside story. Galaxy Venerate deliberately held off Fu Shu Venerate to allow Mancun Venerable to refine it. Isn't Galaxy Venerate afraid of completely offending the Da Fu ancient country? What does it matter if they get offended? With Galaxy Venerate's strength, they're not afraid of Da Fu ancient country. That's true, after all, being the strongest venerable. The peak venerables conversed among themselves, and many top-tier peak venerables intended to vie for the gigantic core heavenly pillar, but it was already settled before they could arrive. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 600 years went by. During this time, the third gigantic core heavenly pillar emerged, and Fu Shu Venerate left in anger, successfully capturing the final gigantic core heavenly pillar. Thus, the three gigantic core heavenly pillars within this treasure land were respectively owned by the Fierce Sun ancient country, the barbaric wilderness country, and the Da Fu ancient country. And with the emergence of the three gigantic core heavenly pillars, the atmosphere between the six ancient countries within the treasure land began to grow subtle. The closer it got to the final stage of the treasure land's contention, the more tense it became, with the most intense battles potentially erupting at any moment. Meanwhile, in the Chaos Void, on the Galaxy Chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, comprehending the Tao of Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji. Suddenly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, sensing his aura gradually becoming perfected and at its limit. I have grown to the extreme of the Dominator realm in every aspect. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful, then gently exhaled. It's time to step into the Chaos realm. Given Lin Yuan's profound foundation, crossing from the Dominator realm to the Chaos realm presents no difficulty whatsoever. The reason for waiting until now is merely to allow himself to grow to the limit in all aspects, thus gaining more when crossing into the Chaos realm. Breakthrough directly. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, and at the moment he reached the peak of perfection, he began the leap and enhancement of his life's essence. Boom! Lin Yuan's mind and will began to roar, as if breaking through some bottleneck shackle. His physical body began to improve frantically. His soul's will also began to surge rapidly. The universe within his body likewise began to evolve swiftly. Everything was being enhanced by a wide margin. Before this, Lin Yuan's several breakthroughs, such as mastering the third layer of infinite void and evolving the path of chaos power, only enhanced him in certain aspects or focused on a particular facet. But now, Lin Yuan was experiencing an all-encompassing enhancement. This enhancement was not just from Dominator Realm to Chaos Realm, but directly from Dominator Realm to the pinnacle of Chaos Realm. Lin Yuan had already evolved the path of chaos power. Crossing into the Chaos Realm directly reached the pinnacle level, without any need for further refinement or cultivation. Swoosh! The universe within his body was boundless. When Lin Yuan chose to break through to the Chaos Realm, the universe within him once again expanded, with the principles of time and space becoming increasingly perfect, approaching the chaos void. The jade gourd trembled, and a red-clad girl stood nearby, observing the changes in the universe within his body from afar. Finally crossed into the Chaos Realm. The red-clad girl let out a deep sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan did not cross into the Chaos Realm soon, she might have started to doubt her understanding. Which Dominator Realm powerhouse can bore such a large piece of eternal adamantite and possess the combat power of an invincible great saint directly? The red-clad girl could be said to have watched Lin Yuan grow from the early stages of the 12th layer to his current level, being quite clear about his growth speed and combat power at each level of his realm. Does a Dominator Realm already possess invincible Great Saint combat power? How strong will it be upon reaching the Chaos Realm? Even the knowledgeable red-clad girl couldn't help but look forward to it. In the Chaos Void, invincible Great Saints, although rarely matched against each other, indeed belonged to different levels of strength. The red-clad girl was unclear about other invincible Great Saints, but as for the inheritor of Infinite Void, normally, mastering the 5th layer of Infinite Void equates to possessing invincible Great Saint combat power. And mastering the 6th layer of Infinite Void is still an invincible Great Saint, but certainly much stronger than those of the 5th layer. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the strongest invincible Great Saint of the Infinite Void lineage, right? The red-clad girl thought silently, feeling that Lin Yuan's internal universe had already reached a level comparable to the 6th layer of Infinite Void. While Lin Yuan's cultivation in Infinite Void remains at the 3rd layer, there are still the 4th and 5th layers ahead. There is indeed plenty of room for improvement. Those not fully formed special places? The red-clad girl gazed at certain special location nodes in the internal universe, which were precisely Lin Yuan's evolutions from the fundamental elements of special places, creating smaller special places. At this moment, as the internal universe grew, these smaller special places were also swiftly transforming. The time beings stand high above, they specifically opened these special places, and occasionally cast their gaze down, not out of boredom. The red-clad girl thought silently. From the height of time beings, they wouldn't care about matters below the 13th layer. Even the legacies they created wouldn't be overemphasized, but many special places, however, are particularly cared for. The red-clad girl was certain that if any special place faced complete destruction, it would almost certainly draw the attention of the time being behind it, possibly even their direct arrival. Deep within the galaxy Chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This breakthrough was vastly more calm compared to the earlier path-breaking entry into the Dominator Realm, causing hardly any spectacular energy fluctuations. The transformation of his life's essence, and all forms of enhancement, were completed in silence. Is this the Chaos Realm? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, observing the chaos void within his field of vision once more change, comprehending the essence of time and space, and the essence of the operation of the Grand Path, all understood fully. The elevation of the essence of life rendered Lin Yuan's vision anew, as if ascending from a small hill to a 10,000-meter peak, overlooking all mountains below. Chaos Void. Lin Yuan gazed upon the world nurturing innumerable lives, even to peerless great saints. The Chaos Void is vast and boundless, so immense it's unimaginable, impossible to traverse entirely in a lifetime. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that the Chaos Void has boundaries, though the specific boundaries were not yet clear, they certainly exist. So vast, It was the first time Lin Yuan so clearly felt the chaos void. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on some nodes of the chaos void that vaguely contained another world. Those nodes must be the special places. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. The 13th layer being specifically opened these special places, occasionally casting their gaze down, because these special places compensate for the hidden flaws of the chaos void. At Lin Yuan's current realm, though still far from being comparable to the 13th layer time beings, he could discern many essences, and vaguely understand some uses of those special places. Even as vast as the chaos void, it is not truly perfect and still contains some flaws. Of course, these shortcomings are not fatal, but they do exist. A million cosmic eras, tens of millions of cosmic era could not influence the operation of the chaos void, but when the timeline is lengthened by billions of times, little by little, the influence will gradually increase, eventually even pushing the entire chaos void into the great destruction. Therefore, in order to maintain the eternal operation of the chaos void, the 13th level temporal beings stepped in to create some special locations, suppressing them at those key nodes to eliminate potential dangers. This act benefits not only the chaos void but also the 13th level temporal beings, as it elevates certain aspects of their foundation. No wonder, in the future timeline that I viewed using the Sky Void tripod, the moment a special location was completely destroyed, a temporal being immediately descended. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In fact, normal strong individuals, even invincible great saints, cannot shake those special locations. Beings below the 13th level cannot destroy them, even if they wish to. However, Lin Yuan, with his terrifying power, coupled with the activation of the 13th level weapon Sky Void tripod, the released power was unimaginable, and that special location was completely destroyed in an instant. But from this perspective, the 13th level is not invincible either. At least the future timelines they see are not comprehensive. If they truly saw through all timelines, then I wouldn't have had the opportunity to destroy that special location. Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. Every moment, countless timelines emerge. The 13th level temporal beings can only view part of these timelines. Perhaps the 13th level temporal being behind that special location did not see the timeline in which Lin Yuan destroyed it. My inner universe is modeled after the chaos void. The hidden flaws and defects of the chaos void should also exist in my inner universe. Integrating the root objects and establishing a smaller special location would indeed greatly benefit the inner universe. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out. The red-dressed girl told him to integrate the root objects, which was indeed not wrong. Let's go out for a walk. After carefully feeling the changes within himself, Lin Yuan slowly stood up. Buzz! In an instant, Lin Yuan left the galaxy chaos continent, appearing thousands of void domains, tens of thousands of void domains away. With another step forward, he left behind another few thousand, tens of thousands of void domains. Even for a chaos great saint, crossing a single void domain would take quite some time, as several years, decades, centuries. Crossing thousands, tens of thousands of void domains? The time needed is estimated to be measured in 10,000 years or 100,000 years. The speed of a peerless great saint is a bit faster, but at most, they can only shorten the time by a few times. But Lin Yuan, with each step, crosses thousands, tens of thousands of void domains, his speed unbelievably fast. After taking 3 or 4 steps in succession, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. At that location, Lin Yuan sensed 2 origins of causality related to himself. 9 Phoenix, if you want to die, can you not drag me down with you? Amidst the fierce collision of black and red power, the shadow demon Great Saint angrily looked at the 9 Phoenix Great Saint who was entangling him.
Ever since the Galactic Great Saint of the Xuanwang universe killed their main combat bodies, the Shadow Demon Great Saint realized that the Galactic Great Saint was very displeased with him.
To be precise, he was displeased with both him and 9 Phoenix. Otherwise, why not accept the conditions they proposed and directly kill them? Although he didn't know the reason, angering a powerhouse like the Galactic Great Saint made the Shadow Demon Great Saint very apprehensive. However, at this moment, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint recklessly continued to entangle him, even actively releasing his aura. From that moment on, the Shadow Demon Great Saint realized that the 9 Phoenix Great Saint was courting death, trying to actively draw the attention of the Galactic Great Saint and thus provoke pursuit. Because of this, The shadow demon Great Saint chose to flee far from the nearby void domain of the Xuanwang universe. Over the years, the shadow demon Great Saint used some temporal vortexes in the chaos void to temporarily cross large tracts of the void domain, and is now nearly 10,000 void domains away from the Xuanwang universe.
Only after reaching this point did he feel a sense of security in his heart.
At such a great distance of nearly 10,000 void domains, even a Chaos Great Saint or a Peerless Great Saint would need to spend considerable time to traverse it.
9 Phoenix, I know you want to draw the Galactic Great Saint, but it's obvious the Galactic Great Saint hasn't come after us, said the Shadow Demon Great Saint.
Whether the Galactic Great Saint chases or not, I will continue to entangle you, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint said with determination. Previously, outside that Xuanwang universe, he saw the hope of stepping into the 13th level. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint chose to cease hostilities with the Shadow Demon Great Saint. After all, once he steps into the 13th level, his brothers, sisters, and many clansmen could be resurrected. Killing the Shadow Demon Great Saint cannot resurrect his clansmen, but stepping into the 13th level can. After weighing the options, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint devoted himself to the Xuanwang universe. It's pointless, the Shadow Demon Great Saint coldly looked at the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. I am a Great Saint. And you are a Great Saint too. What can you achieve by entangling me? Even if as strong as the Galactic Great Saint, at best, he can only kill my main combat body. It's impossible to completely kill me. Every Chaos Great Saint secretly arranges countless contingencies. Completely killing a Chaos Great Saint is something even ordinary invincible Great Saints cannot achieve. The reason the Shadow Demon Great Saint was so apprehensive after sensing the hostility of the Galactic Great Saint was purely out of fear of becoming an outcast. It's true, the Galactic Great Saint cannot kill him but can make life extremely difficult for the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint heard this and did not respond. Instead, continued to entangle with the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Fool! The Shadow Demon Great Saint was both angry and helpless. Thousands of void domains away. Lin Yuan gazed deeply, watching the entanglement between the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint from afar.
I didn't expect to encounter them here. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread.
After leaving the Xuanwang universe, Lin Yuan felt the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint entangle in a fierce battle once more, without any reservations. At that time, Lin Yuan indeed had the idea of pursuing them, but ultimately he gave it up. One reason was that Lin Yuan gained enormously from his journey to the Xuanwang universe, obtaining the Sky Void Tripod, a 13th tier weapon, and did not want to complicate matters. Secondly, even if he pursued and killed the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, they wouldn't truly die. They could resurrect through life-saving means, rendering it meaningless. So at that time, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to it. But now, after stepping into the Chaos Realm, Lin Yuan's strength still did not surpass the Xuanwang, who had half-stepped out of the 12th tier. But the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint were not peerless Great Saints, merely newly ascended Great Saints. Since Xuanwang could completely slay peerless Great Saints, Lin Yuan could also try to thoroughly kill the newly ascended Great Saints like the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint.
Alright, let's settle this cause and effect. Lin Yuan took a step forward and disappeared from where he was.
A clash of black and red aura. The originally pursuer and pursued, 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint, suddenly felt the surrounding space-time shift and an unbearable pressure collapsing upon them. Who is it? The Shadow Demon Great Saint was filled with dread. Such pressure had already surpassed that of the Galaxy Great Saint. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint also had a face full of vigilance. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air, quietly watching the 2 Chaos Great Saints. Galaxy Great Saint? The Shadow Demon Great Saint was speechless. He hadn't felt any connection to the Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy Great Saint? Compared to the Shadow Demon Great Saint, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint was not so fearful.
At least in the hands of the Galaxy Great Saint, neither the Shadow Demon nor she could escape. Galaxy Great Saint, I don't know when I offended you, I'm willing to make amends, paying any price to do so.
The Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately said, though the loss of this physical body didn't count as true death, continuously staying like this wasn't a solution. To be enemies with such a powerful being as the Galaxy Great Saint made the Shadow Demon Great Saint feel unable to move forward.
Make amends. Lin Yuan glanced at the Shadow Demon Great Saint and smiled slightly, no need.
The next moment, the Shadow Demon Great Saint started to feel his vision blur. What? The Shadow Demon Great Saint's scalp prickled. In this instant, he sensed everything related to his cause and effect beginning to extinguish, including life-saving means and the like.
Am I truly going to die? This thought suddenly floated up in the Shadow Demon Great Saint's mind, and immediately he began to struggle, trying to break free a strand of his spiritual consciousness for reincarnation.
But next, the entirety of the Shadow Demon Great Saint's mind and consciousness completely collapsed. Everything related to his physical and spiritual form disappeared without a trace.
Completely dead. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Just now, he had exerted himself fully, instantly locking onto everything related to the Shadow Demon Great Saint's cause and effect and obliterated it all at once.
Shadow Demon. Beside him, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was in a daze, unsurprised by the Shadow Demon Great Saint's fall. With the strength the Galaxy Great Saint showed in the Xuanwang universe, it was quite normal to kill both of them, ordinary Great Saints as they were. But what shocked the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was that after the Shadow Demon Great Saint's death, there was indeed no source of cause and effect. Considering the enmity and cause between her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint, as long as the Shadow Demon Great Saint was alive, she should have been able to sense his cause and effect source.
Cause and effect could be concealed, could be blurred, but as long as it existed, it could be felt.
But now, the Nine Phoenix Saint truly felt the cause and effect connection to the Shadow Demon Great Saint sever and vanish, leaving not a single trace.
There were only two possibilities for this scene. One was that the Shadow Demon Great Saint had truly perished. The second was that the Shadow Demon Great Saint had abandoned everything to reincarnate.
Galaxy Great Saint, the Shadow Demon The Nine Phoenix Great Saint showed no fear, instead looking directly at Lin Yuan. Already completely dead. Lin Yuan looked at the Nine Phoenix Great Saint, similarly locking onto all things related to her cause and effect, needing only a thought to extinguish her entirely. Dead, dead. Ha 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 ha, dead and well, dead and well. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. The scene she dreamed of witnessing had indeed happened now. Thank you, Galaxy Great Saint. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint's demeanor gradually calmed, with a trace of tranquility and liberation. Now, I won't need the Galaxy Great Saint to take action. As the words fell, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint burned completely. Their body, soul, and mind began to blaze. Not only her true self but also everything related to her cause and effect life-saving means began to burn.
Ah brother, ah sister, I'm coming to join you. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint, enveloped in infinitely vital flames, walked towards complete annihilation.
Self-destruction by choice? Lin Yuan gazed down at the gradually dispersing chaos flame, his thoughts stirring like ripples. For a chaos Great Saint to willingly annihilate themselves, it's incredibly difficult. Could their Tao heart be so unyielding having reached chaos realm perfection? Such a powerful figure can be killed, can be suppressed, but for them to willingly self-annihilate is almost impossible. Back then, Xuanwang perished due to the backlash from forcibly breaking free of the time loop, but the Nine Phoenix Great Saint? He willingly walked towards annihilation right in front of Lin Yuan. This was indeed because of Lin Yuan's strength, but even if not an opponent, no Chaos Great Saint would willingly walk towards self-annihilation. For example, Lin Yuan, even when faced with a supreme being of time, would surely resist and struggle if there was no way out, rather than surrender. In the timeline scene seen by the Sky Void tripod, Lin Yuan, after completely destroying that special place, willingly annihilated his physical and spiritual body, because he still had a fallback in the source world. It was not true death, yet the Nine Phoenix Great Saint. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the burning of the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was thorough, leaving nothing related to their own karma to save themselves. As for reincarnation, Lin Yuan also didn't sense any trace of spiritual will merging into the rules of the Chaos Void for reincarnation. This means that the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was heading toward complete death and extinction. The karma has ended. Lin Yuan looked at the quickly dispersing chaos flame, feeling the lack of any trace of karma from the two Chaos Great Saints, and thought silently. From the early destruction of the homeland universe to the difficult integration of human civilization into the chaos void, it all stemmed from these two chaos great saints. Now that the other has completely fallen, the grievances and karma between the two are settled. The chaos flame dissipated. A crystalline, translucent crimson crystal stone appeared there. Lin Yuan glanced at it, extended his right hand, and took the crimson translucent crystal stone in his hand. The crystal contains threads of chaos flame. Though not much, it is extremely pure. Is this the condensation of the 9 Phoenix Great Saints' lifetime Tao fruit? Lin Yuan looked at the crystal stone. No matter what kind of being, whether below the 12th level or seeking to dominate chaos, as long as they merge with this crystal, they can quickly tread the path of chaos power evolution that the 9 Phoenix Great Saint followed. Simply put, this crystal stone can quickly create a chaos Great Saint. Such a treasure, even Lin Yuan had only heard of it, never seen it before. Even invincible Great Saints like Xuanwang and the Moyu Tower Master had never seen it. Because it's extremely difficult, it requires a fully perfected chaos realm at full strength to willingly give up everything, abandon the 13th level attempt, give up reincarnation, etc., to have the hope of condensing it. And to make a chaos Great Saint do this is almost impossible. Moreover, the most critical point is, even if this chaos Great Saint is willing to do so, they may not be able to finally condense such a Tao fruit. If one's Tao can continue, then it is not a complete demise. Lin Yuan looked at the crimson crystal stone in his hand, put it into his inner universe, and then turned to return to the galaxy chaos continent. Source world. Within a treasured land. As the true self of the chaos void entered the chaos realm, the true self in this source world naturally also stepped into the chaos realm. This space-time, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, feeling the vast power within him. After stepping into the chaos realm, the essence of life transformed and leapt forward. Lin Yuan once again felt the suppression of the treasured land space-time on him becoming almost negligible. The primordial lands of the source world. Lin Yuan's gaze was deep, vaguely seeing further into the space-time through this treasured land. The essence of the treasured land is that it falls off from the source world. If the source world is compared to a towering tree, then the treasured land is like the fruit on the tree. The fallen fruit, already disconnected from the towering tree, refers to places like the Heiyu Nest and other treasured lands. But at present, this treasured land has just emerged, maintaining a state of being both detached and not detached from the source world. With Lin Yuan's current realm, through this half-disconnected link, he could perceive some of the essence of the towering tree that is the source world itself. Buzz, at this moment, an incarnation of Su Yin Heavenly Venerate from the Xuanian ancient country descended. Galaxy Venerate, have you made up your mind yet? Su Yin Heavenly Venerate was somewhat impatient. Ever since 600 years ago, when he planned to use the core sky pillar occupied by his own ancient country to trade with Galaxy Venerate while taking the opportunity to gain substantial benefits. This Galaxy Venerate had been considering, claiming that such a major matter was not for him to decide. At first, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate understood, as his demands were indeed excessive, no different from taking advantage of a crisis and making outrageous demands. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate knew he was making outrageous demands, and Galaxy Venerate and even the Fierce Sun ancient country knew he was too. But given the situation within the treasured land, even if Galaxy Venerate and Fierce Sun ancient country were unwilling, if they wanted to obtain this treasured land, they could only let them make outrageous demands. However, 600 years have passed. Galaxy Venerate kept saying he's considering. A straightforward transaction was dragged on for 600 years by Galaxy Venerate? This completely exhausted Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's patience.
If not for the conditions he proposed to the Fierce Sun ancient country far surpassing those proposed to the Dafu ancient country, making the benefits of trading with Galaxy Venerate more attractive from a copyright C perspective.
Su Yin Heavenly Venerate would have already turned to complete the transaction with the Dafu ancient country. Consider what? Lin Yuan glanced at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. Consider what? Su Yin Heavenly Venerate was somewhat astonished. It's been 600 years, and the Galaxy Venerate is still considering something? Could it be that these 600 years were for nothing? Galaxy Venerate, my patience is limited. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate suppressed the anger in his heart. Even though the Galaxy Venerate is the strongest venerable, Su Yin represents not himself, but the Xuanian ancient country. The galaxy venerate's playful response made Su Yin extremely angry, feeling deceived. How dare you speak to me with such attitude? Lin Yuan looked at Su Yin heavenly venerate. Bang! With a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, a ripple of time and space crushed Su Yin's avatar. Su Yin heavenly venerate's avatar shattered instantly. Galaxy venerate, you. Soon, Su Yin regathered himself. Given his strength, forming another avatar was nothing. However, the newly formed Su Yin heavenly venerate stared at Lin Yuan in shock and disbelief. If this were outside the treasure land, speaking to the strongest venerable like this would indeed warrant punishment. But this is inside the treasure land, and the fierce Sun ancient country needs something from the Xuanian ancient country. In this situation, why would the galaxy venerate dare to act so recklessly against his avatar? Could it be they've really given up competing for this treasure land? But that shouldn't be the case. Su Yin heavenly venerate knew well that although his demands were excessive, in the long run, it would be beneficial for the fierce Sun ancient country, much better than letting Da Fu ancient country acquire this treasure land. What I want, I don't need to obtain through transactions. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Yin heavenly venerate, then said impatiently, get lost already. Bang! Su Yin heavenly venerate's avatar exploded again. This time, Su Yin heavenly venerate did not reappear. Alright. On the Xuanian ancient country's side, Su Yin heavenly venerate's eyes were grim. The galaxy venerate's actions and words made him realize that their transaction had basically fallen through. Although Su Yin didn't know why the galaxy venerate acted this way, the most important thing now was to quickly complete the transaction with Da Fu ancient country. If it drags on and Da Fu ancient country learns of this, they might assume the fierce Sun ancient country has perhaps abandoned the fight for this treasure land, and the conditions he proposed might be cut by more than half. Galaxy venerate, fierce Sun ancient country. Su Yin heavenly venerate took a deep breath and immediately sent a consciousness to the giant core sky pillar occupied by Da Fu ancient country. Soon after driving away Su Yin heavenly venerate, spirit prison venerable from the Da Ling ancient country also descended. Galaxy venerate, have you considered? Spirit prison venerable was also here to urge the transaction. The treasure land competition was nearing its end, so he naturally wanted to complete the transaction quickly. No need to consider. Lin Yuan looked at Spirit Prison Venerable and said directly, if you want to trade with Da Fu, just go ahead. You? Spirit Prison Venerable was stunned, not understanding why the Galaxy Venerate said such a thing. It's obvious to anyone that if Da Ling ancient country completes the trade with Da Fu ancient country, Da Fu will have a crushing advantage in core sky pillar refinement. The fierce Sun ancient country would have no hope left. In such a situation, any sensible galaxy venerate would try to make a deal with Da Ling ancient country, wouldn't they? Scram! Lin Yuan waved his hand, and Spirit Prison Venerable's avatar immediately disintegrated. Galaxy, what are you doing? Red Flame Venerable came out, puzzled about why Lin Yuan had shattered Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's avatar, and then Spirit Prison Venerable's avatar again. This left Red Flame Venerable somewhat bewildered. There's no need to trade with them. Lin Yuan looked at Red Flame Venerable, shaking his head as he said, these ancient country venerables only know how to make demands. Aside from other demands, the ask to claim 80 to 100% of the rare treasures produced over the past quadrillion years before fully occupying the treasure land was unacceptable to Lin Yuan. The demands are indeed excessive. Red Flame Venerable was silent for a while. The Xuanian ancient country and Da Ling ancient country had made excessive demands, which was obvious even to the other fierce Sun ancient country venerables, but they had no choice but to agree if they wanted the treasure land. Red Flame Venerable was about to speak when suddenly his face changed. Da Fu ancient country has already completed transactions with Xuanian ancient country and Da Ling ancient country. Now it's all over. Red Flame Venerable sighed. The transaction among the three ancient countries wasn't a secret. In fact, Fu Shu Venerate had actively spread the news. These three ancient countries possess nearly 180 core sky pillars, more than half of the total core sky pillar number, plus Thunderclap ancient country's core sky pillars. Red Flame Venerable was worried, even showing signs of despair. How can the fierce Sun ancient country compete with Da Fu ancient country for this treasure land? Up to this point, Red Flame Venerable saw no hope. Even if the barbaric wilderness country allied with the fierce Sun ancient country to control the core sky pillars, they were far outmatched by the opposition. It's simple. Lin Yuan glanced at red-eyed Venerable and said blandly. Just push through. P.S. Stop with the insults, please. There's an event in the comment section, with prizes being fan titles and Kidian coins. Just reply to participate, everyone join in. Finally, please vote for this round. Lin Yuan's gaze was distant, his tone calm, but his words startled the Red Flame Venerable. Just push through? What does that mean, push through? Who to push through? Someone like Fushu Venerate, the strongest Venerable. Lin Yuan's strength was indeed unfathomable, at the same level as the strongest Venerable of the 6 ancient countries. But Fushu Venerate was also the strongest Venerable. Even if there was a gap between them, it wasn't large, so how could he push through? Besides Fushu Venerate, Xuanian ancient country, Daling ancient country, Thunderclap ancient country, and other top peak venerables, wielding ancient countries' powerful relics, could explode with battle power not much weaker than the strongest venerable. With so many obstacles, how could the Galaxy Venerate push through them? The Red Flame Venerable couldn't comprehend it. In his view, the strongest Venerable was already the strongest below the Ancestor. Wanting to push through such a strong being, perhaps only the high-up Ancestor could. But Lin Yuan clearly hadn't reached the Ancestor realm.
The Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, his expression filled with uncertainty.
If these words hadn't come from Lin Yuan, he wouldn't have thought so much, because he simply wouldn't believe it.
Lin Yuan did not explain further, just waved a hand, and a map of the treasure ground appeared before them. This newly born treasure ground was vast and expansive, with a deep breadth of space-time. But after 1 or 2,000 years of exploration by the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries, a precise map was basically drawn.
The map was dotted with over 300 points of light. Among them, 3 points were larger than the others. The ordinary points of light were the core pillars within the treasure ground. The larger points of light were the giant core pillars. The Red Flame Venerable also saw the map of the treasure ground conjured by Lin Yuan. Although each core pillar's precise space-time location coordinates were marked. Due to the special nature of the core pillar, so the Heavenly Venerate refining the pillar could instantly appear beside it. This made ambushes meaningless. Any disturbance would cause the top peak venerable occupying the core pillar to descend instantly. Moreover, a certain ancient country's top peak venerable would usually hold the country's powerful relic, capable of exploding with battle power close to the strongest venerable in crucial moments. The Mancun Venerable from the barbaric wilderness country refined the second giant core pillar, and though Fushu Venerate was furious, he could only retreat. This was partly due to Lin Yuan's threat and Fushu Venerate's uncertainty about breaking through Mancun Venerable's defense quickly. The ancient country's powerful relics were terrifying, originating from the Ancestor. When top peak venerables exerted their full strength, their capabilities would surge, making the strongest venerable wary. Let's start here. Lin Yuan looked at the map of the treasure ground for a while, finally choosing a core pillar in a corner. Starting here to push through could radiate to the entire treasure ground in the shortest time. Come with me. Lin Yuan glanced at the Red Flame Venerable.
Yes. The Red Flame Venerable's face was puzzled. He vaguely sensed what Lin Yuan intended to do, found it hard to believe, but still nodded in response. Whoosh. Space-time twisted. In just a fleeting moment.
Lin Yuan brought the Red Flame Venerable to the core pillar in the corner. Such speed of space-time traversal. The Red Flame Venerable was shocked in his heart. From the giant core pillar to here, although it wasn't half the treasure ground apart, it was at least a tenth of the treasure ground's distance. Even a strongest venerable like Fushu Venerate would need at least a fraction of a breath to traverse such a distance out of thin air. Yet Lin Yuan only took an instant, and he brought him along? Galaxy Venerate? Before the core pillar, a figure materialized, cautiously watching Lin Yuan. This core pillar was occupied by the Thunderclap ancient country, and the one descending now was the top peak venerable of Thunderclap ancient country, named Lesa Venerate.
Galaxy Venerate, my Thunderclap ancient country has already completed a transaction with Fushu Venerate, you're too late.
Lesa Venerate stared at Lin Yuan and immediately said this. He thought Lin Yuan had come to negotiate for the core pillar they occupied and refined. No matter. Lin Yuan looked at Lhasa Venerate, casually took a step forward. Rumble. A vast power of spacetime crushed forward. The second giant core pillar. 12 peak venerables of the barbaric wilderness country gathered here. Has Dafu ancient country reached a deal with Xuanian ancient country and Daling ancient country? The top peak venerable, Mancun venerable of the barbaric wilderness country, immediately felt troubled. These three ancient countries stood together, plus the Thunderclap ancient country, which always followed the lead of Dafu ancient country. Now Dafu's control of core pillars exceeded 2/3 of all the core pillars in the entire treasure ground. Galaxy Venerate did not reach an agreement with Daling ancient country and Xuanian ancient country? Another top peak venerable from the barbaric wilderness country said.
Not to mention Thunderclap ancient country, which was tacitly said to stand by Dafu ancient country. But Daling ancient country and Xuanian ancient country, it was entirely possible to negotiate, as long as the price was high enough, it was believed they could be swayed.
Thus they would qualify to compete with Dafu ancient country. Perhaps they demanded too much, the third top peak venerable spoke, even without knowing the specifics of the negotiations between Daling Xuanian and Galaxy Venerate. But anyone could guess these two ancient countries would make exorbitant demands. It's a pity these two ancient countries don't even entertain the thought of discussing with my Thunderclap ancient country. The second speaking top peak venerable expressed some helplessness. Whether it's Daling ancient country or Xuanian ancient country, the entire time they considered Dafu ancient country and Fierce Sun ancient country? As for Thunderclap ancient country, it was never considered at all. After all, trading with the Thunderclap ancient country carries too much risk. Even if the two ancient countries handed over all refined core pillars to the Thunderclap ancient country, it's uncertain whether the latter can seize this treasure land. If in the end it is still taken by the Dafu or Fierce Sun faction, then wouldn't the investment of the Daling ancient country and Xuanian ancient country be in vain? Alright, no need to speak of this anymore. Just then, Mancun Venerable spoke, sweeping his gaze over the peak venerables present. At this point, our barbarian wilderness country can only stand with the Fierce Sun ancient country. Even if we can't seize the treasure land ourselves, we must do everything we can to help Fierce Sun ancient country seize it. With Dafu ancient country taking along Xuanian ancient country, Daling ancient country, and Thunderclap ancient country, forming an overwhelming advantage, if barbarian wilderness country were to turn to Dafu ancient country now, it would be merely icing on the cake. The Dafu ancient country wouldn't have to pay much for it either. Therefore, barbarian wilderness country has only one choice. That is to stand with the Fierce Sun ancient country. Currently, although Dafu ancient country holds an absolute advantage. But the real decisive battle has yet to come. Fierce Sun ancient country and barbarian wilderness country might still have a chance. The remaining 11 peak venerables, upon hearing these words, showed a solemn demeanor and nodded slightly. Indeed, barbarian wilderness country now has only the path of aligning with Fierce Sun ancient country. Before the third colossal core pillar, embodiments of the peak venerables from Dafu ancient country, Xuanian ancient country, Daling ancient country, and Thunderclap ancient country gathered. Ha ha ha, everyone, although we now occupy the refined core pillars, far exceeding the Fierce Sun ancient country, we cannot become complacent. Fu Shu Venerate smiled slightly, looking at the peak venerables below. Normally, such contests for newly emerged treasure lands erupt into decisive battles in the last century. The so-called decisive battle involves the strongest powers from various ancient countries striking with full force, without any reservations. Of course, even in the final decisive battle, Fu Shu Venerate is fully confident that a head start leads to continued advantage. What's more, how much more than a head start does Dafu ancient country currently hold? Fu Shu Venerate only needs to keep the Galaxy Venerate occupied, and nothing significant can occur in Fierce Sun ancient country. Then let me prematurely congratulate Fu Shu, brother. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate of Xuanian ancient country was about to speak. Suddenly, among the peak venerables of Thunderclap ancient country below, Lhasa Venerable's expression slightly changed. Fu Shu. Lhasa Venerable immediately spoke. That Galaxy Venerate suddenly appeared near one of the core pillars I was refining. Oh, upon hearing this, Fu Shu Venerate's expression became slightly grave. First, ask Galaxy Venerate what he intends to do. This behavior by Galaxy Venerate led Fu Shu Venerate to easily associate it with the decisive battle. However, Fushu Venerate still harbored doubts. Normal contests for treasure lands in decisive battles revolve around colossal core pillars. Even if there are no colossal core pillars, they focus on core pillars at the central position. Only thus can one advance or retreat freely. But according to Lhasa Venerable, the position where Galaxy Venerate appeared was on the edge of the treasure land. Alright. Lhasa Venerable nodded but then immediately showed a dazed expression. What's wrong? Fushu Venerate noticed and immediately inquired. He vaguely sensed something amiss from Lhasa Venerable's demeanor.
Fushu Venerate, the main battle body I stationed at that core pillar has fallen.
Lhasa Venerable gathered his thoughts promptly and spoke up. Fallen? Fushu Venerate was also a bit stunned. So quickly? Bear in mind, Lhasa Venerable is a top-tier peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country, a life form born from boundless thunder. Such a strong being, with great survival skills, even Fushu Venerate, to completely annihilate, would have to do so gradually. What about the Thunderclap ancient country's backing weapon? Fushu Venerate immediately inquired. Didn't have time to use it. Lhasa Venerable swallowed hard, unable to help but continue. That Galaxy Venerate. Lhasa Venerable's tone hinted at fear. Didn't have time to use it? Fushu Venerate fell into silence. With the mental will of a top-tier peak venerable, an ancient country's backing weapon can be activated with a single thought. As for not having time to use it, it meant there was no reaction from start to finish. How is this possible? Top-tier peak venerable, without even having a chance to react, just perished. Fushu Venerate's mind was shaken, hard to calm. Even the strongest venerable also holds the ancient country's foundational weapon, and top peak venerables have enough reaction time. As for not even having a chance to react like now. Fushu Venerate's heart was in shock, and the other peak venerables present were equally unsettled. Lhasa Venerable's encounter was too bizarre. How could a dignified top peak venerable not even have the ability to react? This is too absurd. Could it be that the Galaxy Venerate has reached the primordial ancestor level? Fushu Venerate. At this moment, the Linggan Venerable Sage of the Daling ancient country suddenly spoke. That Galaxy Venerate appeared next to the core pillar I guard. You must be careful. Fushu Venerate was startled, immediately reminding. Although the distance between the two core pillars was rapidly crossed by Galaxy Venerate, Fushu Venerate had no time to think about it.
Linggan Venerable Sage nodded, but the next moment his face turned pale.
What happened? Fushu Venerate realized something was wrong, immediately asked. Fallen, the main combat body has fallen. Linggan Venerable Sage's voice trembled slightly. With Lhasa Venerable's prior misfortune, he thought he was being very cautious. The foundational weapon from the ancient country was ready to activate at any moment, just waiting to see if the Galaxy Venerate wanted something to say. Yet he still died quietly, almost instantly as the Galaxy Venerate glanced at him, without a trace of resistance. Lhasa, Galaxy Venerate he. Linggan Venerable Sage immediately looked at Lhasa Venerable. Don't look at me, I also died very suddenly. Lhasa Venerable shook his head, still somewhat bewildered and not yet able to comprehend. Fushu Venerate, Galaxy Venerate reached my place. The Earth-Yin Venerable of Xuanian ancient country immediately said. Don't hesitate, directly activate the foundational weapon bestowed by your Xuanian ancient country. Fushu Venerate immediately said. Lhasa Venerable and Linggan Venerable Sage's deaths made him tremble in fear.
Buzz. A slight ripple transmitted, but was immediately suppressed, like a small flame just ignited, quickly extinguished.
You? Fushu Venerate stared at the Earth-Yin Venerable. Dead. Earth-Yin Venerable shook his head, simultaneously said, I have already activated the foundational weapon, but the Galaxy Venerate is too strong. The weapon couldn't withstand it, directly shattered. Foundational weapon couldn't withstand? Fushu Venerate again fell silent. The foundational weapons of the various ancient countries, although far inferior to primordial ancestor-level weapons, were crafted casually by the ancestors themselves. Even the strongest venerable would need to exhaust effort to break through a foundational weapons barrier. Fushu Venerate, Fushu Venerate, the Galaxy Venerate reached. Fushu Venerate. As Fushu Venerate's mind was chaotic, below, various top peak venerables of different ancient countries spoke with frightened tones, all falling to the Galaxy Venerate. Not even having a moment to react. Even with the previous top peak venerables warnings, there was no change whatsoever. In just 3 or 4 breaths, 103 core pillars were seized and refined by the galaxy Venerate. 103 core pillars spread across nearly half of treasure land, yet lost in just 3 or 4 breaths. These 103 core pillars. Fu Shu Venerate's heart was shaken, faintly realizing something. A detailed map of the treasure land immediately appeared before him. Over 300 light spots distributed across the map, with a certain corner as the source. Large areas of light spots turned red, signifying they were seized and refined by Galaxy Venerate. The Galaxy Venerate is sweeping across, starting from the corner and pushing through all the pillars in the treasure land. Fu Shu Venerate suddenly reacted, whispering in disbelief. At that moment, Fu Shu Venerate's mind shook, feeling as if catastrophe was imminent. He looked towards the heights. Unbeknownst to him, a young man stood there with hands behind his back, overlooking Fu Shu Venerate and the group of peak venerables, eyes squinted, smiling. "Your turn." Red Flame Venerable followed behind Lin Yuan, also overlooking the many peak venerables below. However, Red Flame Venerable's gaze was slightly dazed. Along the way, only he saw how Galaxy Venerate truly swept away the numerous top-tier peak venerables. That unstoppable crushing momentum almost made Red Flame Venerable think he was dreaming. Especially when many top-tier peak venerables directly activated ultimate killing weapons, the terrifying power burst forth, but in front of Lin Yuan, they still seemed like thin paper easily pierced through. It made Red Flame Venerable's heart tremble. Galaxy. Red Flame Venerable looked at the young man standing in front of him, his expression slightly dazed, finally understanding the meaning of sweeping away. Galaxy Venerate? In front of the third giant core pillar, including Fu Shu Venerate, all the peak venerables looked up, like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. In just 3 or 4 breaths 103 core pillars were seized, and on the field, at least one main battle physique of top-tier peak venerables fell into Galaxy Venerate's hands. Knowing the despair and impotence faced when confronting Galaxy Venerate, especially the later fallen top-tier peak venerables, they did not have the lack of defense the earlier fallen ones did. These top-tier peak venerables were very cautious, directly activating ultimate killing weapons, but still got crushed and shattered. Galaxy Venerate, what do you intend to do? Fu Shu Venerate took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and asked. Even at this moment, regardless of how unbelievable, he couldn't reveal it. Otherwise, the morale of the many peak venerables on his side might collapse directly. What do you intend to do? Lin Yuan looked at Fu Shu Venerate, shook his head, and said, surrender all core pillars. Compared to other top-tier peak venerables, Fu Shu Venerate was harder to deal with. Lin Yuan was currently locking onto the location of his true form. Don't be fooled by Fu Shu Venerate standing there. In fact, his true form was merged into layers of space-time, and hidden with the power of Da Fu Ancient Country's ultimate killing weapon, making Lin Yuan have to work hard to lock onto it. The foundational killing weapon made by ancestors, when placed in the hands of top-tier peak venerables, shows a completely different power spectrum compared to when in the hands of the strongest venerable like Fu Shu Venerate. Especially the ultimate killing weapon activated by Fu Shu Venerate was not an ordinary foundational killing weapon. Surrender all core pillars? Fu Shu Venerate's face looked ugly. That's impossible. Surrendering all core pillars equaled giving up the contention for this treasure land. For Fu Shu Venerate, that was an unacceptable result. If it's impossible, then go die, Lin Yuan said in a serene tone. Before the words were finished, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards Fu Shu Venerate. Rumblings. Invisible and majestic power of spacetime swept through. Fu Shu Venerate's expression changed dramatically, immediately sensing that his true form hidden in the depths of spacetime must have been discovered and locked onto by Galaxy Venerate. This Galaxy Venerate can so easily lock onto my true form? Fu Shu Venerate was incredulous. He used the power of the ancient country's ultimate killing weapon to hide his true form's location. Even the strongest venerables of the same level couldn't lock it, equivalent to being innately undefeated. The strength displayed by Galaxy Venerate obviously surpasses the strongest venerables. Fu Shu Venerate wasn't planning to use this move to counter Galaxy Venerate but at least to hold on a bit longer. But how long had passed? Less than 5 breaths and his true form was found. Block. Fu Shu Venerate's aura suddenly exploded, A surge of inexplicable energy ascended, all coming from the Dafu ancient country's ultimate killing weapon, attempting to counter Lin Yuan's grab. But unfortunately, the barriers formed by various inexplicable energies shattered easily under Lin Yuan's grab. But at least it sustained Fu Shu Venerate for a bit of breathing room. As the strongest venerable, he ultimately exceeded the many top-tier peak venerables, not collapsing at the first touch before Lin Yuan. If you don't take action now, this treasure land will fall into Galaxy Venerate's hands. Fu Shu Venerate immediately transmitted to Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, Spirit Prison Venerable, and other top-tier peak venerables. Before this, several ancient countries had completed transactions, fully binding together. If Dafu ancient country gains this treasure land, Xuanian ancient country and Daling ancient country could still salvage a bit. But if Fierce Sun ancient country gains this treasure land, not to mention salvage, Xuanian ancient country and Daling ancient country might not even make it out alive. Fu Shu, don't worry, our true forms are on their way. Spirit Prison Venerable, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, and other leading venerables from various ancient countries spoke solemnly. Although they were quite regretful at the moment, knowing Galaxy Venerate was so strong, they surely wouldn't have proposed such excessive demands, but since things had already happened, they had no choice. Only to join Fu Shu Venerate in a desperate battle. Combining the forces of the leading top-tier peak venerables from Dafu, Xuanian, Daling, and Thunder, four ancient countries, holding ultimate killing weapons, to confront Galaxy Venerate. Rumblings. In the distance. Spirit Prison Venerable, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, and other leading venerables activated ultimate killing weapons, attacking towards Lin Yuan from afar. Terrifying power burst forth, annihilating large portions of spacetime. All leading venerables attacked with full force, holding nothing back. The spacetime around Lin Yuan twisted, and all the attacks were like stones falling into the sea. He cast a glance at the leading peak venerable figures in the distance. No use at all. Spirit Prison Venerable, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, and the other leading venerables' hearts trembled. With Fu Shu Venerate desperately holding off the Galaxy Venerate, they seized the chance to launch a surprise attack. However, they couldn't even stir a ripple, let alone shake the Galaxy Venerate. This left the leading venerables in utter despair. Previously, when Lin Yuan killed the main battle body guarding them and seized the core pillar, they witnessed the terrifying attack power of the Galaxy Venerate. Not a single top-peak venerable could withstand the Galaxy Venerate even for a moment. Even activating their fundamental killing weapons for defense was useless. And now, the leading venerables were aware of the Galaxy Venerate's almost undefeatable defensive power. Their strike with full power utilizing their fundamental killing weapon was effortlessly blocked by the Galaxy Venerate? It was blocked, not dodged. The difference between the two is significant. If it was dodged, the leading venerables would feel a bit better since it would at least indicate that their attack had some effect, prompting the Galaxy Venerate to dodge. But directly blocking it meant the Galaxy Venerate didn't care about their attacks at all. Galaxy Venerate, Fu Shu Venerate also saw this scene, his eyes vaguely swirling with golden power, and the power of time began to completely disorder around him. This was his strongest killing move, using a certain secret technique to combine two Tier 13 methods. Although it was far from true fusion, its power exceeded that of a single Tier 13 secret technique. Fu Shu Venerate had never used this move since creating it, saving it as his final trump card. Time. After activating the killing move, pure strands of temporal power appeared in front of Fu Shu Venerate. This power originated from the treasure vault of the Dafu ancient country, specially refined by the Dafu ancestor. Any time-related killing move, when bolstered by these strands of temporal origin source, would have its power dramatically increased. This is my strongest method. Fu Shu Venerate looked towards Lin Yuan, as the disordered temporal power was spreading towards him. Setting aside the combined Tier 13 methods, just the strands of temporal origin source alone cost Fu Shu Venerate an enormous amount of effort. If this treasured land wasn't so precious, and not related to time, aligning with Fu Shu Venerate's path, he wouldn't even consider using those temporal origin sources. This temporal power? Lin Yuan also sensed the disordered time. For ordinary top-peak venerables, under the influence of this ever-spreading disordered time, they would likely succumb immediately, perceiving a moment where 1,000 years passed outside. Even the strongest venerable would be greatly affected, possibly losing this body unexpectedly. After all, this killing move wasn't just Fu Shu Venerate's power but also borrowed the temporal origin source that only the ancestor could refine. But Lin Yuan at the disorderly time swept over Lin Yuan like a torrent crashing against a giant stone weighing tens of thousands of tons, unable to move him a bit. Want to affect me with time? If the ancestor stepped in, maybe. Lin Yuan gently shook his head. His foundational strength was immeasurably deep and heavy, precisely countering these time-related techniques. Time is like a flowing river, and a being's foundational strength is akin to the weight within this river. A stone too heavy can naturally ignore the river's impact. Still no use? Fu Shu Venerate looked at the still-standing Galaxy Venerate and turned to flee without hesitation. Having even his strongest move failed to affect the Galaxy Venerate in the slightest, Fu Shu Venerate knew the situation had been lost, with no hope of seizing the treasured land. At this moment, Fu Shu Venerate wanted to exit the treasured land peacefully. Failing to seize the land might cost him even his main battle body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, other leading venerables and many top peak venerables, as well as ordinary peak venerables, began to escape. Since you all attacked me, you can stay here. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and his form suddenly turned into a blazing fierce sun, as an invisible power of twisted space-time spread to cover all directions. Fu Shu Venerate had not fled far before he was impeded by this twisting power, soon being obliterated by Lin Yuan's attack. The other leading venerables, top peak venerables, and ordinary venerables had the same change in expression. Space-time quickly twisted, leaving them unable even to traverse the void. Ah, Galaxy Venerate, I give up on seizing the land. Let us go. Many peak venerables sought mercy, knowing that although losing their main battle body didn't mean true death, cultivating a main battle body was no easy task. Especially considering this main battle body carried numerous weapons and 1,000 years' worth of gains from this treasured land. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan did not hold back. He harbored no goodwill towards the Daling ancient country, the Xuanian ancient country, and other ancient countries, remembering their extortionate behavior. Soon, the many peak venerables quickly perished. Red Flame Venerable stared blankly at the scene. Top peak venerables comparable to him crumbled like dust before Lin Yuan, easily erased. What is that? The many peak venerables of the fierce Sun ancient country only just reacted, sensing the disappearing auras of the peak venerables, their hearts filled with shock. Kun Venerable of the barbaric wilderness country was about to find the Galaxy Venerate to discuss how to deal with the Da Fu ancient country, but witnessing this scene, his mind was in a daze. Is this the Galaxy Venerate? Lin Yuan stood in the void, resembling an eternal fierce sun shining, and as the divine ability, world operated, one peak venerable after another was extinguished and fell. In no time, the surrounding heavens and earth were completely clear, leaving only numerous weapons, treasures, and rare items floating around. Before stepping into the Chaos Realm, my strength was on the same tier as the strongest venerables like Fu Shu Venerate, perhaps only slightly stronger. But after entering the Chaos Realm, the essence of my life transformed. The so-called strongest venerable? Simply no match for me. Lin Yuan thought to himself that if not for the fact that time and space operated independently within the treasure ground, long-term activation of divine ability, world would conflict with the time flow inside it, thus affecting the future nurturing of rare treasures within the treasure ground. Lin Yuan did not need to refine each core heavenly pillar. He could directly envelop the entire treasure ground with his external universe. It was only when Fu Shu Venerate and the numerous peak venerables scattered and fled that Lin Yuan temporarily suppressed them with his external universe. Due to the short time of divine ability world's activation and Lin Yuan's carefulness, it had no impact on the treasure ground. Phew! Lin Yuan slightly moved his mind, retracted his external universe, and also collected the spoils left by the numerous peak venerables. This time, having demonstrated strength beyond the 6 ancient countries' understanding, Lin Yuan was already prepared with explanations, attributing it to the ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level. As the first in this source world to excavate the ancestor bloodline to the heavenly Venerate level, besides Lin Yuan, no other Venerate knew the effect of excavating the ancestor bloodline to this level. Isn't everything for Lin Yuan to decide? As for when the second heavenly Venerate level ancestor bloodline will be born, Who knows how many millennia that will take? By that time, even if Lin Yuan hasn't reached the 13th tier, he would be deep in a time loop, unaffected by the outside world. In fact, even without using the heavenly venerate level ancestor bloodline as an excuse, no one dared to question Lin Yuan. The 6 ancient countries upheld strength supremacy, and with the power Lin Yuan displayed, without the ancestors' intervention he was invincible, so those strongest venerables would not dare appear before him. As for the ancestors remain above all. Lin Yuan's strength surpasses the strongest venerables, but to the 13th tier ancestor, he is just a larger ant, not worthy of much attention. Currently, everything Lin Yuan possesses, except for the Myriad Realms Gate, would not draw attention from the ancestors. 13th tier inheritance? It originates from the ancestors? 13th tier weapons? The ancestors also possess them? Whiz! Lin Yuan briefly examined the spoils left by the peak venerables and then stepped forward, appearing before the Red Flame Venerate. Galaxy Venerate. Red Flame Venerate was shocked, barely suppressing his emotions, looking at Lin Yuan with a respectful and humble attitude. I never imagined that your strength, Galaxy Venerate, would be so powerful, sweeping Fu Shu Venerate and numerous top peak venerables with your own might. When the Emperor mentioned you, I had my doubts, but now it seems I was foolish. Red Flame Venerate felt a bit ashamed thinking about how he once disdained Galaxy Venerate, and a sense of fear welled up within him. It's nothing. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Red Flame Venerate really had no personal agenda. His doubts about Lin Yuan's strength were for the sake of the fierce Sun ancient country. After all, competing for a precious treasure ground, the participating Venerate's strength must be up to par. If any participating Venerate became a liability, leading to the failure of acquiring the treasure ground, it would be detrimental to the entire ancient country. After Lin Yuan sparred with Red Lotus Venerate to prove his strength, Red Flame Venerate didn't have more to say. At this moment, Red Flame Venerate glanced up, suddenly seeing over a dozen figures appearing in the distance, which were the 12 peak venerables from the barbaric wilderness country. Upon sensing the battle here, more accurately, the one-sided crushing by Galaxy Venerate, the peak venerables from the barbaric wilderness country had no choice but to come over, though it was hard to believe. If they didn't come, would they wait for Galaxy Venerate to come to them? Galaxy Venerate. Mancun Venerate was shocked. Through sensing the aura, he knew Fu Shu Venerate and many top peak venerables were swept by Galaxy Venerate. It was an absolute sweep. As strong as Fu Shu Venerate was, he was utterly crushed in front of Galaxy Venerate. Mancun Venerate, although he didn't like Fu Shu Venerate, had to admit the latter's strength. Mancun. Lin Yuan likewise glanced at Mancun Venerate. The core heavenly pillars occupied by the barbaric wilderness country were mostly concentrated in the upper region of the treasure ground. When Lin Yuan started pushing from the corner, he hadn't encountered any core heavenly pillars occupied and refined by the barbaric wilderness country. Galaxy Venerate, our barbaric wilderness country is willing to hand over all the core heavenly pillars. Mancun Venerate immediately stated. Having seen the end that befell the other ancient countries' peak venerables, with their main combat bodies falling one after another, under such circumstances, handing over the core heavenly pillars honestly was the right choice. At least they could preserve their main combat bodies. And also the gains of the past 1 or 2,000 years in this treasure ground. Those golden mists were collected significantly by the absolute venerables of barbaric wilderness country. Alright, you can leave now. Lin Yuan nodded, not making it difficult for Mancun Venerate. Against peak venerables from Xuanian country, Daling country, and other countries, he left no room for leniency because they were hostile toward fierce Sun ancient country, even demanding sky-high prices for dozens of core heavenly pillars. Thank you, Galaxy Venerate. Mancun Venerate was slightly relieved. At least in this treasure ground contest, the absolute venerables of barbaric wilderness country had some gains and weren't at a loss. Compared to Fu Shu Venerate, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, and Spirit Prison Venerate, etc., barbaric wilderness country fared relatively better. The other 11 peak venerables of the barbaric wilderness country glanced at each other, wondering why they felt a sense of relief. In the past, during new sacred land contests, the many peak venerables from the barbaric wilderness country participated, but ultimately faced failure, leaving them with emotions of dissatisfaction. However, now, including Mancun Venerable, the 12 peak venerables actually felt fortunate. Luckily, Mancun Venerable arrived quickly and communicated well with Galaxy Venerate, thus preserving them. Otherwise, the fate of the peak venerables from the 4 ancient countries, including Da Fu ancient country, would be theirs. The contest for the sacred land, where death and downfall are quite normal. Even if Galaxy Venerate hadn't spared them, there would be no issue. With permission from Galaxy Venerate, the 12 peak venerables of the barbaric wilderness country quickly departed towards the sacred land's entrance. In the distance, the 10 peak venerables of Fierce Sun ancient country stared at Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat hesitant to approach. The victory came too easily and unbelievably. Just a moment ago, they felt despair, believing that even if Fierce Sun ancient country stood with barbaric wilderness country, the chance of capturing the sacred land was slim against the alliance of Da Fu ancient country, Xuanian ancient country, Da Ling ancient country, and Thunderclap ancient country. The next moment, all the peak venerables from the 4 ancient countries led by Da Fu ancient country were effortlessly pushed aside by Galaxy Venerate, showcasing an overwhelming power that shook the hearts of the 10 peak venerables from Fierce Sun ancient country immensely. Galaxy Venerate once sparred with me for so long. Red Lotus Venerable silently sighed. Before entering the sacred land, he had sparred with Galaxy Venerate, ending in a draw. Now it seems evident that Galaxy Venerate was merely toying with him. Fu Shu Venerate, such a strongest venerable, was powerless against Galaxy Venerate. What level of strength does Galaxy Venerate possess now? Is he still the strongest venerable? Venerable Guangli and Venerable Hengyang, 2 top-tier peak venerables, were thinking further. Ever since the birth of Da Fu ancient country, the strongest venerable has been the greatest power beneath the ancestor, the utmost limit for venerates. And now, Galaxy Venerate has clearly broken this rule. Calling him the strongest venerable no longer seems appropriate. If Galaxy Venerate is the strongest venerable, what are the other strongest venerables? Deep within the metropolis of Da Fu, many ancient existences were startled. Many who had vanished long ago, believed by the outside world to be striving for the ancestor realm, suddenly opened their eyes, sending forth a sliver of consciousness. That Galaxy Venerate, Fu Shu Venerate stood among them, with successive scenes flashing by not far away, depicting the spectacle of Galaxy Venerate beginning his overwhelming push from the core pillar in the corner of the sacred land, until finally transforming into Fierce Sun, annihilating Fu Shu Venerate along with numerous peak venerables. Fu Shu, did you lose? With your strength? You actually lost? One by one, the ancient strongest venerable spoke up. A strongest venerable only signifies standing at the pinnacle of venerate strength, but it doesn't mean one can't lose. Yet losing like Fu Shu Venerate was too trivial, wasn't it? To lose utterly to Galaxy Venerate? Even after using the ancient country's deepest weapon, still losing? Just look. Fu Shu Venerate's mind was calm, nearly icy. If he had lost to other strongest venerables, he would surely be reflecting and replaying, pondering what he could do better next time. But losing to Galaxy Venerate? During the brief exchange, Fu Shu Venerate felt nothing but despair. His clash with Galaxy Venerate was like an ant trying to shake the sky, with no need to replay it. Even if he tried 10,000 times, 100,000 times, Fu Shu Venerate would still lose. After speaking, Fu Shu Venerate fell silent. Many ancient strongest venerables of Da Fu ancient country also began watching the continuous scenes. In truth, most of the ancient strongest venerables started observing the scenes as soon as they arrived. The ones asking questions were doing so incidentally. Very quickly, some ancient strongest venerables finished watching all the scenes. These ancient strongest venerables had varied auras, with different paths of chaos power development and diverse 13-tier secret technique inheritances. Yet after watching the scenes, nearly all the ancient strongest venerables fell into silence. Even though they weren't directly on the battlefield, merely seeing the scenes from afar, these ancient strongest venerables felt an unparalleled sense of oppression from Galaxy Venerate. This Galaxy Venerate, his physical body is immensely strong, his fundamental base unfathomably deep, and his chaos power development path equally terrifying. Is this the ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level? Impossible. Though the ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level hasn't appeared before, it can't be this strong. Indeed, even if the ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level is strong, it would at most count as a 13-tier secret technique, equivalent to the level of a strongest venerable. Galaxy Venerate's strength clearly exceeds mere ancestor bloodline support. After a silence, the ancient strongest venerables began conversing. Using the insight at the strongest venerables level, they somewhat understood the essence of the bloodline. While the ancestor bloodline is powerful, it's merely pure power, whereas Galaxy Venerate's comprehension of cosmic rules and evolution of chaos power far surpassed simple ancestor bloodlines. Debating this now is meaningless. Just then, one of the strongest venerables from Dafu ancient country spoke. Galaxy Venerate's strength already fully surpasses ours. Even if we, old-timers, shamelessly teamed up against Galaxy Venerate, we would likely be suppressed. With these words, the many ancient strongest venerables exchanged glances. Although this conclusion was uncomfortable, it was undeniable. Galaxy Venerate's strength nearly exceeded the Venerate level's boundary. How exactly did Galaxy Venerate cultivate? We believed we'd already trained everything to its utmost, unable to advance any more. How does Galaxy Venerate surpass us so considerably? An ancient strongest venerable spoke with wonder, pondering why figures like Fushu Venerate are known as strongest venerables. Because they've reached all aspects limits, physical body and flesh, rule comprehension, chaos evolution path, mind and willpower? All approaching the extreme. But Galaxy Venerate? If not certain that he remains under the ancestor realm, they might think Lin Yuan has already entered the ancestor domain. In the coming long years, before Galaxy Venerate seeks the ancestor realm, our Dafu ancient country should minimize conflicts with Fierce Sun ancient country. Agreed, prohibit any high-intensity warfare. If necessary, ask ancestors to intercede, but absolutely avoid Galaxy Venerate intervening. The ancient strongest venerables exchanged glances, knowing that if they clashed with Fierce Sun ancient country with Galaxy Venerate presiding, it would be self-humiliation. Let's endure. Considering Galaxy Venerate's profound accumulation, he should soon strive for ancestor levels, easing our burden greatly. The numerous ancient strongest venerables sighed. For Dafu ancient country's strength, they've never felt this constrained before, but there's no choice, they're weaker than Galaxy Venerate. Even if these strongest venerables brought ancient country's deep weapon, they couldn't rival Galaxy Venerate. But now, what level exactly is Galaxy Venerate? Still the strongest venerable? An ancient strongest venerable couldn't help but ask, for if Galaxy is still the strongest venerable, then they would all need to take a step back. Who dares to call themselves strongest venerables, alongside Galaxy Venerate? Galaxy Venerate should now be called. The previously silent Fushu Venerate suddenly spoke, his expression vaguely showing complexity. Invincible Venerate? Invincible Venerate. Once these four words were said, all strongest venerables present felt it exceedingly appropriate. If Galaxy Venerate isn't invincible, who is? The numerous strongest venerables glanced at each other, acknowledging this designation. Galaxy Venerate is the first invincible Venerate since the founding of the 6 ancient countries, and likely the last. Capital of Fierce Sun country, Lin Yuan's true form had gone to the newly emerged treasure ground, while the Taiyan primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit guarded the other 2 first-class treasure grounds. Thus, leaving only a manifestation in the capital's royal residence, though by Lin Yuan's power, even a manifestation was equivalent to a peak venerable. Galaxy, did you sweep through Fushu Venerate and other top-tier deities in the treasure ground? Is this true? A message arrived, coming from the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Even though the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country had already received confirmed intelligence, and even watched video footage, he still found it hard to believe, so he personally came to inquire. Indeed, my power has just had a breakthrough. Lin Yuan did not conceal it. He was the core of the Fierce Sun ancient country's royal family, inherently standing with the ancient country. His increasing power only strengthened the country's foundation. As for arousing envy, with Lin Yuan's current strength, he could completely ignore these. Good, good, good. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country was delighted. Galaxy Venerate displaying such overwhelming strength against the strongest venerable indicated that it was far more than just about the battle for a treasure ground. It would also profoundly impact the long-term dynamics among the 6 ancient countries in the future. With Lin Yuan being in existence far surpassing the strongest venerable, which of the other 5 ancient countries, including Dafu ancient country, would dare to engage in high-intensity warfare with the fierce Sun Ancient country? If they dare not enter warfare, they can only make concessions and retreat. Galaxy Venerate, you have truly surprised me. The emperor of the fierce Sun Ancient country looked at Lin Yuan with great emotion. He did not ask much about why Lin Yuan possessed such power. Every strong person had their secrets, an aspect the ancient country never interfered with. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, saying nothing. Are you aware of what the strongest venerables from Dafu Ancient country are calling you? The emperor of the fierce Sun Ancient country couldn't help but say. What? Lin Yuan was quite curious. In the treasure ground, he showed no mercy to the peak venerables of Dafu Ancient country, even slaying Fu Shu Venerate, one of the strongest venerables. Invincible Venerable. The emperor of the fierce Sun Ancient country clicked his tongue. Even the proud strongest venerables of Dafu Ancient country used such a title for Lin Yuan, indicating their total abandonment of any thought of contention. Invincible Venerable. What does invincible mean? It means absolute dominance and sweeping through all. Invincible Venerable? Lin Yuan understood in his heart. In Chaos Void, there is talk of an invincible great saint, where a certain supreme great saint would overwhelm all other supreme great saints, convincing them entirely, thus claiming the title of invincible great saint. But among the 6 ancient countries, the so-called invincible great saint equated to the strongest venerable of the 6 ancient countries? An invincible great saint in Chaos Void might be invincible, but within the 6 ancient countries, naturally, they cannot be considered invincible, for there remain opponents, with each ancestral heritage nurturing heirs who stand shoulder to shoulder with invincible great saints as the strongest venerables. And now, Lin Yuan's strength made the strongest venerables of the 6 ancient countries despair, calling him invincible venerable with good reason. Galaxy, you've redefined what constitutes the limits of a venerable. The emperor of the fierce Sun Ancient country stated, noting that besides Dafu Ancient country, the other 4 ancient countries likewise intensely debated Galaxy Venerate. Venerable limits? Lin Yuan mused, actually, I am far from reaching the limit. Currently, in terms of realm, Lin Yuan has indeed achieved perfection in Chaos Realm, but in other techniques, he still has substantial room for enhancement. For example, the inheritance of Infinite Void, now Lin Yuan remains at the 3rd level. Though aspiring for the 7th level is improbable, he has considerable confidence in reaching the 6th level. And from the 3rd level to the 6th level, there lies the 4th and 5th levels. Besides, the evolved chaotic Taiji Dao currently also stands at the 1st tier, according to the many venerables of the 6 ancient countries in their comprehension of the path of chaotic evolution. The upper limit should be the 3rd tier. Lastly, Lin Yuan can also cultivate numerous 13th tier inheritances in the treasure trove of the fierce Sun Ancient country to enhance his strength. 13th tier inheritance requires plenty of merit, yet through this treasure ground contention, Lin Yuan predicts having earned massive ancient country merits. Cultivating 13th tier inheritance is good, enhancing the path of chaotic evolution is better, all to prepare for achieving the 13th tier. Lin Yuan knew clearly where his targets lay. Secret techniques are branches. Realm is fundamental. Cultivating 13th tier inheritance is also for experiencing 13th tier power. To better break through the cycle of time. Galaxy, what's the situation in the treasure ground? Inquired the emperor of the fierce Sun Ancient country. All is under control. Lin Yuan nodded. The many peak venerables from Dafu Ancient country and the other 4 ancient countries, either died or fled, didn't dare remain in the treasure ground. What Lin Yuan needed to do next was to sequentially refine all the core pillars, and when the 2000-year treasure ground competition concluded, formally determine the rightful owner of the treasure ground. Red Flame Venerable mentioned the situation in the treasure ground to me. If it weren't for you, Galaxy, our fierce Sun Ancient country's chance of seizing this treasure ground would be slim, and even if successful, Xuanian and Da Ling would harshly exploit us. The emperor of the fierce Sun Ancient country sighed deeply. In this treasure ground struggle, Galaxy, your contributions were immense. Without you, the situation wouldn't be as it is now. I think simply rewarding you for your merits is no longer sufficient to illustrate your importance, Lin Yuan. The emperor of the fierce Sun Ancient country looked at Lin Yuan and said, so, I have decided. Once the ownership of the precious land is determined, it will be guarded by you, Galaxy. During your guardianship, all the treasures produced within the precious land will belong to you alone, without needing to be turned over to the ancient country. As long as you remain, Galaxy, this precious land is yours. Regardless of whether I am on the throne or which emperor succeeds me, this fact cannot change. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Does the precious land completely belong to him? It's important to know that, let alone that this precious land is a top-tier one among first-class lands, even the most ordinary of the precious lands under the fierce Sun ancient country's control require the guardians to hand over 80 to 90% of the rare treasures produced to the ancient country. This is a rule set by the ancient country. No one can defy it. But now, the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country is almost half giving this precious land to him? This is too valuable. Lin Yuan shook his head. The value of a first-class precious land is equivalent to a money tree, and he is being easily given it? Although Lin Yuan almost single-handedly took over this precious land, he knew very well that all of this was leveraged by the power of the fierce Sun ancient country. Without the fierce Sun ancient country, those peak venerables from other ancient countries wouldn't be fighting him equally. If pushed to the limit, they could easily seek their ancestors. It is precisely because of the presence of the fierce Sun ancient country that the struggle is limited to below the ancestors, not reaching the level of needing the ancestors. Had those peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country been forced to seek their ancestors, it would be a disgrace to the ancestors. Galaxy, you are underestimating your influence too much. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country said with a smile, with you here, it's not just about one precious land. In the future, which of the other 5 major ancient countries would dare to compete with our fierce Sun ancient country? Your presence, Galaxy, will win countless benefits for our fierce Sun ancient country. What is one precious land? Lin Yuan looked at the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country and thought, of course, one shouldn't refuse a benefit given freely. Furthermore, his deterrent power is indeed significant, so he nodded and said, all right, I'll accept it. The rare treasures nurtured by this first-class precious land involve the domain of time. Researching it may prove highly useful to him. Moreover, even if it is not needed, as the sole controller of this precious land, Lin Yuan effectively monopolizes these rare treasures and can sell them at will. Ha ha ha, as for the merits of capturing this precious land, we can discuss them once the competition is completely over. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country said with a cheerful smile. The final distribution of merit involves not only Lin Yuan but also the participation of other peak venerables from the fierce Sun ancient country. Although these peak venerables are far less significant than Lin Yuan, since they participated, they will receive some merits, however small. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. Now, less than 200 years remain until the 2,000-year limit for the precious land contest. However, if in the future you, Galaxy, make a breakthrough in the realm of the ancestors, this precious land can be guarded by your descendants. But it will then be treated as a normal precious land, and 80% of the rare treasures produced must be handed over to the ancient country. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately added. Naturally. Lin Yuan nodded. Turning over the rare treasures produced by the precious land to the ancient country not only involves sharing benefits but also gaining protection. Lin Yuan's power is absolutely invincible. Even if he monopolizes all the rare treasures produced by the precious land, there will be no issues. But what about the future? When Lin Yuan breaks through to the 13th rank and his descendants guard the precious land, they won't have Lin Yuan's power, and monopolizing all the precious land's treasures isn't a good thing. Giving 80% of the rare treasures to the ancient country is equivalent to binding the ancient country to himself, making it safer. At least with an 80% share of the treasures, the fierce Sun ancient country will definitely make every effort to ensure this precious land isn't disturbed by other ancient countries. Within the precious land, Lin Yuan continued to chat casually with Red Flame Venerable and other peak venerables of the fierce Sun ancient country for a while, then proceeded to refine more of the core pillars within the precious land. Since beginning the aggressive takeover, Lin Yuan had only refined over 100 core pillars, with more than half of the core pillars yet to be refined. Buzz buzz buzz, as each core pillar was refined by Lin Yuan. A profoundly mysterious sense of control surged into his mind. Refining the core pillars of the precious land allows for a certain degree of control over it. Theoretically, refining all core pillars is equivalent to refining this precious land. However, from the moment this newly born precious land emerged until now, many core pillars had been refined by the peak venerables of the 6 major ancient countries, and it had never been unified in refinement. Soon, all of the 3 gigantic core pillars, along with over 300 ordinary core pillars, were completely refined by Lin Yuan. In a split second, Lin Yuan's mind soared to unprecedented heights, descending into the deepest part of the precious land, a place that former peak venerables had never reached and could only be accessed by refining all the core pillars. What is this? Lin Yuan looked around, his pupils slightly contracting. After refining all the core pillars and fully mastering the treasure land, Lin Yuan's spirit soared infinitely, arriving at the connection between the treasure land and the source world. The relationship between the treasure land and the source world is akin to fruit and the mother tree. A newly emerged treasure land is equivalent to fruit about to fall from the mother tree. About to disconnect, yet not completely severed. Thus, through such a treasure land, following the unbroken link, one can observe the vast origin source of the source world. Only newly emerged treasure lands can do this. Those that have existed for countless ages, even first-class treasure lands, have no relation to the mother tree anymore. The Heiyu Nest and Greenwave Cliff guarded by Lin Yuan are such, essentially completely independent. Origin source of the source world. Lin Yuan looked into the distance, where there was an irregular crack connected to the deepest part of the source world. Only after fully refining and mastering every newly born treasure land can one have the opportunity to comprehend the origin source of the source world. Every time a treasure land emerges, the peak venerables of the great ancient countries compete for participation slots. Not just because the yields within the treasure land belong entirely to them. This is also one of the reasons. How vast is the operation of the origin source of the source world? It's a fluctuation that even the ancestors of the great ancient countries could not fully replicate, offering an unprecedented accumulation for the peak venerables. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the irregular crack, faintly looking into its depths. In an instant, a wave of shock surged in Lin Yuan's heart, gaining a concrete understanding of the operation of the origin source of the source world. In Lin Yuan's sight, the origin source of the source world was a towering, giant tree, each leaf gently swaying, containing countless waves of Tao rule information, with countless leaves echoing and intertwining, together forming this vast world. The giant tree is so vast and profound that words cannot describe it. Lin Yuan's strength is considered that of an invincible venerable in the history of the 6 great ancient countries, yet in front of the giant tree, he is still like dust. Lin Yuan even had a feeling that, compared to the giant tree, even the high ancestors are still small and insignificant. Just by watching for a moment, a flood of insights and thoughts poured into Lin Yuan's heart. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to view unknown origin source manifestations, enhancing your comprehension of Tao rules. Origin source of the source world. Is this the origin source of the source world? Lin Yuan took a deep breath, watching the minutiae within the irregular crack with near obsession. As Lin Yuan watched more deeply, the image of the origin source of the source world continued to change. Initially, the origin source of the source world appeared as a boundless, giant tree, its branches and leaves forming a vast world. After Lin Yuan gained some insight, the origin source of the source world turned into a winding mountain range, endless and spanning time and space. Upon closer inspection, it transformed into a long river flowing through the ancient past and future, eternal and indestructible. Finally, when Lin Yuan reached a certain understanding, it again became an endless, giant tree. The image of the origin source of the source world Lin Yuan saw depended on his own thoughts. The origin source of the source world has no concrete form, or one could say it has infinite forms. Exquisite, so exquisite. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. When treasure lands emerged in the past, the peak venerables of the great ancient countries had also observed the origin source of the source world as he did after securing a treasure land. However, these peak venerables were far inferior to Lin Yuan in terms of understanding. Even watching the same scene, what they knew and felt differed greatly. It's like when an apple falls on someone's head, some can grasp the basic rules of operation, while others just feel the pain. Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, after witnessing the true operation of the origin source of the source world, the insights gained are incomparable to other peak venerables. This is truly the greatest opportunity I gained from contending for this treasure land. Lin Yuan gleamed with vitality. The treasure land itself and the produced wonders are basically just external forces. However, observing the operation of the origin source enhances Lin Yuan's personal insight. Immersed in comprehending the operation of the origin source, Lin Yuan also noticed that the irregular crack connecting to the deepest part of the source world was slowly shrinking. The connection between the treasure land and the source world is weakening? Lin Yuan realized. Based on past experiences and the speed at which the crack is shrinking, I can comprehend for roughly 10,000 years. Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. 10,000 years is but a moment for any peak venerable, as they can nap for over 10,000 years. But Lin Yuan was already very satisfied. Not every peak venerable has such an opportunity. This has nothing to do with power. Even with enormous strength, if such a level of treasure land doesn't emerge, one still cannot comprehend. Within a few thousand years of arriving in this source world, Lin Yuan witnessed the emergence of a treasure land and happened to be able to contest for it on behalf of the fierce Sun ancient country, which was extremely fortunate. I felt that the comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule is accelerating, reaching the 9th realm's peak within a millennium, and within 10,000 years. It's possible to surpass the 9th realm limit. While watching the crack, Lin Yuan thought quickly in his mind. Reaching the peak of the 9th realm of the spatio-temporal fusion rule is an accomplishment typically attainable by only the invincible great saints. Lin Yuan's combat strength far surpasses that of the invincible great saints, but that's through leveraging things like the chaotic Taiji Dao and the universe within him. In purely spatio-temporal fusion comprehension, he is still at the initial stage of the 9th realm of time-space fusion. This is mainly because it's only been a few hundred years since Lin Yuan entered the 9th realm of comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule, and most of his time and effort were invested in understanding the chaotic Taiji Dao. Thus, progress in the spatio-temporal fusion rule has been somewhat slow. Of course, this relative slowness is in comparison to Lin Yuan's advancements in other areas. For supreme great saints and pinnacle peak venerables, Lin Yuan's progression in understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule remains truly unmatched. Surpassing the 9th realm of time and space, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel expectant. So far, whether in the Chaos Void or in the Fang Yuan world, the limit of understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule below the 13th tier is the pinnacle of the 9th realm. The only exception is His Majesty the Xuanwang. However, His Majesty the Xuanwang was able to take a step further in understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule relying on his own accumulation, as well as the 13th tier weapon, the Sky Void Tripod, that he acquired. In fact, before obtaining the Sky Void Tripod, His Majesty the Xuanwang was already at the pinnacle comprehension of the 9th realm of time and space. The operation of the great rules within the Sky Void Tripod merely played a supporting role. The key still lies with the Xuanwang himself. Surpassing the 9th realm in spatio-temporal fusion rule comprehension will have profound effects on my chaos rule. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself, as time arises from chaos, enhancing time and space is, to some extent, also enhancing chaos. At Lin Yuan's current level, the cultivation systems perfectly complement each other, and enhancing any aspect will benefit the others. Within the treasured land, while comprehending the source of the Fang Yuan world, Lin Yuan dispatched an avatar to begin collecting the golden mist from various places. The golden mist is a rare treasure produced by this treasured land, dispersed in hidden areas. Even after being scoured and searched by the pinnacle peak venerables of various ancient countries for a millennia or two, there remains a significant portion yet undiscovered. However, after refining all the core heavenly pillars, Lin Yuan achieved total mastery over the treasured land, making the golden mist hidden in secret spots apparent, like looking at the lines on his palm. These weapons and treasures. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Yuan brought forth a large number of spoils, left behind by the fallen pinnacle peak venerables of various ancient countries. Since they were competing for the treasured land, the pinnacle peak venerables did not carry many treasures, but their sheer number made up for it. Counting all the main combat bodies, over 100 pinnacle peak venerables fell into Lin Yuan's hands. The 6 ancient countries vying for the treasured land only had 70 or 80 pinnacle peak venerables in total, but each had at least a few main combat bodies. With over 100 main combat bodies, even if they only carried weapons, 1 to 200 pinnacle venerable level armaments constitutes a considerable fortune. It's a pity these pinnacle peak venerables belong to the high echelons of various ancient countries and do not allow themselves to be captured alive. So no ransom can be exchanged. Lin Yuan shook his head privately. Given the chance, he would prefer not to kill these pinnacle peak venerables' main combat bodies. It would be better to keep them for ransom. However, having cultivated to the pinnacle venerable level, pride is essential. They would rather lose a main combat body and die in battle than bear the shame of defeat and capture. Especially Fushu Venerate, as the strongest venerable. There is no precedent in the history of the 6 ancient countries for the strongest venerable being captured alive. Golden Mist. Among the vast spoils, the golden mist is naturally present since it is a rare treasure produced by the treasured land. Any pinnacle peak venerable has acquired some. Putting away the golden mist, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the last part of his spoils. This was also what Lin Yuan valued the most of the foundational weapons of the various ancient countries. Before entering the treasured land, the top pinnacle peak venerables were bestowed with foundational weapons by the various ancient countries. These foundational weapons originated from the ancestors. Although far inferior to the 13th tier weapons, they require a very low activation threshold. The foundational weapons of the Dafu ancient country. Lin Yuan looked slightly solemn as he examined part of them. The foundational weapons of the Dafu ancient country mainly stem from Fushu Venerate, who was the hope of the Dafu ancient country in competing for this treasured land and carried the most potent foundational weapons. Dafu Ancestor. Lin Yuan gazed at a wooden sword, extremely simple in appearance, yet containing an extreme sharpness. Once activated, even Lin Yuan must avoid its edge. Was this wooden sword carved by the Dafu ancestor? Lin Yuan speculated internally. He could not pinpoint the origin of the sharp aura within the wooden sword nor its nature and felt it best not to collide with it. The foundational weapons of the Dafu ancient country can only be activated by its strong warriors. There's no use even if I had them. Lin Yuan sighed. The foundational weapons of various ancient countries carry the breath of the corresponding ancestor. Except for descendants of that ancestor, other warriors cannot activate them even if they obtain them. Keep them to exchange for other treasures. Lin Yuan thought for a while. Even if these foundational weapons are useless to him, the corresponding ancient countries will certainly want to redeem them. Having their foundational weapons fall into external hands is a disgrace to the ancient countries. Lin Yuan can definitely take the opportunity to demand some excessive conditions. 200 years until the end of the competition for the treasured land. According to the rules of each emergence of the treasured land, in this time frame, pinnacle peak venerables of various ancient countries are usually on the brink, ready for a grand showdown at any moment. But presently, the treasured land stands empty. Only 11 pinnacle peak venerables of the fierce sun ancient country wander about. The pinnacle peak venerables of the other 5 ancient countries have all withdrawn. Red Lotus Venerable observed for a while and spoke. The power of the Galaxy Venerate is terrifying. He truly deserves to be called the Invincible Venerable. Kaiyong Heavenly Venerate's tone was filled with awe. He was the previous guardian of the Heiyu nest, the first among many pinnacle peak venerables to have encountered Lin Yuan, and because of this, his shock was even greater. Who would have thought that the young core royal back then would grow to this extent now? Kaiyong Heavenly Venerate felt quite fortunate that he did not trouble the Galaxy Venerate back then. Otherwise, what now? Though being from the same fierce sun ancient country, the Galaxy Venerate might not openly attack him. Making a strong person like that unhappy would surely make life difficult. Indeed, the Invincible Venerable. Other pinnacle venerables were equally amazed. Invincible Venerable is not a realm, but a title. A title for the Galaxy Venerate. Meaning unmatched among venerables. This title has never appeared since the inception of the Dafu ancient country and the subsequent establishment of the 5 ancient countries. Historically, the 6 ancient countries have indeed seen immensely powerful strongest venerables, but they could never truly be called invincible. The word, invincible, not only conveys extreme pressure but also embodies the despair other strongest venerables feel towards the Galaxy Venerate. Chaos Void. Deep within the Galaxy Chaos continent. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, a small palm-sized cauldron floating before him. The true self in the Fang Yuan world was comprehending the operation of its origin, while the true self in the Chaos Void was comprehending the operation of the great rules within the Sky Void tripod. Though Lin Yuan could not comprehend the operation of the Chaos Void origin, a 13th tier time life certainly could realize it. The Great Rules operation within the 13th tier weapon, the Sky Void tripod, undoubtedly borrowed from the Chaos Void origins operation. Comprehending the Sky Void tripod, even if not as efficacious as directly comprehending the operation of the Chaos Void origin, was comparably beneficial. Fang Yuan World, Chaos Void. Lin Yuan meticulously studied the Sky Void tripod while cross-referencing with the operation of the Fang Yuan World's origin, enlightenment sparking constantly in his mind. The essence of time and space at different dimensions. Lin Yuan scrutinized the Sky Void tripod carefully, juxtaposing it with the operation of the origin of the Fang Yuan World, and was inspired constantly. Beyond time comprehension, I am also advancing at an unprecedented pace in other rules, aided by the operation of the Fang Yuan World's origin, complemented by Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding. The achieved effect far exceeds 1 + 1 is greater than 2. This is a qualitative change. Days passed by. Outside the capital of Fierce Sun ancient country, a woman wearing a jade green dress appeared. It's been a long time since I've been here. The woman in the jade green dress looked at the vast city in the distance and smiled slightly. Her name was Fu Ying Venerable, one of the oldest venerables of the Da Fu ancient country, and she came to the capital of Fierce Sun to negotiate with Lin Yuan on behalf of the Da Fu ancient country. The Galaxy Venerate, the first core royal to excavate the ancestors' bloodline to the venerable level. Fu Ying Venerable's mind flashed with intelligence about the Galaxy Venerate. Before coming, she had repeatedly watched images related to the Galaxy Venerate, especially the battle in the Treasured Land where he repelled many peak venerables single-handedly. When negotiating with the Galaxy Venerate, one must lower their posture. Fu Ying Venerable reminded herself inwardly. As the strongest venerable in the Da Fu ancient country, facing strong peer-level opponents from other ancient countries always carried a sense of superiority. This pride comes from being the first descendant of this world's ancestors, and as the strongest venerable in the Da Fu ancient country, her power indeed surpasses that of the other ancient countries' strongest venerables. But when facing the Galaxy Venerate, Fu Ying Venerable was not foolish. Naturally, she dared not bear any arrogance. The moment Fu Ying Venerable, the strongest venerable of the Da Fu ancient country, entered the capital. Deep within the palace, the emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country was aware. The capital of Fierce Sun ancient country is a mystical artifact, refined by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, and all beings entering the capital are monitored, especially the strongest venerables of various ancient countries. Fu Ying Venerable. Merely an avatar, no threat, must be going to find the Galaxy One. The Emperor of Fierce Sun glanced over but did not interfere. In the past 100 or 200 years, strong figures from the 5 ancient countries often sought out the Galaxy Venerate, attempting to negotiate and trade. As for the content of the negotiations and trades, naturally, it was to redeem their own hidden killing artifacts, which can be used but must never fall into external hands. Tisk tisk, the attitudes of these strongest venerables. A smile appeared on the Emperor's face. How arrogant the strongest venerables of the ancient countries used to be. Even facing an emperor of an ancient country like him, they never showed much respect. But now, inside the Galaxy Royal Mansion, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked outside the mansion, where a woman wearing a jade green dress was smiling and standing. Fu Ying Venerable? Lin Yuan's mind stirred and drew her in. As the strongest venerable of the Da Fu ancient country, Lin Yuan naturally would not ignore. The most crucial point is that Fu Ying Venerable's visit must be to bring him treasures. I've long heard of the Galaxy Venerate. Fu Ying Venerable smiled warmly, carefully sizing up Lin Yuan. She knew the Galaxy Venerate in front of her was merely an avatar, but even from the avatar, one could gauge the hidden details and perceive certain information. This Galaxy Venerate, even his conjured avatar feels so real, it actually brings me a sense of threat. Fu Ying Venerable's heart trembled. What brings Fu Ying Venerable here? Lin Yuan and Fu Ying Venerable sat opposite each other, asking casually. Lin Yuan had some guesses about Fu Ying Venerable's intentions, yet he still asked more. The Galaxy Venerate was magnificent in the Treasured Land. Even Fu Shu fell. Fu Ying Venerable sighed. I suppose some of the hidden killing artifacts from my Da Fu ancient country have fallen into your hands. There are indeed some, not only from your Da-Fu ancient country. Lin Yuan looked at Fu Ying Venerable. Fu Ying Venerable sighed inwardly, aware that this time she might have to bleed heavily. Lin Yuan mentioning other ancient countries implied that strong figures from other ancient countries had already come. Hence, with the conditions set by these ancient countries as a reference, retrieving the hidden killing artifacts from her own ancient country likely won't be easy. Then I'll be direct. Without intending to beat around the bush, Fu Ying Venerable looked at Lin Yuan. The hidden killing artifacts of my Da-Fu ancient country cannot be allowed to spread outside. Name your price. What will it take to return those artifacts? To exchange for those hidden killing artifacts. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Those hidden killing artifacts are useless to you. No one but my Da-Fu ancient country's experts can activate them. Fu Ying Venerable couldn't help but remind him. I indeed can't activate them. Lin Yuan nodded. But I can collect them. After all, there probably aren't that many hidden killing artifacts of the Da-Fu floating outside. These words brought about. Fu Ying Venerable's expression shifted slightly. This is precisely what she feared most. Galaxy Venerate, name your conditions, Fu Ying Venerable said helplessly. Lin Yuan looked at her with a smile. I want 100 caddies of Dragon Abyss blood. When Fu Ying Venerable heard this, her expression turned ugly. Dragon Abyss blood produced by Dragon Abyss Valley. Yes, I want 100 caddies. Lin Yuan said. Dragon Abyss Valley, a first-class treasured land controlled by the Da-Fu ancient country, is said to be the burial place of the first life upon this world's inception, with its blood spilling over Dragon Abyss. Life within Dragon Abyss Valley inherently carries some Dragon Abyss blood. The efficacy of Dragon Abyss blood is vast, almost encompassing all aspects. It can nurture the body and nourish the soul. Truly a supreme rare treasure among the 6 ancient countries. However, creatures with Dragon Abyss blood in their veins can only survive and thrive within Dragon Abyss Valley. Once they leave, the Dragon Abyss blood within disappears and deteriorates. This results in a very scarce output of Dragon Abyss blood. No one knows how many creatures in Dragon Abyss Valley it takes to purify just a drop of Dragon Essence blood. Even for me, I only receive 1 drop of Dragon Abyss blood every billion years, and you demand 100 caddies? Fu Ying Venerable couldn't help but exclaim. As the strongest Venerable, enjoying many privileges in the Da-Fu ancient country, many special resources are directly allocated, including Dragon Abyss blood. But the amount of Dragon Abyss blood allocated to Fu Ying Venerable is too small. Merely a drop? One must realize, Dragon Abyss blood is not heavy, weight akin to ordinary blood. A single drop of Dragon Abyss blood is too light. Your great Da-Fu ancient country's foundational weapon, how could it be comparable to Dragon Abyss blood? Lin Yuan said. Can it be slightly less? Fu Ying Venerable communicated with other strongest venerables of Da-Fu ancient country before saying, 100 pounds of Dragon Abyss blood is useful to me, cannot be less. Lin Yuan shook his head. Fu Ying Venerable fell silent. Lin Yuan did not rush him, knowing he was likely communicating with other strongest venerables of Da-Fu ancient country. With Dragon Abyss blood being a top-grade treasure controlled by Da-Fu ancient country, its produced Dragon Abyss blood rarely circulates to the other 5 ancient countries, typically consumed domestically. Lin Yuan only proposed such terms upon hearing of its preciousness. 100 pounds of Dragon Abyss blood is fine, but I have another condition. After a long time, Fu Ying Venerable looked at Lin Yuan and said. He really agreed. Lin Yuan rejoiced internally and immediately said, please speak. Besides the foundational weapon, other treasures, weapons, and unique items of the peak venerables of my Da-Fu ancient country, as well as those golden mists, must be returned to me. Fu Ying Venerable said. You want those golden mists back? Lin Yuan was aware of Fu Ying Venerable's objective. Those weapons combined aren't worth a drop of Dragon Abyss blood. Fu Ying Venerable specifically wants them back, most likely for the golden mists. As a newly birthed precious treasure from the land, the golden mists hold high value, even if their specific effects and uses have not been thoroughly explored. No problem. Lin Yuan did not hesitate much and agreed directly. Now that he controls the entire treasure land, the golden mists are endless and abundant. Moreover, Lin Yuan intends to let some golden mists circulate out, thus he might leverage the strength of other ancient countries to discover the use of the golden mists. This action can also elevate the value of the golden mists and increase many venerables' desire for them. Then the deal is reached. Fu Ying Venerable nodded. I will wait outside the treasure land for Galaxy Venerate to appear, bringing 100 pounds of Dragon Abyss blood. Lin Yuan's true self is still within the treasure land. To complete the transaction, he has to wait for the contest to end, for Lin Yuan to emerge, as only then can the foundational weapon be retrieved. Inside the treasure land, Lin Yuan continues to comprehend the origin world's source within an irregular fissure. The time during which this source is exposed is limited, only 10,000 years. Lin Yuan naturally cherishes it. Has the contest for the treasure land concluded? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, split off an avatar and left. At the treasure land's exit, Red Flame Venerable, Guangli Venerable, and a group of peak venerables from Fierce Sun Ancient Country had long been waiting. 2,000 years have passed, now the contest for the treasure land has ended. As for its ownership, naturally, without suspense. Galaxy Venerate. Galaxy Venerate. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, the peak venerables immediately greeted him. Let's go out. Lin Yuan nodded, simultaneously stepping out of the treasure land. The 11 peak venerables of Fierce Sun Ancient Country also followed suit and stepped out. Outside the treasure land, all along, a group of venerables awaited, all from various ancient countries. These venerables from other ancient countries saw Lin Yuan emerge, promptly came forward one after another, holding the promised unique treasures, exchanging for the foundational weapons and other spoils Lin Yuan seized from various ancient countries. Very quickly, the transaction was completed. These venerables also subsequently retreated. Galaxy Venerate, this treasure land now falls under your possession, though nominally belonging to Fierce Sun Ancient Country. At this moment, a figure flew over, smiling at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. He had discussed the matter regarding the treasure land with the Emperor long ago. Galaxy Venerate, then we shall return for now. Red Flame Venerable and a group of peak venerables from Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and said. Now the treasure land is guarded by Lin Yuan. Naturally these peak venerables have to return to the capital and report. Alright, if anything comes up, you can find me in the capital, Lin Yuan nodded. He left an avatar in the capital, but his true self remains guarding within this treasure land, at least for 10,000 years, to closely observe the origin world's source operation during this period. He won't leave. Very quickly, Red Flame Venerable and numerous peak venerables left one by one. Lin Yuan watched them go from afar, his thoughts turning. I wonder how much merit will be awarded to me for this contest over the treasure land. Lin Yuan was quite envious of the many legacies within Fierce Sun Ancient Country's treasury, especially the opportunity to merge with the ancestor. Such a chance to embody a 13th stage entity, observing life's nuances from a temporal perspective, how precious could it be? Continue to comprehend. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts, his avatar directly dispersing, and his consciousness once again submerged into the observation of the origin world source operation. Golden Mist Treasure Land. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This treasure land produced exotic treasures in the form of golden mist. So it was named Golden Mist. The treasure lands controlled by the 6 ancient kingdoms were generally named after the exotic treasures produced there. For example, the Heiyu Nest is named after Heiyu, because the exotic treasure produced there is in the form of Heiyu. Greetings, Galaxy Venerate. More than a dozen strong warriors from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country entered the Golden Mist treasure land and respectfully saluted Lin Yuan. Rise. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The purpose of these Fierce Sun Ancient Country warriors coming here was to establish a space-time teleportation formation within the Golden Mist treasure land. In addition, there was also the defensive formation covering the entire treasure land. Every treasure land controlled by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country is arranged this way. That is, to establish a space-time teleportation formation connecting the capital, so that support from the capital's warriors can be timely received in times of crisis. Although the Golden Mist treasure land currently belongs to Lin Yuan, it still technically falls under the jurisdiction of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, so this is permissible. Lin Yuan accepted this gladly, as with his power, he certainly didn't worry about any danger befalling the Golden Mist treasure land. But establishing a space-time teleportation formation connecting the capital would make things much more convenient for him. At the very least, traveling between the two places wouldn't require spending time on the road. The Golden Mist Treasure Land is located in a desolate area outside the 6 ancient kingdoms, at an extremely distant location from the fierce Sun ancient country. Even Lin Yuan's speed in controlling space-time would require a considerable amount of time for a round trip. The space-time teleportation formation would save him from such trouble. As for setting up the defensive formation that covers the entire treasure land, it would save Lin Yuan a lot of hassle. Galaxy Venerate, I'm unsure where to establish the space-time teleportation formation. A formation master from the fierce Sun ancient country asked softly. After the treasure land emerges, the space-time it resides in shrinks rapidly, but to what extent it shrinks is only known to the master of the treasure land. So, the area for establishing the space-time teleportation formation is determined by the master of the treasure land. This can avoid the situation of establishing the space-time teleportation formation outside the treasure land. Anywhere within this range will do. Lin Yuan condensed a detailed map of the treasure land, roughly outlining the area. Understood. The numerous warriors comprehended. Very soon, over a dozen formation masters from the fierce Sun ancient country began to busy themselves. Setting up the space-time teleportation formation was relatively simple, but arranging the defensive formation that covers the entire treasure land required careful planning. Space-time teleportation formation. Lin Yuan observed for a while, noting that the first task of the dozen formation masters was to establish the space-time teleportation formation, as it was the simplest. The space-time teleportation formations of the fierce Sun ancient country and the 6 ancient kingdoms all follow a unified template, with the spatial crystal stone as the core. The key lies in the spatial crystal stone. Every piece of spatial crystal stone is a complete entity. If divided into 2 parts, no matter how far apart, they maintain a connection. The space-time teleportation formation establishes a space-time passage based on this connection, making ultra-long distance traversal possible. Of course, the method to lock this connection borrows from techniques left by the primogenitors. Such teleportation methods can only be performed by those special entities in the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan thought, noting that this source world's 6 ancient kingdoms are more advanced than the Chaos Void in many ways, with 13th realm techniques commonly seen. The 13th realm time-life beings in the Chaos Void are exalted, scarcely affecting sentient beings, with only great saints having the drive to track their traces. But in the 6 ancient kingdoms, the 13th realm primogenitors are right there. Joining any ancient country gives one the chance to make contact with a primogenitor. Though truly meeting a primogenitor might be difficult, at least there's a chance to access the legacy left by them for cultivation. Like the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram, originating from the primogenitors. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram representing the 3rd realm indeed requires considerable merits. But the ones representing the 1st realm and the 2nd realm are relatively affordable. Great Lord-level warriors can generally accumulate the required merits. These exotic treasures. Lin Yuan ceased paying attention to the formation masters and began to inventory his gains. In order to reclaim the profound weaponry of their own ancient countries, except for the barbaric wilderness ancient country, the 4 great ancient countries were heavily exploited by Lin Yuan. Especially the Da Fu ancient country, from which Lin Yuan acquired 100 jins of Dragon Abyss blood. Dragon Abyss blood rarely spreads to the other 5 ancient kingdoms, held tightly by the Da Fu ancient country. If it weren't for reclaiming their own profound weaponry, Lin Yuan couldn't have forced the opponent to voluntarily give up so much Dragon Abyss blood. After all, the Da Fu ancient country boasts the Da Fu ancestor, a 13th realm overseer. Even Lin Yuan, as an invincible venerable, can at most make the Da Fu ancient country lower its profile, but anything more excessive, that's impossible. I must see why Dragon Abyss blood is so precious. Lin Yuan flipped his right hand, and in front of him appeared a jade bottle. The jade bottle tilted slightly, revealing a single drop so pure that within it, luminous dots intertwined like stars. This drop of Dragon Abyss blood was essentially not a mere drop of blood, but a world unto itself, containing numerous operating rules of the Grand Path. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Lin Yuan observed carefully, genuinely astonished. To integrate the rules of the Grand Path into the flesh, making each particle of the body contain a world, resulting in unimaginable power when fully unleashed. The first being birthed by this source world, Lin Yuan pondered the origins of dragon abyss blood, sensing the formidable power of this primordial existence through the drop of blood. When each particle that composes the body contains a world, even if a single world's power is far less than Lin Yuan's internal cosmos, the sheer quantity cannot be underestimated. It's not baseless talk that quantity changes can cause qualitative changes. This primordial being, even if their power is not as great as mine, would definitely surpass the so-called strongest venerable. How did they die? Lin Yuan felt quite curious in his heart. Particles contain worlds, equivalent to each particle being an individual entity capable of easily forming avatars and even clones. Such a powerful being, even if all the strongest venerables from the origin source world besieged them, it would be impossible for them to die. But the origin of Dragon Abyss Valley clearly identifies it as the place where this being fell. Only when the true spirit completely dissipates can such a treasure land, capable of continuously nurturing Dragon Abyss blood, be created. Da Fu ancestor. Lin Yuan easily speculated that it was related to the ancestor. Only a 13th stage ancestor could easily slay such existences. It seems that Da Fu ancestor had great enmity with this primordial being, Lin Yuan thought secretly. Da Fu ancestor not only completely killed this primordial being but also gathered its true spirit and bloodline to form the treasure land known as Dragon Frost Marquise. This allowed the countless creatures nurtured by Dragon Blood Valley to be kept and then stripped and purified of their bloodline by the powerhouses of Da Fu ancient country for generations. The creatures nurtured by Dragon Frost Marquise are, in a strict sense, the descendants of that primordial being. First, let's try absorbing and refining it. Lin Yuan stopped overthinking and immediately began refining this drop of Dragon Abyss blood. Most of his mind was immersed in comprehending the operation of the origin source world, leaving only a small part to refine the Dragon Abyss blood, which wouldn't hinder anything. Chaos Void. The chaos chi drifted, and two figures appeared silently, quietly watching the distant void. These two figures gathered their auras, but vaguely, the grand path rules operating in the chaos void began to recede, revealing that they were two peerless great saints. This should be the last place where Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix appeared. The peerless great saint on the left was a bald figure, looking around solemnly at this moment. Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix, although they are newly promoted great saints, have mysteriously had their karmic ties completely disappear, which is quite strange. The peerless great saint on the right said with a frown. The complete disappearance of karmic ties implies only two possibilities. One is reincarnation, abandoning everything to start anew. The other is complete demise, with all life-preserving measures of the true body, duplicates, and avatars being extinguished. The two peerless great saints knew of the enmity between Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint. If Shadow Demon Great Saint voluntarily reincarnated and completely cut off karmic ties to avoid Nine Phoenix Great Saint, it wouldn't be surprising. But both new great saints' karmic ties disappearing simultaneously? That's very odd. Could it be that both new great saints have reincarnated? If not, then they must have completely perished. That would be even more unbelievable. Could two chaos great saints have fallen completely at the same time? At least a peerless great saint couldn't achieve that. Luohu Great Saint has instructed us to investigate. Indeed, there's a need for this. The bald figure on the right said. The two new chaos great saints do not draw much attention from them. However, their complete disappearance is enough to raise alarms. Luohu Great Saint is about to reign in the chaos void, affirming the title of invincible. So whatever he instructs is certainly not just talk. The peerless great saint on the left nodded. Luohu Great Saint is an extremely ancient great saint who focused on cultivating a 13th stage inheritance, and upon mastering it, he'll sweep the chaos void of many peerless great saints. The two peerless great saints, by happenchance, approached Luohu Great Saint's secluded dwelling and briefly exchanged hands, recognizing each other's terrifying strength, and thereby choosing to follow and serve him. I'll first try reversing time to see. The bald figure's eyes faintly showed time flowing backward. Very quickly, the bald figure stopped, frowned, and said, "Time and space are completely chaotic, nothing can be discerned." Reversing time refers to reconstructing images and scenes from past times, but such image scenes can be interfered with. Same here. The peerless great saint on the left nodded and also attempted to reverse time, but similarly found nothing. What should we do now? The peerless great saint on the left looked towards the bald figure. Luo Hu great saint's charge must be completed. The bald figure pondered for a while and said, we should start investigating from the karmic ties of Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix themselves, who their enemies are. That's the only way. The peerless great saint on the left side. This method, although effective, is extremely tedious. The Chaos Great Saints have traversed many void domains, creating countless karmic ties. Investigating one by one is too cumbersome. Whether it can ultimately be figured out remains an unknown. But for now, this is the only way to follow the clues. Even if nothing is found in the end, at least they can report back to Luo Hu Great Saint. Origin Source World, the capital of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. In the Galaxy Royal Mansion, Lin Yuan and Red Flame Venerable sat facing each other. Galaxy, based on the time, we should be able to determine the merits today. Red Flame Venerable smiled at Lin Yuan and said, with Galaxy's performance in the battlefield acquisition, the merits you earn will certainly be astonishing. The Emperor gave me the treasure land. Will that affect the merit judgment? Lin Yuan looked at Red Flame Venerable. That's two separate matters. Red Flame Venerable said, the final result is that our Fierce Sun Ancient Country acquired the treasure land. As for to whom it belongs, it's not within the scope of merit judgment. Lin Yuan nodded. As a top-tier peak venerable of Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Red Flame Venerable had experienced numerous full-scale wars between ancient countries and was very experienced in merit judgment. Besides, with the strength of Galaxy Venerate, gaining merits is too easy. Red Flame Venerable laughed. For an ordinary great lord, acquiring merits is a difficult task, only to be accumulated through countless local wars. Venerables fare better, able to guard treasure lands and have stable channels for gaining merits, but accumulating the rare merit needed for their inheritance would also consume a lot of years. But for Lin Yuan, if Lin Yuan desired, gaining merits was not hard. Merely strolling to the border between Fierce Sun Ancient Country and the other 5 ancient countries for a deterrent display would yield copious merits. If a war erupted and Lin Yuan intervened to end it, the merits gained would be tremendous. Of course, the other ancient countries aren't fools. Knowing the invincible venerable like Lin Yuan exists, they wouldn't initiate conflicts, and would rather prioritize concessions. How much merit is usually rewarded for such a contest over a newly emerged treasure land? Lin Yuan asked. I'm not certain either. Red Flame Venerable thought for a moment. This treasure land isn't an ordinary first-class treasure land but a top-tier first-class treasure land. The specifics depend on the elders' decisions. Lin Yuan nodded. Though the Fierce Sun Ancient Country is ruled by an emperor, major decisions are made collectively by the elders. The merits have been finalized. At this moment, Red Flame Venerable's expression changed slightly as he received a message from the ancient country. The merits I got are 2,320,000. Red Flame Venerable immediately said, looking slightly satisfied. 2,320,000 merits, compared to seizing a top-tier first-class treasure land, is not high, but to be fair, Red Flame Venerable didn't exert much effort in the process of acquiring this treasure land. The most brutal phase of the treasure land contest of the final battle hardly occurred. It was all Lin Yuan alone who broke through against several ancient countries. In such circumstances, earning more than 2 million merits made Red Flame Venerable very content. Equivalent to 2,000 years, they earned 2,320,000 merits. This merit acquisition ratio over time is remarkably high. To know, the merits gained from guarding a first-class treasure land averaging over 2,000 years are just single-digit merits. Heng Yan Guangli and the others also earned between 1 and 2 million merits each. Red Flame Venerable said. As the merit judgments came down, other venerables involved in the contest also informed him of the merits they received. Lin Yuan sat there and also received a message from the ancient country. 3,600,000,000,000 merits? Lin Yuan glanced at his merit balance change, taken aback. Before the merit was assigned, Lin Yuan expected he would have earned a lot of merit. But he didn't expect so much, a total of 360 billion merits. On second thought, it was quite reasonable, as the entire Golden Mist treasure land came under the control of the Fierce Sun Ancient Kingdom solely because of Lin Yuan. It was as if Lin Yuan, with his own power, claimed this treasure land from the hands of the peak venerables of other ancient kingdoms. Having such high merit is quite normal. As for this treasure land completely belonging to Lin Yuan at present, for the ancient kingdom, it's not considered a loss. The emperor had long said that when Lin Yuan reached the final step, the treasure land would be guarded by his descendants, restoring the relationship with the fierce Sun ancient country to normal. This means that this golden mist treasure land will ultimately belong to the ancient kingdom. From a long-term perspective, the fierce Sun ancient country does not suffer any loss. If Lin Yuan successfully steps into the ancestor level, establishing the seventh ancient kingdom, perpetuating forever, he will naturally continue to control this treasure land. It's just that when he reaches the ancestor level, treasures produced in the land may no longer interest him. So far, among the many treasure lands held by the 6 ancient kingdoms, there hasn't been any ancestor showing interest in them. Galaxy Venerate. At this moment, Red Flame Venerable tentatively asked, "How much merit have you earned?" After asking, Red Flame Venerable felt slightly abrupt and immediately added, "I was just asking." 360 billion merits. Lin Yuan did not conceal, directly stating. At his level, numerous treasures and merits can provide protection, so there was no need for secrecy or modesty. So much merit! Red Flame Venerable exclaimed inwardly. Even achieving a victory in a comprehensive war against other ancient kingdoms, the commander would not receive so much merit. But considering Lin Yuan's overwhelming strength within the treasure land, Red Flame Venerable had no other thoughts. These merits are what Galaxy Venerate deserves. What followed? Lin Yuan exchanged a few more words with Red Flame Venerable. The latter then stood up to bid farewell. Since returning from the treasure land contest, Red Flame Venerable frequently visited to ask Lin Yuan for guidance on how to elevate ancestor bloodline to the Venerate level. Lin Yuan naturally offered guidance, and in his subsequent plans, he would spread the branch of the martial arts evolution road, which included methods to explore one's own ancestor bloodline. By guiding Red Flame Venerable now, it's akin to subtly drawing influence into the martial Dao branch, benefiting Lin Yuan in establishing adventure points and Dao beacons. A top-level peak venerable actively stepping onto the martial Dao branch has a far greater impact on the martial arts evolution road than billions of cultivators. That is also why Lin Yuan tends to guide other venerables when they seek his advice. It's all to lay the groundwork for spreading the martial Dao branch. Compared to spreading the martial Dao branch from bottom to top, starting from top to bottom, the effect would certainly be faster and better. 360 billion merits. What to exchange for? Watching Red Flame Venerable leave, Lin Yuan began pondering how to spend such a vast amount of merit. In the treasury of the fierce Sun ancient country, the highest merit exchange is at 1 trillion merit, including opportunities for ancestor possession, supreme legacy, ancestor weapon, and so on. The supreme legacy refers to the 13th tier legacy, and the ancestor weapon refers to the 13th tier weapon. Let's go have a look first. Lin Yuan divided a part of his focus to enter the ancient country's treasury, quickly browsing through it. The assemblage of legacy treasures and rare items in the ancient country's treasury was vast, so Lin Yuan first exchanged all of the remaining Chaos Mystic pattern diagrams. Where Lin Yuan once needed to exchange for the Chaos Mystic pattern diagrams bit by bit, now he did so without batting an eye. Chaos Mystic pattern diagram. Lin Yuan glanced over them, as they were the remaining pattern diagrams representing the Chaos Third Realm. This kind of carrier containing the fundamental structure of chaos was very necessary to exchange, belonging to the most cost-effective legacy guidance. The rest of Lin Yuan started watching from high to low. Ancestor weapon. Lin Yuan viewed a crimson spear. This spear was a weapon of the ancestor of Fierce Sun, a 13th tier weapon. What Lin Yuan saw was only an image of this spear, but he felt as if it was about to pierce through the entire origin source world, puncturing the constraints of time and space, piercing through the fetters of causality, breaching all obstacles.
A purely offensive 13th tier weapon, nothing can block this strike. I even feel that if it's fully actuated, the entire origin source world could be speared through a hole. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. He also had a 13th tier weapon, it was the Sky Void Tripod, obtained from Xuanwang. But that Sky Void Tripod was not a purely offensive weapon, featuring effects like defense and suppression. And this crimson spear had but one use, which was to pierce through everything before it. 1 trillion merits can be used to comprehend this ancestor weapon for 10,000 years. Lin Yuan looked at the introduction information of this spear and shook his head slightly. This 13th tier weapon would not be of much use to him. In terms of strength, Lin Yuan was already at the invincible venerable level, having no need to rely on this ancestor weapon. As for comprehension, currently, through the Golden Mist Treasure Land, Lin Yuan was comprehending the operation of the origin source world's source. This spear certainly contained the ancestor of Fierce Sun's understanding of the great Tao rules, but it still was derived from this origin source world. Comprehending this ancestor weapon, for Lin Yuan, was not as beneficial as directly comprehending the operation of the origin source world's source. In the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan comprehended the Sky Void tripod because he couldn't observe the Chaos Void origins operation. Supreme Legacy. Lin Yuan's gaze swept past a few ancestor weapons, turning to look at the Supreme Legacy. Each Supreme Legacy was worth 1 trillion merits, a road to becoming the strongest venerable. Of course, cultivating Supreme Legacy and mastering Supreme Legacy were entirely different matters. The peak venerables of the 6 ancient kingdoms generally exchanged for 1 supreme legacy. Though 1 trillion merits is a lot, according to the peak venerables, it is still hopeful to accumulate over 1 trillion years. Yet, while many peak venerables cultivate the supreme legacy, few eventually master it and, through it, achieve the strongest venerable level. These supreme inheritances. Lin Yuan carefully observed. There were a total of 9 supreme inheritances in the treasure house. He decided not to cultivate 3 of them due to their severe side effects. For instance, cultivating Fierce Sun Heart would require the loss of most rationality, which Lin Yuan was unwilling to sacrifice. He carefully selected from the remaining 6 supreme inheritances. When cultivating supreme inheritances, the most important factor is suitability. For example, Lin Yuan was highly compatible with the Infinite Void, which allowed him to successfully start on the path and easily cultivate to his current level. It's best to delay the supreme inheritance for now. Lin Yuan steadied himself and looked towards the top of the treasure house. That was also the inheritance guide exchanged by all peak venerables from the 6 ancient countries when taking the final step. Opportunity to fuse with the ancestor. Many peak venerables might have varied choices when it comes to supreme inheritances, but they all unanimously opt for the opportunity to fuse with the ancestor. In fact, a large number of peak venerables have redeemed more than one opportunity for fusion with the ancestor as long as their merits are sufficient. Fusion with the ancestor. As Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, he observed everything from the perspective of a 13th tier temporal life form. What an extraordinary encounter this was. Even the great saints or invincible great saints within the Chaos Void dared not dream of such an opportunity. Now that I am at the consummation of the Chaos Realm, I can perfectly attempt fusion with the ancestor. Lin Yuan thought to himself that fusing with the ancestor, observing time and space from the ancestor's height, would undoubtedly have a significant impact on himself. Especially for someone with Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, it was of great significance. Exchange. Lin Yuan immediately chose to exchange. His merit, balance, instantly decreased by 1 trillion. Shortly after exchanging for the fusion with the ancestor opportunity, Lin Yuan received a transmission from the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Ha ha ha, Galaxy, I knew you would exchange for this. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country was not surprised at all. Every peak venerable who accumulated 1 trillion merits would first exchange for the opportunity to fuse with the ancestor. I currently only have 1 avatar. Will it affect the fusion? Lin Yuan asked. No worries. This will have no effect. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country assured. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded. If there were any effect, he would have swapped back to his true self guarding the Golden Mist Treasure Land. Come over now. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country said. All right. Lin Yuan immediately headed to the palace. Inside the Grand Hall, the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan and reminded, the first realization obtained through fusion with the ancestor is the greatest. Understood. Lin Yuan understood. Then let's begin. I will send you into a time and space where there is an imprint left by the ancestor. Once you're there, you just need to call for the ancestor. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country instructed. The ancestor of the Fierce Sun normally wouldn't pay attention to the happenings within the ancient country, as his mind was focused on higher-level conflicts, unless the fierce sun capital was threatened or he was invoked. Got it. Lin Yuan nodded. In a mysterious time and space, there was a crimson high platform. This was the most mysterious place in the fierce sun ancient country, capable of directly contacting the ancestor of fierce sun. Only by accumulating 1 trillion merits and exchanging for the fusion with the ancestor opportunity could one enter this place. Lin Yuan appeared out of thin air, observed his surroundings, and immediately walked toward the crimson high platform. The high platform was empty, but Lin Yuan felt an oppressive force, akin to facing the pressure of the origin source of the source world. Greetings, ancestor. Lin Yuan stood before the crimson high platform and actively called out to the ancestor of fierce sun. Just as the words were spoken, a faint silhouette began to condense atop the platform. The figure sat cross-legged, resembling the majestic figure Lin Yuan had seen standing at the highest point in the world of flames, but it appeared even more real, as if it was right before him. A pair of flame wings spread behind him, as if containing infinite time and space, vast and unending. The ancestor of fierce sun is terrifying. Just a single imprint could easily destroy all my true forms and avatars. Lin Yuan understood this. Of course, the true self's primordial spirit avatars situated in the chaos void would not be destroyed, spanning 2 dimensions, making it difficult to touch even for a temporal life form. Whoosh! The cross-legged figure slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yuan. Ancestor. Lin Yuan immediately lowered his head. The gaze of the ancestor of fierce sun fell on Lin Yuan. As a temporal life form, wherever his gaze fell, the future unfolded like sheets of paper. The ancestor of fierce sun showed a look of surprise. The past is fixed, the future undecided, with countless possibilities unfolding at every moment. In an instant, the ancestor of fierce sun examined dozens of future timelines concerning Lin Yuan. Yet, it was precisely this control over the future that made the ancestor of fierce sun extremely surprised, even incredulous. Lin Yuan stood in front of the ancestor of fierce sun, extremely obedient. This was the first time he faced a time-life entity, the 13th-tier inheritance, infinite void, obtained from the chaos void, and the 13th-tier weapon sky void tripod, though also related to time-life entities. However, the 13th-tier beings behind it had never paid attention to him, let alone engaged in direct dialogue. It is said that every peak venerable who earns a chance to possess an ancestor gets some degree of guidance after meeting the ancestor. The ancestor, as a time-life entity, can observe various futures, and the guidance is based on the peak venerable's own future. Lin Yuan thought to himself, he also longed for guidance from a time-life entity. Ultimately, this precise future viewing guidance is essentially a kind of trial and error. Previously in the chaos void, Lin Yuan comprehended the sky void tripod, and through the power of this 13th-tier weapon, had glimpsed some scenes of his own future. But these scenes were fragmented, the information contained was extremely incomplete, and the future timelines involved might be just a minuscule probability of the future. The reference value was minimal. Whereas the futures observed by the 13th-tier ancestors are extremely detailed, potentially determining multiple possibilities by watching different future timelines. Lin Yuan was not worried about the Myriad Realms Gate being exposed. Upon reaching the 12th layer, the information surged forth from the depths of the Myriad Realms Gate. It clearly states that the Myriad Realms Gate transcends all timelines, existing outside the past, present, and future. Unless Lin Yuan actively triggers the Myriad Realms Gate, causing its aura to linger in a certain dimension, can it be detected by a 13th-tier time-life entity of that dimension. Otherwise, there is absolutely no chance of exposure. Since arriving in this source world, Lin Yuan had never actively triggered the Myriad Realms Gate, nor used the world-breaking origin force. I don't know what my future looks like in the eyes of the ancestor, how likely it is to step into the 13th tier. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Theoretically, every 12th layer perfect life form has the potential to step into the 13th tier, but theory is ultimately just theory. Some 12th layer perfect life forms only have one lucky future in millions of future timelines where they step into the 13th tier, which indicates the probability of reaching the 13th tier. In fact, in millions of timelines, billions of timelines, having one future stepping into the 13th tier is already considered high probability. More 12th layer perfect life forms, in quadrillions of timelines, don't even have one timeline stepping into the 13th tier. Compared to Lin Yuan's quiet wait. The ancestor of Fierce Sun, who was observing different future timelines, appeared increasingly astonished. These futures. The ancestor of Fierce Sun could not believe. I have watched dozens of timelines again, and although each timeline is different, in the end, this little one steps into the 13th tier in all of them. The ancestor of Fierce Sun felt dumbfounded. Other 12th layer perfect life forms need to painstakingly search through countless future timelines to find one stepping into the 13th tier. But Lin Yuan was the exception, as the ancestor of Fierce Sun casually observed dozens of timelines, all ending with stepping into the 13th tier. Such a future was truly terrifying, even though the ancestor of Fierce Sun had not yet observed all of Lin Yuan's future timelines. Just from the outcome of these dozens of timelines, it was likely Lin Yuan would step into the 13th tier. Stepping into the 13th tier. High probability. The ancestor of Fierce Sun fell into silence. I opened up an ancient country, left many inheritance secret techniques, and devotedly cultivated my descendants, yet through endless ages, never cultivated someone to the 13th tier. The ancestor of Fierce Sun's thoughts spread, not only in the Fierce Sun ancient country, but the other 5 great ancient countries as well. Ultimately, the 6 ancestors concluded that a 13th tier time life entity cannot be cultivated. With the abilities of an ancestor, they can cultivate powerful beings of the strongest venerable level, but the 13th tier. That's dependent on luck. Indeed, the Dafu ancient country produced 2 ancestor-level beings, but it didn't have much to do with the Dafu ancestor. Before stepping into the 13th tier, the status of those 2 ancestors in the Dafu ancient country wasn't very high. Even the Dafu ancestor himself hadn't paid much attention to them. The descendants that the Dafu ancestor valued are now trapped in time loops, while those he didn't pay much attention to became ancestors. But the ancestor of Fierce Sun, looked at Lin Yuan, not knowing what to say. By watching dozens of future timelines, the ancestor of Fierce Sun concluded that Lin Yuan becoming a 13th tier is almost inevitable. Whether or not he joins the royal family of the Fierce Sun ancient country, he will become an ancestor of the same level in the future. Moreover, the ancestor of Fierce Sun steadied himself and began attempting to view other timelines. Every moment, different timelines extend, representing countless possibilities. And now the timelines the ancestor of Fierce Sun looked at were the ones where he attempted to act to stop and kill Lin Yuan. The ancestor of Fierce Sun had no such intention. Lin Yuan, after all, was part of the royal family of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Surely, becoming an ancestor would be closely connected with him. The ancestor of Fierce Sun would not only avoid hindering Lin Yuan's growth but also endeavor to help Lin Yuan, ensuring he smoothly steps into the 13th tier. However, the ancestor of Fierce Sun was too curious about Lin Yuan. This almost guaranteed future of stepping into the 13th tier prompted the ancestor of Fierce Sun to make more attempts. Timelines rapidly extended, depicting futures where the ancestor of Fierce Sun acted to kill Lin Yuan. What is this? The ancestor of Fierce Sun's expression changed slightly. Looking into this type of future timeline, initially indeed successfully killing this galaxy Venerate, a 13th tier time life entity making a move, the other party had no resistance whatsoever. In just hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, the galaxy Venerate came back to life and reappeared in the Fierce Sun ancient country. The re-emerged galaxy Venerate had already become a 13th layer time life form, stepping into the domain of the 6 great ancestors. We can't stop him from reaching the 13th layer. Even if I personally try to kill him, the person would find a way to return. And upon returning, will have already stepped into the 13th layer. The ancestor of Fierce Sun took a deep breath, feeling a slight tingling on his scalp. So far, from the hundreds of future timelines he has observed, Lin Yuan reaching the 13th layer is almost inevitable. And no one can stop him. Even if the ancestor of Fierce Sun himself tries to kill the opponent, it cannot prevent him from reaching the 13th layer. It's merely a matter of time. If the ancestor of Fierce Sun acts, it might delay the galaxy Venerate's ascension to the 13th layer by millions or tens of millions of years, that's all. If nothing unexpected happens, our Fierce Sun ancient country is about to give birth to a time life form. The ancestor of Fierce Sun smiled. Although Lin Yuan's almost certain future puzzled him, it was a good thing for him. Even now, among the 6 great ancestors of this source world, there's no peace. Occasionally, there are conflicts involving future arrangements. Galaxy. The ancestor of Fierce Sun sat cross-legged, smiling at the young galaxy Venerate. After seeing many of Lin Yuan's future timelines clearly, the ancestor of Fierce Sun basically regarded him as a peer, without any trace of his originally high and mighty demeanor. Especially after realizing he couldn't kill Lin Yuan, it was even more impossible to put on airs. Perfectly fusing two 13th layer methods, one of which is a void 13th layer never before seen in these heavens. Galaxy, your talent is the highest I've seen among all beings. The ancestor of Fierce Sun praised without holding back. In my view, Galaxy, you will soon become the 7th great ancestor in these heavens. Have you thought of a name for your ancient country? A name for my ancient country? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He never expected the ancestor of Fierce Sun's first words to be this. It wasn't surprising for Lin Yuan that the ancestor of Fierce Sun saw through his cultivation of the infinite void inheritance, as time lifeforms below the 13th layer have no real secrets. Lin Yuan even prepared an explanation for how he obtained the infinite void inheritance. Yet, the ancestor of Fierce Sun didn't inquire about these at all. Ancestor. Lin Yuan immediately said, creating an ancient country is too far off for me. Right. The ancestor of Fierce Sun nodded. What you need to do now is to quickly reach the 13th layer and transform into a time life form. I also want to reach the 13th layer, but I'm not confident about breaking through the time loop. Lin Yuan admitted honestly. Whether it is the Chaos Void or this Fang Yuan world, countless brilliant 12th layer perfect lifeforms are trapped within the time loop. Although Lin Yuan has meticulously planned for his ascension to the 13th layer, such as propagating the direction of martial arts evolution, he still lacks confidence. Actually, this is normal, as before breaking through to the 13th layer, no being is certain of success. Actually, you shouldn't worry about these. The ancestor of Fierce Sun thought for a moment, looked at Lin Yuan, and said, just maintain a calm mind. Lin Yuan nodded. The challenges presented by the time loop are unprecedented. Worrying won't help, and maintaining a calm mindset is more suitable. Ancestor, about the inheritance I cultivated. Lin Yuan wanted to explain the origin of the infinite void. No worries. The ancestor of Fierce Sun shook his head and said, it's your secret, there's no need to explain it to me. After speaking, the ancestor of Fierce Sun continued, at the 13th layer, so-called secrets mean little. The first creature born at the beginning of these heavens was named Abyss Dragon. His talent was truly terrifying. Every particle of his body contained a vast world, enough to sweep away all powerful beings at that time with a casual move, yet ultimately, he was easily subdued by Da Fu. The ancestor of Fierce Sun looked at Lin Yuan. Abyss Dragon. Lin Yuan thought of the dragon abyss blood he had just obtained. From this rare treasure, he faintly perceived the terror of that original creature, Abyss Dragon, but now hearing the ancestor of Fierce Sun's description, the Abyss Dragon's fierce mess was even beyond his estimation. At least from the ancestor of Fierce Sun's implication, is Lin Yuan's current strength, with his internal universe coupled with the chaotic Taiji Dao, not stronger than that Abyss Dragon. Of course, compared to Galaxy, the talent of Abyss Dragon is nothing. The ancestor of Fierce Sun said. For the great Lord and Heavenly Venerate, talent implies bloodline, secret techniques, and many divine skills. But for a great ancestor like a time life form, truly strong and invincible talent is the potential to step into the 13th layer. And in this regard, who could match Lin Yuan? By the way, this time you came Haria is it to possess? The ancestor of Fierce Sun seemed to recall something, smiling as he asked. Ever since seeing Lin Yuan, he had been in shock, unexpectedly overlooking this matter for a moment. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. This time he came to possess the ancestor, to experience the perspective of a time life form. To further accumulate his foundation for stepping into the 13th layer. You're not planning to attempt the breakthrough to the 13th layer in the near future. The ancestor of Fierce Sun pondered for a while, then asked. Correct. Lin Yuan said. In Lin Yuan's plan, only after his martial arts evolution road branch has completely spread across the 6 ancient countries of this source world, would he consider the 13th layer breakthrough. This is the fastest scenario. It's possible Lin Yuan might continue to wait, exploring the remaining source worlds further. The breakthrough to the 13th layer is no small matter, presenting only 2 outcomes, success or becoming trapped in the time loop. Without knowing whether the Myriad Realms Gate could counter the time loop, Lin Yuan naturally should prepare as thoroughly as possible. I have a suggestion for you. The ancestor of Fierce Sun looked at Lin Yuan. It's just a suggestion, of course. Please, ancestor, tell me. Lin Yuan immediately responded, his expression solemn. Any advice personally given by the ancestor of Fierce Sun was certainly worth attentive listening. With your foundation and accumulation, there's no need to possess so soon. Wait until before attempting the 13th layer breakthrough to possess. The ancestor of Fierce Sun advised. Many peak venerables of the Fierce Sun ancient country have exchanged for multiple possession opportunities, but Lin Yuan is different. Early or repeated possession could actually affect him. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Though he didn't understand why the ancestor of Fierce Sun made such a suggestion, Lin Yuan trusted there must be specific reasons and he should just heed the advice. However, ancestor, about the billion merits I exchanged. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Before coming, he had used 1 billion merits for the exchange. 1 billion merits. The ancestor of Fierce Sun grinned. When you return, you can choose freely among the many guidance inheritors in the treasure trove without spending any merits. Thank you, ancestor. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Previously, he had been torn about which 2 of the 6 supreme inheritances to choose. After all, with the 3 billion merits, after deducting the 1 billion for possession, he could only exchange for 2. But now, with the ancestor's words, the entire treasure trove of the ancient country became entirely accessible to Lin Yuan. Ancestor, do you know my chances of reaching the 13th layer in the future? Before leaving, Lin Yuan asked this question. As a time life form, the ancestor should be aware of Lin Yuan's chances to break into the 13th layer, having observed future timelines. The possibility of reaching the 13th layer. The ancestor of Fierce Sun looked at Lin Yuan. Almost every peak venerable who comes for possession asks this question. And typically, the ancestor's response is mainly encouragement because those peak venerates have very slim chances of reaching the 13th layer. It would take countless observations of many trillions of timelines to find a successful path. But facing Lin Yuan's inquiry, the ancestor of Fierce Sun, after a brief contemplation, said, very high. Very high. How high is very high? Lin Yuan asked curiously.
You just need to know it's very high, the ancestor of Fierce Sun said. He wasn't sure about Lin Yuan's chances of stepping into the Shisan rank specifically, only that of the hundreds of timelines he observed, the other had stepped into the Shisan rank. But hundreds of timelines stepping into the Shisan rank does not mean all timelines can, as the ancestor of Fierce Sun can't observe all timelines. Even for a Shisan rank time being, what they can observe is only a portion of timelines. To observe all timelines would be a dimension that perfect time beings of the 14 rank could reach. Before taking that step, if you have any questions, feel free to find me. The ancestor of Fierce Sun looked at Lin Yuan. To find me, just call out the words, Fierce Sun. As a time being, the title integrates with the spacetime of heaven and earth. As long as someone mentions the words, Fierce Sun, the ancestor of Fierce Sun will sense it. However, the ancestor of Fierce Sun generally doesn't bother with these, but if Lin Yuan were to call out the words, Fierce Sun, the ancestor of Fierce Sun would certainly appear immediately. Thank you, ancestor. Lin Yuan's tone was slightly emotional. So far, Lin Yuan has browsed through many accumulations of the Fierce Sun ancient country, and he has never heard of such a peak venerable having the means to summon the ancestor at any time. Even the emperor cannot do it. They must go through a certain, intermediate rank, to contact the ancestor. While Lin Yuan can contact directly, it's unprecedented. It's nothing. The ancestor of Fierce Sun smiled at Lin Yuan. I look forward to the birth of the 7th ancestor in this world, creating the 7th great ancient country. Swoosh. Lin Yuan only felt a change in space-time and once again returned to the grand hall of the palace. Galaxy? The emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country sat on the throne, surprised by Lin Yuan's appearance. Normally, the peak venerables who go to the mysterious space to possess the ancestor take at least several months to return. Slower ones can take decades or even centuries. For Lin Yuan to return after less than half an hour in that mysterious space is something the emperor had never heard of. I did not possess. Lin Yuan said directly. Did not possess? The emperor blinked. He went to the mysterious space, summoned the ancestor, and could still refuse possession midway? The ancestor told me not to possess for the time being, Lin Yuan explained. The ancestor told you not to possess for now? The emperor's expression was thoughtful. The ancestor said I don't need to rush into possession, to wait until taking that step before coming back for possession. Lin Yuan said. The emperor pondered for a moment, then nodded. The ancestor's words surely have reason. But about your trillion merits. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan. Before entering the mysterious space, Lin Yuan exchanged his opportunity to possess the ancestor, sacrificing trillion merits. This merit exchange channel is difficult to retrace, decided by the soul of the capital city. No need, the ancestor says I can now freely receive guidance from the treasures within the treasury, Lin Yuan said. This could not be hidden from the emperor, as the emperor of the ancient country had the right to query the exchanges in the treasury. Lin Yuan had just swapped for the chance to possess the ancestor, and the emperor knew. Freely receive guidance from the treasures within the treasury? The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan, momentarily silent. This is tantamount to the ancient country's treasury fully opening to Lin Yuan. Knowing that for the high and mighty ancestor of fierce sun, they have never interfered with the ancient country's governance, yet making an exception for Lin Yuan. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country was naturally shocked. Then I'll head back first. Lin Yuan continued chatting a bit with the emperor, then got up to bid farewell. The emperor watched Lin Yuan disappear, his face returning to calmness. The ancestor views the galaxy so differently, even breaking the rules. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country thought deeply. As the emperor of the ancient country, he clearly knew the height of the ancestor. Lin Yuan indeed had terrifying talent, becoming the first invincible venerable in the history of the 6 great ancient countries. But so what? If he doesn't reach the Shisan rank, he still wouldn't be on the ancestor's radar or be significant to the ancestor. Yet Lin Yuan received such treatment from the ancestor, making the emperor's thoughts wander. All are ants beneath the ancestor. To have the ancestor break rules, only a being equal to the ancestor could. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked towards the direction Lin Yuan left. Waves surged in his heart. Ancestor? Returning to the Galaxy Royal Mansion, Lin Yuan immediately focused his mind to enter the treasury. View all 9 supreme inheritances. Lin Yuan immediately began to look at the specific content of the 9 supreme inheritances. Initially, Lin Yuan had already dismissed 3 of them because these 3 supreme inheritances involved various hidden hazards, which Lin Yuan couldn't accept, so naturally, he wouldn't exchange for them. But now, knowing he could freely exchange for any guidance from the inheritances, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't miss the chance to look at these 3 inheritances. Even if not cultivating, observing and referencing them, as supreme inheritances, which are the Shisan rank inheritances of the Chaos Void, even if full of hidden dangers, surely have great reference value. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't miss them. Fierce Sun Heart. Lin Yuan roughly browsed this supreme inheritance, condensing a heart with half a step into the Shisan rank, thereby gaining power far exceeding the limit of the 12th rank. The terrifying extent of this inheritance was beyond Lin Yuan's imagination. Cultivate to perfection and completely transform one's heart into the fierce sun heart. Strength is likely not much weaker than the Xuanwang with half a step into the 12th rank, Lin Yuan thought. Of course, cultivating fierce sun heart to perfection is extremely difficult, requiring extremely rich ancestor bloodline, and even at critical moments, must absorb a drop of ancestor's essence blood to transform one's heart. As for a drop of ancestor's essence blood, it's not a matter of merit, as the essence blood of a time being, even if its killing intent is wiped away, how many beings below the Shisan rank can endure it? This inheritance, although I won't practice it, some of its concepts can be referenced, especially in using the power of the 13 levels. Lin Yuan was full of spirit, having watched all 8 supreme inheritances, gaining substantial insights, with many flashes of inspiration flooding his mind. Although the ancestor said my prospects of entering the 13 levels is high, I can't be complacent. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, realizing how rare it was for a time life to make such a remark, yet the more exceptional it was, the more vigilant Lin Yuan felt. The so-called high possibility of entering the 13 levels does not mean foolproof. The greater the hope, if it ultimately fails, wouldn't all the initial investment be wasted? Lin Yuan naturally did not want to end up that way. Things should be handled as they should. I can't relax just because of the ancestors' evaluation. The martial arts evolution road branch still needs to be spread out. Lin Yuan thought quickly to himself, even if stepping into the 13 levels seems very hopeful, maximizing everything else is not a bad thing. Mysterious space. After Lin Yuan returned, the ancestor of Fierce Sun did not disappear as usual. Instead, he continued to observe Lin Yuan. In the 1368 timelines, all still culminate in the 13 levels? The ancestor of Fierce Sun was not idling, he continued watching Lin Yuan's timelines. The more he watched, the more intense the shock in his heart became. Forget it, don't continue branching out the timelines, rather delve into a particular timeline. The ancestor of Fierce Sun thought, at present, of the more than 1,000 timelines he observed, each timeline ceased when Lin Yuan stepped into the 13 levels. Because a timeline, once it involves 13 levels, becomes exponentially difficult to watch. Thus, Fierce Sun ancestor didn't watch recklessly. After observing over 1,000 timelines with no variation in the outcome, he decided to see how far Lin Yuan could truly grow. Entering the 13 levels is not the focus. Even among 13-level time lives, there are distinctions between strength and weakness. Powerful time lives can discern more future timelines, their strategies silently yet profoundly impactful. For time lives, intertwining is not confined to power but depends on how much they can perceive. The more timelines they can see, the more future possibilities they wield, thus the stronger they become. Fierce Sun ancestor collected his thoughts, immediately delving into a timeline to watch. The timeline unfolded, quickly reaching when Lin Yuan advanced into the 13 levels. Scene after scene appeared in the ancestor of Fierce Sun's view. It was a dark and lifeless space. A young man sat cross-legged, overhead a massive black and white yin-yang taiji diagram, spanning time and space, encompassing past, present, future, countless future possibilities converging, advancing towards the future desired by the young man. Below the taiji diagram, an existence filled with endless spiritual light roared in anger. The existence of endless spiritual light seemed to be the source of all life, its presence constantly influencing the surrounding time and space, yet at this moment, being suppressed by the young man. Galaxy, I give up the layout from 180 million billion years henceforth. That dimensional creation is yours. The existence of endless spiritual light conceded. Da Ling. The ancestor of Fierce Sun's heart trembled slightly seeing this scene. The existence of endless spiritual light, the Da Ling ancestor, was the time-life second only to Da Fu ancestor among the current 6 great ancestors. Yet in the future scene, the Da Ling ancestor was suppressed tightly by the young man, even forced to abandon his strategic future layout. The ancestor of Fierce Sun paused for a moment, continuing to observe further into the future. A majestic man filled with the aura of the world's origin, terrifying movements enough to shake the entire source world. Yet at this moment, the majestic man was fleeing, even compelled to smash open dimension cracks, escaping to unknown other dimensions. But immediately after, a black and white yin-yang taiji diagram enveloped, vast and extensive, influencing timelines. Da Fu. The young man looked down from above, overlooking the majestic man below. Da Fu is fleeing too? The ancestor of Fierce Sun was shocked. Among the 6 great ancestors, Da Fu ancestor was undisputedly the strongest ancestor, yet in the future scene, as strong as Da Fu ancestor, was being chased down by Lin Yuan, fleeing in panic, ultimately unable to escape? After reaching the 13 levels, growth speed can still be this fast? The ancestor of Fierce Sun found it unbelievable. The cultivation at the 13 levels differs entirely from the 12th levels, and Lin Yuan's rapid advancement at the 12th level doesn't guarantee the same at the 13 levels. Even if rapid advancement continues, hunting down Da Fu ancestor who flees in panic, this is beyond rapid advancement. Keep watching. The ancestor of Fierce Sun couldn't help continuing to watch further into the future. However, just as Fierce Sun ancestor observed much farther into the future, he felt a profound gaze cast towards him. Boom! Fierce Sun ancestor felt his mental state shake, consciousness uncontrollably becoming muddled. I can't keep watching. The ancestor of Fierce Sun barely maintained his hazy consciousness, quickly stopping the observation of the future timeline, and gradually restored his turbulent state of mind. However, the temporal backlash from this forced peering into the future would take him at least several years to dispel. After calming down, the ancestor of Fierce Sun was extremely shocked inside. Time beings, although they can glimpse future timelines, have certain limitations. For example, the future holds innumerable timelines, even as powerful as 13th order. They could at most observe a portion of the timelines and could not grasp all futures. Moreover, when the observed future timeline involves same-level time beings, it becomes exceptionally difficult, and could even result in backlash. Plus, the further the future observed, the more variables there are, increasing the difficulty of viewing. I suffered a significant backlash. The ancestor of Fierce Sun was solemn. He tried to glimpse the future of Lin Yuan after long years, but was directly hit by this kind of backlash, with only a few possible scenarios. One is that in those distant years, Lin Yuan established a causal relationship with an incomparably powerful time being, and with the protection of that powerful time being, he naturally couldn't see more details. Another is that Lin Yuan is in some special environment, between dimensions, where some origins of time exist, which can interfere with the future lines that 13th order beings could observe. The third possibility is that after those long years in the future, Lin Yuan himself has already become an incomparably powerful time being, able to block all observations, even if these observations come from the past. Apart from these three scenarios, there are some other possibilities, though they are less likely. The ancestor of Fierce Sun looked solemn, leaning more toward the third scenario. Because just from what could be seen in certain timelines, it could be judged that Lin Yuan's growth speed was astonishingly fast. Even after stepping into the 13th order, he continued to grow at a terrifying rate, with at least Da Ling ancestor and Da Fu ancestor having no power to contend with Lin Yuan in the future. Of course, the future seen by the ancestor of Fierce Sun is only one possibility, and in the actual future, Da Ling ancestor and Da Fu ancestor might not necessarily oppose Lin Yuan. The reason I can currently glimpse these futures of the galaxy is because his life level is still low, at the heavenly venerate realm. The ancestor of Fierce Sun thought quietly. To him, whether peak venerable or top peak venerable, strongest venerable or invincible venerable, all were at the venerate level. Once he crosses into the 13th order, it will be very difficult to peer into his future. The ancestor of Fierce Sun mused to himself. Directly glimpsing the future of same-level time beings is not only difficult but also very blurry, with much incomplete information. The struggle and arrangements among 13th order levels are judged through observing numerous possibilities in many timelines, to discern the strategies or arrangements of other time beings, and then make responses. Whether one can truly discern the strategies and arrangements of other time beings depends on how many different future timelines are visible. Unable to directly peer into a specific time being's future, one has to indirectly infer and guess by observing the future across countless timelines they are in. It seems like I'll have to start watching timelines again soon, as the presence of the galaxy in the future is likely to bring significant variables. The ancestor of Fierce Sun thought, for time beings, aside from cultivation, was watching future timelines. However, when time beings watched future timelines, they generally went deep into a particular timeline, which would result in spending a lot of time. Before seeing Lin Yuan, the timelines the ancestor of Fierce Sun had been observing spanned hundreds of thousands of years to millions of years, starting from hundreds of thousands to millions of years ago. During that time, Lin Yuan had not yet descended upon this origin source world, so in the many timelines seen by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan wasn't present, which is why he hadn't noticed such a monstrous talent emerging in the Fierce Sun ancient country. Now, after confirming Lin Yuan's existence, the ancestor of Fierce Sun naturally decided to abandon the previously observed timelines and start watching again from this moment. With Lin Yuan's inevitable 13th order intervention, it seems the future of this origin source world will head in a different direction, and the timeline seen now will be entirely different from what was seen before. Unbelievable. The ancestor of Fierce Sun sighed inwardly, learning through watching Lin Yuan's future, realized that amid the boundless variables of the future, there actually exists some form of certainty. It's said that Time Lords who are soon to impact becoming perfect time beings begin to consolidate their timelines, unifying past, present, and future. Yet, the galaxy hasn't even reached the 13th order. How can such a scene of a determined future be achieved? The ancestor of Fierce Sun pondered for a moment, then continued to watch future timelines again. Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, concentrating most of his mind on comprehending the operation of the origin source world, while the remaining focus was on processing and watching numerous supreme inheritance guidelines, to perfect the branches of the martial arts evolution road. The branches of the martial arts evolution road had long matured, and what Lin Yuan needed to do now was to perfectly integrate these branches into this Fang Yuan world. Each dimension has its unique rules, like in the Chaos Void, where during life's key transition points, there is a gift of infused Chaos Void origin, hence the prevalence of internal universes. If there were no Chaos Void origin infusion gifts, the inner cosmos would find it difficult to become widespread in the Chaos Void, as most powerful beings cannot sustain the consumption of operating the inner cosmos. However, in this Fang Yuan world, there are no origin infusion gifts, but there are 6 ancestral lineages offering support, causing almost every living being to have ancestral bloodline flowing within them. The ancestral bloodline, at the 13th level, is terrifyingly powerful once its potential is excavated, even if it is thin. Therefore, the cutting-in point of the martial arts evolution road in this Fang Yuan world is to fully excavate the ancestral bloodline. Lin Yuan looked at his palm while observing a drop of dragon abyss blood, comprehending the most fundamental power deep within the bloodline. Clatter. Suddenly, the dragon abyss blood suspended in front of Lin Yuan boiled, abruptly transforming into a small black dragon the size of a palm. Every scale on the black dragon seemed like an endless abyss, and the imperceptible aura started to affect the surrounding space-time silently. Is this the initial creature, Abyss Dragon? Lin Yuan carefully observed, using the excavation of the fundamental power in the bloodline to reshape the original form of the Abyss Dragon, with a drop of blood. Of course, it was only the form. As for consciousness and mind, they were long obliterated, but even so, Lin Yuan could sense the terror of the Abyss Dragon. Just a dragon formed from a drop of fresh blood has such an imposing force. The full strength of this initial creature in its prime was indeed not weaker than I am now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The ancestor of Fierce Sun also mentioned this initial creature, although referred to as a negative example, but it depends on comparison. The Da Fu ancestor personally killed the Abyss Dragon, proving the terror of this initial creature. It must be known that for time creatures, anything under the 13th tier would not catch their eyes at all. It is almost complete. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan caused the palm-sized black dragon to dissipate instantly, transforming back into a drop of dragon abyss blood, which was promptly put away by him. After several centuries of perfection, Lin Yuan thoroughly shaped the branch of the martial arts evolution road to be fully adapted to this Fang Yuan world, and to the 6 ancient countries. But wanting to spread the branch of the martial arts evolution road still requires informing the ancestor. Lin Yuan thought to himself, all life in the Fierce Sun ancient country are descendants of the ancestor, using the cultivation system handed down by the ancestor. Lin Yuan wanted to spread the branch of the martial arts evolution road here. Even if it was only supplementary practice, he still had to inform the ancestor of Fierce Sun. With this in mind, Lin Yuan whispered the words, Fierce Sun. Invisible power converged, forming the figure of the ancestor of Fierce Sun, who looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Galaxy. Ancestor, may I spread the path of my evolution branch? Lin Yuan said. Spread the path of your evolution branch? The ancestor of Fierce Sun looked at Lin Yuan with a grin and nodded, saying, of course you can. Thank you, ancestor. Lin Yuan said, there's no need for thanks between us. The ancestor of Fierce Sun shook his head, his figure disappearing. The Da Fu ancient country occupied the richest area of this heaven and earth, with the imperial palace at the very center of the capital, wherein many figures were gathered deep within at this moment. These figures exuded powerful auras, at least being top peak venerables, with nearly 10 of the strongest venerables standing among them. The ancestor is about to arrive, and as per usual practices, will guide our cultivation. The emperor of the Da Fu ancient country said in a heavy voice, and will also be informed about recent events. Among the ancestors of the 6 ancient countries, the Da Fu ancestor was most dedicated to nurturing progeny and descendants, descending every once in a while to guide the top peak venerables and the strongest peak venerables. This was originally an unparalleled great opportunity for the strong of the Da Fu ancient country, obtaining guidance from the ancestor without any merit required. However, now, numerous Da Fu venerables on the scene felt immense pressure. Because amongst the many recent events, the Fierce Sun ancient country defeated the Da Fu ancient country, seizing the newly emerged top-grade treasured land, which absolutely could not be hidden from the ancestor. Though it was said, the Da Fu ancient country's failure to seize the Golden Mist treasury was entirely because of Galaxy Venerate's overwhelmingly terrifying power. A non-combat related fault. But the Da Fu ancestor wouldn't care about these, only viewing the venerables on the scene as useless. In terms of power, among the 6 ancestors, the Da Fu ancestor was the oldest and also the strongest, and the Da Fu ancient country was the most powerful ancient country, with everything related to the Da Fu ancestor being the strongest. But now, this fact was broken by Galaxy Venerate. If the difference wasn't large, the many Da Fu venerables on the scene still had the confidence to reclaim honor. But with the power Galaxy Venerate displayed in the treasury, even the strongest venerables of the Da Fu ancient country dared not attempt reclaiming the field. The difference was too great, so great that there was no opportunity to catch up. Now the venerables of the Da Fu ancient country only hoped Galaxy Venerate would quickly advance to that next step. That way, whether success or failure, they wouldn't have to bear the pressure Lin Yuan brought. The ancestor is about to descend. The emperor of the Da Fu ancient country glanced at the many venerables on the scene, feeling unsure inside. The ancestors were high above, contending in the open and secret, and now that the Da Fu ancient country was weaker than the fierce Sun ancient country by more than a margin, how could the ancestor be happy if they knew? If the ancestor wasn't happy, these progeny descendants would suffer. Fierce Sun capital. After obtaining the ancestor's consent, Lin Yuan immediately approached the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country. Spreading the branch of the martial arts evolution road was a trivial matter. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't do it himself. It had to be handed over to the ancient country. Galaxy. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan, speaking in a gentle tone. What brings you to me? I have perfected the method to excavate ancestral bloodlines, Lin Yuan said. Oh, the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country's eyes lit up? If, before, he merely held expectations for the venerate's level of ancestral bloodline. After witnessing the event of competing for the treasury, observing Galaxy Venerate's overwhelming strength, the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country was not just expectant but fervent. Of course, the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country also understood that many of the techniques Lin Yuan displayed in the treasury were largely due to the powerful path of chaos evolution, but the contribution of the ancestral bloodline support could not be overlooked. Especially the creation of an entirely new fierce Sun world centered around his fierce Sun was unbelievably powerful. However, the excavation of bloodlines is very random, and not everyone could dig out the powerful talents within the ancestral bloodline, Lin Yuan reminded. After integrating into this Fang Yuan world, the branch of the martial arts evolution road saw significant progress in excavating inner bloodlines, but regardless of the progress, it depended on each individual. As the ancestor of martial arts and possessor of Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could grasp bloodline's fundamental power at a deeper level, thus awakening the fierce Sun opens the heavens divine skill. However, other cultivators didn't have Lin Yuan's methods, and the excavation of bloodline abilities depended not only on oneself but also on the strength of the bloodline's power at its deepest core. The key element was that Lin Yuan's method was a fusion of inner cosmos, the divine ability, world, infinite void, inheritance, and fierce Sun opens the heavens. A purely fierce Sun opens the heavens divine skill was certainly powerful, but it had many constraints. Naturally, the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country nodded, unsurprised. The same cultivation inheritance, some beings could step into the Great Lord, while others found it hard even entering the path-splitting realm. If Lin Yuan's perfected method for excavating ancestral bloodlines allowed every being to tap into bloodline talents at the Venerate level, the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country would indeed find it unbelievable. For the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country, even slightly increasing the amount of ancestral bloodline power excavated from the beings of the fierce Sun ancient country, and slightly enhancing the overall, was already very satisfying. As the bloodline power excavated by lower-tier beings increased a bit, the number of middle-tier strong beings rose, and the number of upper-tier strong beings rose in succession, thereby enhancing the overall national strength of the fierce Sun ancient country. Please, take a look. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Yuan displayed the improved branch of the martial arts evolution road swiftly in front of him. From the first layer to the 11th layer, and the various branches after the 12th layer, Lin Yuan organized them very thoroughly. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country immediately began to carefully examine them. What is this? The more the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country looked, the more shocked he became. Is this an entirely new cultivation inheritance? The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country was somewhat bewildered. He initially thought it was merely a secret technique, a technique for excavating the ancestral bloodline. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be an inheritance, which is vastly different from a secret technique. The considerations required for each are worlds apart. This inheritance is different from the current 6 great ancient countries' inheritances, taking a completely different path. A storm surged in the heart of the fierce sun ancient country's emperor, for as an emperor, his knowledge was naturally extensive. He was familiar not only with the cultivation system of the fierce sun ancient country but also with those of the other 5 ancient countries. Yet compared to the inheritance Lin Yuan had presented, perhaps only the mainstream cultivation inheritances passed down by the ancestors of the 6 great ancient countries could match it. Galaxy, is this inheritance something you created? The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country steadied himself and looked at Lin Yuan, probing. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. The martial arts evolution road was indeed his creation. As for the various branches that evolved from it, the core foundation was also the martial Tao. No wonder you possess such power, Galaxy. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country sighed. Unlike the pure ancient country's royal family, the existence of creating a new cultivation inheritance implies a deep understanding of power, knowing the how and also the why. This is countless times more difficult than those venerables who perceive the rules of heaven and earth. Normal venerables sense the rules of heaven and earth by following the fluctuations of the grand rules of the universe, which they can refer to. But to create an entirely new cultivation inheritance? Even if there are other cultivation inheritances to refer to, the final creation must still be brand new. Especially when Lin Yuan created this inheritance called the martial Tao, in every aspect. It seems no less than the mainstream cultivation inheritances passed down by the ancestors, which is even more incredible. Galaxy, do you really intend to spread this cultivation inheritance? The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country asked again. Such a cultivation inheritance fully qualifies to be included in the treasury of the fierce sun ancient country. To spread it without any restriction? The emperor felt it a pity. Spread it out. Lin Yuan nodded. Placing the martial Tao evolution branches into the ancient country's treasury could certainly provide him additional income, but it would reduce the spread of martial Tao manifold, as not everyone is qualified to enter the treasury to choose. This did not align with Lin Yuan's purpose. He spread the martial Tao to form anchors, beacons. As for the merit earned, in the past, Lin Yuan might have cared, but now, with the back door provided by the ancestor of fierce sun, Lin Yuan could freely access all the guidance in the treasury, and thus merit had little significance to him. Moreover, Lin Yuan guarded the newly born Golden Mist treasure land, equivalent to completely monopolizing a top-notch rare treasure that had never appeared in the 6 great ancient countries, acquiring any resources without much effort. Galaxy U. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country felt a deep emotion, thinking that Lin Yuan was benevolent, wanting to pave the way for the people of the fierce sun ancient country. I have already instructed the people below to handle it. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them to speak to Lin Yuan. The fierce sun ancient country ruled many large territories. Secret techniques such as the fierce sun god nurturing method and others were constantly spread. The emperor only needed to add Lin Yuan's martial arts evolution road branches into these existing channels, not requiring the establishment of new distribution networks. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded. It is the people of the ancient country who should thank you. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country said immediately, for at least from his perspective, Lin Yuan voluntarily spreading such a profound cultivation inheritance was indeed a great benefit for the people of the ancient country. Very soon, the branches of the martial arts evolution road began spreading in the capital of the fierce sun ancient country. Martial Tao? Who created this cultivation inheritance? Is it the Galaxy Venerate, the inheritance created by Galaxy Venerate? Numerous great lords and even heavenly venerates were immediately stirred. In the fierce sun ancient country, the stronger the power, the more they understood the terror of the Galaxy Venerate. He was indeed a peerless figure who single-handedly swept across the 4 great ancient countries, including the Dafu ancient country. The Dafu's strongest venerable, who was once high and invincible, could only flee in panic before the Galaxy Venerate, and sometimes, escape wasn't even possible. This martial Tao cultivation inheritance, A great lord watched closely, a thoughtful expression on their face. The branches of the martial arts evolution road were vastly different from the many existing cultivation inheritances. Even for a great lord, comprehending it wasn't immediately adaptable, yet they vaguely sensed the profound mystery within. Bloodline. Does this inheritance talk about how Lin excavates the bloodline? Is this the foundation of Galaxy Venerate's strength? More and more great lord-level experts began to comprehend. Their foundational paths were set, but that did not impede them from referring, assimilating, and co-cultivating. Golden Mist Treasure Land. Lin Yuan's true self sat cross-legged, naturally refining the Dragon Abyss blood. Meanwhile, his mind and consciousness were immersed in observing the operation of the source world origin. Rumble. During the refinement of Dragon Abyss blood, Lin Yuan's true self naturally operated, the invisible aura beginning to influence and spread to the many spatio-temporal layers of the treasure land where he sat. Below, over a dozen array masters who were arranging defense formations for the treasure land felt a tremor in their hearts. Their strength was also formidable, but in the face of the casual aura of the Galaxy Venerate, they felt like ants beside a giant dragon. Trembling with fear. Uneasy. The Galaxy Venerate is too powerful. Yes, I can feel it too. The deepest reaches of time and space are occupied and refined by the Galaxy Venerate's aura. It's said that the first being born at the beginning of heaven and earth was named Abyss Dragon, capable of invisibly permeating layers of time and space. Could it be that the Galaxy Venerate is just like the Abyss Dragon? More than 10 array masters quickly set up the defense formation while conversing. As array masters, they were naturally at a high level and had heard of the existence of Abyss Dragon. Before Lin Yuan, the definition of the strongest venerable among the 6 great ancient countries was established after the founding of the Da-Fu ancient country. As for before the founding of the Da-Fu ancient country, it was the era ruled by the Abyss Dragon, who was the undisputed absolute overlord during that period, until the Da-Fu ancestor stepped into the 13th tier and slew the Abyss Dragon, founding the Da-Fu ancient country. Operation of the origin source of the source world? Lin Yuan immersed himself in observing the operation of the source world's origin source, endlessly fascinated by the weaving and fusion of infinite Tao rules. Time and space. The time and space before Lin Yuan's eyes changed anew. Layer upon layer of time and space lay flat like paper, visible at a glance. Your understanding defies the heavens. Watching the mysterious origin operation enhances your comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Lin Yuan delved deeper in understanding, and the knowledge of time and space in his mind gradually formed a whole. Suddenly, a complete spatio-temporal fusion rule took shape. Time and space. This is time and space. Lin Yuan was radiant, continuously observing the operation of the source world's origin source, matching it with the operation of the Tao rules within the 13th tier artifact Sky Void tripod in the Chaos Void. At this moment, Lin Yuan reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm in comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, equivalent to thoroughly understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule. I originally thought it would take 1,000 years to reach the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Lin Yuan's face showed a smile. Reflecting on the many supreme inheritances in the treasury of the Fierce Sun ancient country greatly benefited Lin Yuan, providing significant assistance from the inheritance guidance created by the 13th tier time life. The conjunction of many factors enabled Lin Yuan to dramatically advance towards the pinnacle of the spatio-temporal fusion 9th realm comprehension. Next, it's about transcending the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and continued to watch his source world's origin source operation. In the deepest part of the Da-Fu ancient country's capital, one by one, the Da-Fu venerates stood there respectfully. At this moment, an invisible aura gathered, forming a man adorned in a luxurious cloak, embedded with gems, each containing a vast world. His eyes were narrow, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Ancestor. 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 The Da-Fu venerates collectively bowed, their demeanor extremely respectful. In the Da-Fu ancient country, the ancestor is the supreme god, and it is precisely because of the ancestor that the strong of the Da-Fu ancient country can have a superior attitude when facing strong from other ancient countries. Rise. The Da-Fu ancestor glanced around, and the timeline of each venerate unfolded before him, with the past fixed, possessing only one timeline, but the future holding countless possibilities. The Da Fu ancestor first looked at the timeline set in the past. Every time he descended, he would give guidance to the offspring of top peak venerables and the strongest venerables. And the guidance was naturally not empty talk, needing reference to each offspring's past experiences to give advice, which required the Da Fu ancestor to watch the past timeline. Very soon, through the past timeline, the Da Fu ancestor saw the experience of Da Fu ancient countries strong in the Golden Mist treasure domain. The scenes of being swept and crushed by the galaxy venerate made the Da Fu ancestor frown. He believed he valued his offspring and was very willing to nurture them. Among the 6 ancestors, besides him, which ancestor would descend periodically to give guidance? The Da Fu ancient country, occupying nearly 1/3 of treasure domains, was also driven secretly by the Da Fu ancestor. For the ancestor, the rare treasures produced by the treasure domains had no use. Yet the Da Fu ancestor still planned those treasure domains. For whom? Even with such nurturing, the venerates of the Da Fu ancient country were still swept and crushed by the galaxy venerate of the fierce sun ancient country, making the Da Fu ancestor feel a loss of face. He could almost see the smiling, delighted demeanor of the ancestor of fierce sun. You all. The Da Fu ancestor glanced over the many venerates. Ancestor. Below, the many venerates trembled in mind and heart, wanting to speak yet not daring to. The unreasonable power of the galaxy venerate was one thing, but if the fierce sun ancient country could produce a galaxy venerate, then why couldn't the Da Fu ancient country, with an environment far superior to the fierce sun ancient country, also give rise to a galaxy venerate? The many venerates felt justified, yet speechless. A bunch of trash. The Da Fu ancestor's gaze was icy, feeling that these offspring he nurtured were a bunch of waste, while he also observed the timelines related to the galaxy venerate, timelines extending and unfolding towards the future. This galaxy. Da Fu ancestor was shocked. Just by observing the first timeline, he saw Lin Yuan stepping into the 13th tier. And the image scene of establishing the 7th ancient country. As he continued to delve deeper into the timeline, Da Fu ancestor vaguely felt his mind trembling and immediately stopped watching. As the first ancestor, Da Fu ancestor was slightly stronger than the ancestor of fierce sun and could observe more timelines, seeing further into them. At the same time, he had a sharper perception of the timelines themselves, vaguely realizing that the future of the galaxy venerate was incredibly terrifying, beyond his purview. This timeline. Da Fu ancestor gathered his thoughts. A single timeline, after all, signifies nothing. Perhaps it was his bad luck to have just seen the timeline where the galaxy venerate's potential was highest. A single timeline cannot replace true potential. Since the establishment of the 6 great ancient countries, so many venerates have attempted the 13th tier. Theoretically, each venerate has the potential to become an ancestor. Yet so many long years have passed. How many have truly become ancestors, if not just those 6? The future is filled with too many variables. Being an ancestor in just one timeline, the probability is too low, too low. Very quickly, Da Fu ancestor swiftly reviewed hundreds, thousands of timelines. How is this possible? Da Fu ancestor was incredulous. In hundreds, thousands of timelines, the galaxy venerate consistently stepped into the 13th tier, which was extremely unreasonable. In a fleeting moment of the future, countless timelines would be born, each splitting further into countless timelines. Even the tactical layouts between time beings couldn't guarantee something would happen for sure. Various factors would influence the outcome, along with other time beings' influences. But this galaxy venerate? At least in the many timelines seen by Da Fu ancestor, the other party successfully stepped into the 13th tier, merely a matter of time. Simply put, the act of the galaxy venerate entering the 13th tier can't be stopped. At least, in the timelines he witnessed, Da Fu ancestor was unable to stop it. Is it personal talent, or an external force? Da Fu ancestor wondered, leaning more toward it being an external force. Relying solely on personal talent, how could one guarantee entry into the 13th tier? The most talented being Da Fu ancestor had seen was the Abyss Dragon, born at the start of the Source World. This Abyss Dragon, indeed, had the possibility of stepping into the 13th tier, but after Da Fu ancestor entered the 13th tier, the timelines in which Abyss Dragon could reach the 13th tier were nearly cut off. Because Da Fu ancestor would certainly act against the Abyss Dragon, their enmity was irreconcilable, set since the beginning of heaven and earth. If Abyss Dragon entered the 13th tier early, Da Fu ancestor would surely die as well. This indicates that no matter how strong the talent, one cannot guarantee stepping into the 13th tier, as external forces would interfere. Especially suppression by a time being is disastrous for beings below the 13th tier. Time beings see through timelines, blocking all your paths of survival. Your every choice is basically seen through the timeline. But in the face of Lin Yuan, Da Fu ancestor felt powerless. Because he couldn't stop it. Forcibly stopping would only delay the other's entry into the 13th tier. And the cost of such actions would be the galaxy venerate's retaliation after entering the 13th tier, making Da Fu ancestor suffer greatly. Even escaping from this dimension wouldn't shield him from the other's pursuit. Perhaps it's because my strength isn't sufficient, the timelines I see are too few, unable to observe a timeline that deals with this galaxy. But it's already unimportant, this galaxy must not be provoked. Da Fu ancestor thought to himself, with the development in many of the galaxy venerate's timelines, it is absolutely not an enemy to oppose. As Da Fu ancestor pondered, the peak venerables and strongest venerables of the Da Fu ancient country below were feeling uncommonly distressed, ancestor's silent demeanor clearly indicating extreme disappointment in them, leaving nothing more to say. Indeed, ancestor painstakingly cultivated them, only for them to ultimately be overwhelmed by the galaxy venerate of the Fierce Sun ancient country. It should be known that the ancestor of Fierce Sun is mostly hands-off regarding the cultivation of descendants, rarely interfering, yet under such conditions, they still couldn't surpass. These venerates felt ashamed towards the ancestor. Ancestor. Fu Shu venerate's gaze was firm, and he said solemnly, "I will cultivate the forbidden supreme heritage. As for the galaxy venerate, I am not his match now, but after cultivating the forbidden supreme heritage, my strength will increase greatly, and I will challenge the galaxy venerate again, preventing the ancient country from suffering humiliation once more." The so-called forbidden supreme heritage is akin to the Fierce Sun heart heritage of the Fierce Sun ancient country, allowing a part of oneself to advance towards the 13th tier, thereby realizing a surge in strength. But the reason this kind of heritage is termed forbidden supreme heritage is because the dangers it poses during cultivation are too great. The Fierce Sun heart requires sacrificing most of one's own sanity as a price, and the forbidden supreme heritages of other ancient countries are similar, some even more costly. For this reason, almost no peak venerates cultivate forbidden heritages, even though the power boost from forbidden supreme heritage far exceeds that of supreme heritages. No peak venerate is willing to cultivate them. At the level of a peak venerate, one basically stands at the top of each ancient country, capable of aspiring to the realm of an ancestor, and it's entirely unnecessary to pay such a high price for a power increase. Especially certain forbidden supreme heritages, once cultivation begins, the dangers can't be eradicated, affecting the breakthrough to that step. But now, faced with the disappointment of the ancestor and the shame of the ancient country, Fu Shu venerate felt that he should do something. Although this time he was crushed by galaxy venerate in the treasured land, it wasn't entirely his fault. The other strongest venerables of the ancient country placed in this position would have faced the same outcome. Yet Fu Shu venerate was still uneasy, even if it meant paying the price. He wanted the ancestor to save face somewhat. "Ancestor, I've also cultivated the forbidden supreme legacy. Fu Shu is no match, then let me go." "Ancestor, I will also seek out a forbidden supreme legacy to cultivate. I refuse to believe that, with the foundation of Da Fu ancient country, we cannot rival just one galaxy venerate." The strongest venerables were uncertain whether they could oppose galaxy venerate after cultivating the forbidden supreme legacy, but at least the power gap would narrow. If one couldn't do it, then two. If two couldn't, then three. The foundation of Da Fu ancient country is strong enough to overwhelm galaxy venerate with sheer force. The blood of the other strongest venerables was ignited. As the first ancient country, the ancestor of Da Fu was also the first perfect time being, the highest starting point, so there was no reason they would lose to galaxy venerate. Da Fu ancestor looked down at the indignant strongest venerables eager to challenge Lin Yuan once more, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "It's really unnecessary," Da Fu ancestor said, "the strength of that galaxy venerate truly exceeds yours. It's not a disgrace if you can't match him." In the timelines witnessed by Da Fu ancestor, even he himself, facing Galaxy Venerate after stepping into the 4th rank, found it difficult to resist, eventually unable to escape being suppressed. There was no sense of shame in his children losing to Galaxy Venerate in Da Fu ancestor's heart. The strongest venerables were somewhat stunned, surprised that the ancestor was so forgiving, not minding their loss to Galaxy Venerate, nor intending to regain face. It was known that Da Fu ancestor had always been domineering, so when had he ever been so benevolent? Lost is lost. Not even a word, promptly admitting they were outmatched? Ancestor, Fu Shu Venerate and the other strongest venerables were a bit puzzled. This matter ends here. Da Fu ancestor shook his head, glanced at all of the venerables. As for Galaxy Venerate, don't provoke him again. Remember, whatever form of provocation is forbidden, don't even think about revenge, otherwise. Da Fu ancestor surveyed the surroundings, his tone icy. I will personally punish you. The venerables shivered at his words and quickly said, Ancestor, we understand. As the ancestor of Da Fu, to not hesitate to personally punish his progeny for an outsider, it was beyond belief for the venerables. However, they wouldn't and couldn't disobey the ancestor's orders. Alright, you all can withdraw now. Da Fu ancestor had no intention to guide the venerables anymore. His thoughts were focused on the future timeline of Galaxy Venerate, pondering how to face this future ancestor. Fierce Sun, Da Fu ancestor contacted Fierce Sun ancestor. Galaxy Venerate was a descendant of Fierce Sun ancestor. Although, through observing the timeline, Da Fu ancestor knew that the rise of Galaxy Venerate was virtually unrelated to Fierce Sun ancestor. Even without Fierce Sun ancestor, the future of Galaxy Venerate wouldn't change. But among the 6 ancestors, Fierce Sun ancestor certainly had the closest ties with Galaxy Venerate. Da Fu, Fierce Sun ancestor responded, smiling. What brings you to me? Have you heard about your Fierce Sun ancient country's Galaxy Venerate? Da Fu ancestor asked. Naturally, I have. Fierce Sun ancestor nodded. He was able to observe the future timeline of Lin Yuan, just like Da Fu ancestor, and perhaps even more detailed. It's my first time seeing such a nearly certain future, Da Fu ancestor said with slight amazement. Only beings of the same level of time life knew how incredible this certain future was. The timeline starting from now will change because of Galaxy, Fierce Sun ancestor nodded. Galaxy Venerate's appearance in this source world as a node spreads out, influencing the timeline extensively due to this future ancestor. By the way, I plan to visit Galaxy Venerate, would you mind? Da Fu ancestor smiled at Fierce Sun ancestor. Having seen the future timelines of Lin Yuan, Da Fu ancestor naturally couldn't choose to oppose Galaxy Venerate. What's the real power of 4th rank time life, strength, prowess? Know its choice. Time life can make choices most advantageous to themselves by viewing future timelines. This is the greatest method of 4th rank beings. Facing Lin Yuan, avoiding direct confrontation is imperative, lest the outcomes turn dire. Da Fu ancestor knew what to do. I certainly don't mind. Fierce Sun ancestor shook his head. In reality, it wouldn't matter even if he did mind. With Lin Yuan's strength, other ancestors would eventually interact with him, impossible and unnecessary to stop. Then that's good. Da Fu ancestor nodded. If Fierce Sun ancestor minded him meeting Galaxy Venerate, he'd do so discreetly anyway. With his methods, meeting Galaxy Venerate wasn't difficult. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, several months went by. Outside the capital of Fierce Sun country, 5 figures arrived quietly. These 5 figures were indeed the ancestors of the 5 great ancient countries. After Da Fu ancestor observed Lin Yuan's timeline, the other 4 ancestors also reacted one after another, conducting various observations. This led to the current scene of the 5 ancestors visiting Galaxy Venerate together. As for why the 5 ancestors chose today for their visit, it was because in numerous future timelines, visiting Galaxy Venerate today was the most suitable. Lin Yuan would be in a good mood, which would be most beneficial in cultivating their relationship with Galaxy Venerate. Da Fu, you've come as well. Xuanian ancestor with her white long hair flowing, being a tall figure, eyed Da Fu ancestor with a smile. Xuanian, not just Da Fu. We all came. Primordial ancestor of the barbaric wilderness, a towering man, grinned. I observed Galaxy Venerate's timeline. discovered he'd step into the fourth rank latest within millions or tens of millions of years. If we don't visit now, and wait until he enters the fourth rank, the meaning will be different. Dalin ancestor nodded, saying, our world being able to give birth to a new ancestor is good news. Not just a new ancestor. Thunder Origin ancestor shook his head. I foresee Galaxy Venerate traversing deep into the fourth rank, highly likely to step into the Time Lord level. The Time Lord is the peak level of fourth rank. Such beings begin to consolidate their own timelines, advancing towards the 14th rank, the perfect time being. Only because Galaxy Venerate remains at the Venerate level can we still glimpse into the future. Once he steps into the fourth rank, attempting to peer into the future will be akin to climbing the heavens. Xuanian ancestor remarked. The other ancestors nodded. Directly glimpsing the future of a time life is exceedingly difficult. Only deductions and guesses can be made by observing numerous timelines. If Galaxy Venerate steps into the fourth rank, given the potential shown in future timelines, wanting further glimpses would be nearly impossible. It's about time, let's go in. Dafu ancestor looked towards the distant fierce sun capital, softly speaking. Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan finished his retreat, with a renewed understanding of spatio-temporal fusion rule, feeling quite good. At this moment, fierce sun ancestor's voice came. Galaxy, Dafu and the other 5 wish to visit you, shall you meet them? Dafu and the 5 of them. Lin Yuan was taken aback. To be addressed as such by fierce sun ancestor referred to none other than the other 5 ancestors.
Should I meet them? Lin Yuan asked. Meet them, it is beneficial.
Fierce sun ancestor replied. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. Soon, Lin Yuan encountered the 5 ancestors at the imperial palace. Greetings to the ancestors. Lin Yuan was slightly reserved, considering they were 5 time life beings, especially Dafu ancestor, a strong one among time lives. This realm has produced such a figure. I've wanted to come for a long time. I was just concerned about disturbing you, Galaxy brother. Primordial ancestor of the barbaric wilderness looked at Lin Yuan, grinned. Galaxy brother, you need not stand on ceremony with us. Let's interact as equals, don't be a stranger. The ancestor of fierce sun glanced at the bushy-browed, big-eyed primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness. Still considering them as equals? Here he stands, and if the primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness is seen as equals with the Galaxy Venerate, where does that leave him? The expression of the Xuanian ancestor subtly changed. This old fellow from barbarian wilderness, already currying favor? Such a dignified time life form, yet so shameless. I think the suggestion from barbarian wilderness is a good one, the Dalin ancestor nodded. I also have a great affinity with my dear brother, Galaxy. It's as if we've known each other for a long time, especially considering that the Qingfen domain where Galaxy first appeared borders Dalin, which is quite serendipitous. The Xuanian ancestor looked at the Dalin ancestor as if seeing him in a new light. I am still far from reaching the level of the ancestors, Lin Yuan immediately said. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to a 13th order ancestor. If an ancestor bore him any ill will, Lin Yuan couldn't resist. He would have to abandon everything in this origin world and make plans after stepping into the 13th order. In terms of the years experienced, Lin Yuan was also far behind the ancestors. Even the youngest primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness is incredibly ancient, translating to countless cosmic eras ago in the chaos void time. Thus, Lin Yuan remains quite in awe of the ancestors. This is respect for forerunners on the evolutionary path. Come in and let's talk slowly. The ancestor of fierce sun spoke, recognizing that having the 6 ancestors along with Lin Yuan, the future ancestor, standing outside was not ideal, naturally inviting them in for a deeper conversation. A moment later, the ancestor of fierce sun led the 5 ancestors and Lin Yuan to a grand hall within the imperial palace. This grand hall is of the highest order of the capital's rules, usually off limits to even emperors, available only to ancestors. Now with 5 ancestors visiting, discussions were certainly held in this grand hall. Before entering this hall, the ancestor of fierce sun had prepared everything, having already instructed his subordinates to bring in precious delicacies and fine wines. The 6 ancestors walked into the hall. Lin Yuan followed them, sitting at one of the 6 seats. These 6 seats were of equal height and arranged in a circle, specially arranged by the ancestor of fierce sun, with no objections from the other 5 ancestors. In their view, Lin Yuan would eventually stand as an ancestor with them. Although the words of the primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness, "consider as equals," were slightly flattering, they were true. No ancestor dared to put on airs in front of Lin Yuan, not even the strongest Da Fu ancestor would do so. "Ha ha ha, I've longed to taste this pot of fierce god wine, but you, fierce son, are usually too stingy." Da Ling ancestor smiled and said. Lin Yuan also sat down and glanced at the fierce god wine mentioned by Da Ling ancestor. He had never heard of the name before, but judging by the expression of the Da Ling ancestor, it was clearly a wine that time life forms greatly desired. Sequentially, attendants continued to bring in fine foods and wines. The very attendants able to enter and exit this hall were of a heavenly venerate level. Such a close chance to the ancestors is a rare encounter even for top peak venerables. I have never seen 5 ancestors visit together before. The attendants entering and exiting the hall couldn't help but hold their breaths and proceed cautiously. In the long past, occasionally one of the ancestors might visit the ancestor of fierce sun, but all 5 ancestors visiting at once? It had never happened. Especially the oldest Da Fu ancestor. For this ancestor to visit was extremely rare. It was always the ancestor of fierce sun visiting Da Fu ancestor instead. And what about this galaxy venerate? How does he end up sitting next to the 6 ancestors? An attendant recognized Lin Yuan, known across the entire fierce sun ancient country among those with some power. Yet what puzzled the attendants was, what status afforded galaxy venerate the privilege to sit alongside the ancestors? Invincible venerable strength. How could heavenly venerate level strength, no matter how strong, compare when below the ancestor level all were ants in stature? While attendants were puzzled in thought, seeing Lin Yuan accepted by the ancestors to sit there, they naturally didn't dare to express any opinions, though their curiosity was inevitable. Within the hall, the primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness tasted a sip of fierce god wine, smiling at Lin Yuan. "Dear brother, Galaxy has not yet stepped into the 13th order, and yet you possess such strength. Even the Abyss Dragon, at the dawn of creation, was no more than this. That Abyss Dragon had such power due to the advantage of creation, but dear brother Galaxy has reached such a state on his own. When you succeed in breaking through, remember to give us a hand." The attendants entering and leaving heard this, and their minds went suddenly blank. Help whom? Help the likes of a 13th order primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness? Never mind whether the Galaxy venerate could step into the 13th order. Even if he could, being on par with the primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness, would it be fitting to talk of offering help? The numerous attendants were shaken, realizing that none of the other ancestors showed any intent to refute but rather silently watched the Galaxy venerate with smiles. "I wouldn't dare presume to help," Lin Yuan said. At this moment, he realized that the 5 ancestors likely had foreseen some aspects of his future and thus visited him in advance to cultivate friendship. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse such friendly overtures from a time-life form, especially considering that he was not yet in the 13th order. Even if faced with murderous intent from a time-life form, he could preserve his life, at worst just abandoning everything in this origin world. But if he could grow smoothly, there was no need to make things difficult for himself. "By the way, dear brother Galaxy, this is my gift for your first visit." The primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness took out a palm-sized jade axe, imbued with a sharp aura capable of severing everything. This jade axe to Lin Yuan felt even greater than the crimson spear in the treasury of the fierce sun ancient country. "What is this?" Lin Yuan looked at the jade axe before the primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness, his expression slightly surprised. 13th-tier weapon. Did the primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness just give it to me like this? Lin Yuan thought of the sky void tripod in the chaos void. Back in the day, Xuanwang, his majesty, went to great lengths and made numerous sacrifices to prematurely reach the 13th tier, just to temporarily safeguard that sky void tripod. Even then, it was merely on loan. If the owner of that 13th-tier weapon wanted it back, it would just take a thought. And now, I have obtained a 13th-tier weapon this easily? And without any repercussions? This axe is called the Ancient Source Axe. I discovered a special material named Ancient Source Essence in the gaps between wandering dimensions and spent 3 billion years refining it. In terms of attack and destruction, it is considered top-notch. The primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness chuckled and said, "Galaxy, you can't wield the axe's power now, but in the future, it should be of some use." "This is too precious." Lin Yuan gazed at the ancient source axe. Even though the primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness downplayed it, Lin Yuan could still sense that this jade axe was even more precious than an ordinary 13th-tier weapon. "It's nothing." The primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness shook his head and said, "I have found a weapon more suited to me. Keeping this ancient source axe serves no purpose, so I might as well find it a more suitable owner." "If you find it meaningless, barbarian wilderness, you can give it to me," the Xuanian ancestor couldn't help but say from the side. "Give it to you?" The primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness glared. "You're not suited for it either." "Galaxy, don't despise it." The primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness turned to look at Lin Yuan. "Ha ha ha, Galaxy, just accept it. It's a great treasure." The ancestor of Fierce Sun smiled from the side. "Yes, accept it." The primordial ancestor of the barbarian wilderness nodded and promptly pushed the palm-sized jade axe towards Lin Yuan. "Many thanks." Lin Yuan did not refuse and nodded in thanks. "Galaxy." Right then, the Da Fu ancestor chuckled while looking at Lin Yuan. "Earlier, you specifically requested 100 pounds of dragon abyss blood, suggesting you're curious about that abyss dragon." The Da Fu ancestor continued, "After much thought, I prepared this item for you, Galaxy." As he spoke, the Da Fu ancestor revealed a pulsating heart in front of him. As the heart beat, an invisible force permeated layers of spacetime. This heart itself seemed like a miniature source world, emitting terrifying energy with each pulse. "What's this?" The heart of the abyss dragon. Having refined a considerable amount of dragon abyss blood, Lin Yuan quickly recognized the heart's origin. "Indeed." The Da Fu ancestor nodded. "The abyss dragon was the first being when this world was just created. It bore countless fortunes and opportunities. When I subdued it, the remaining essence and blood created the treasure ground, Dragon Abyss Valley. However, its most essential part was refined into this heart by me. By comprehending this heart, you can gain insight into many secrets of the abyss dragon, especially pertaining to the many fortunes of this world's inception." The Da Fu ancestor explained succinctly. "This?" Lin Yuan looked at the heart in front of the Da Fu ancestor, aware of its immense value. Although the abyss dragon wasn't a 13-tiered temporal life form, it was the first life form born from the source world and held an extraordinary connection with it. Comprehending and refining the leftover heart would grant one some of the abyss dragon's essence. Especially since Lin Yuan sensed the aura of a miniature source world within this heart. The abyss dragon, favored by the heavens and the earth, with each particle carrying a vast world. Its heart nurtured a miniature source world. Its value surpasses even a 13-tier weapon. Galaxy, don't refuse. This heart is of no use to me now, the Da Fu ancestor said and handed the abyss dragon's heart to Lin Yuan without hesitation. Then, the other ancestors also presented their visiting gifts in succession. Whether a 13-tier weapon or a rare treasure only found in dimensional gaps, Lin Yuan had never heard of them before. Entering and leaving the Great Hall, the attendants were numbed. They watched, wide-eyed, as the ancestors gifted the galaxy venerate with supreme treasures and rare weapons, especially in such a warm and kind manner. It almost made the attendants feel like they were seeing a hallucination. Weren't the ancestors said to be aloof and cold, treating all living beings like ants? Even the Da Fu ancestor, who showed the most fondness for his descendants, would never favor one child particularly strongly. The Da Fu ancestor valued the lineage as a whole, not individual offspring. But now, all the attendants felt that the ancestors were incredibly kind and warm towards the galaxy venerate. Like a benevolent elder, so different from the cold and ruthless rumors. "Thank you, ancestors." Lin Yuan looked at the 6 ancestors, including the ancestor of Fierce Sun. All the ancestors gave him gifts. The rarity of these gifts was noteworthy even at the 13th rank, showing that each ancestor had put in a lot of effort. "I'm just curious, why did the ancestors do this? Is it because of my future?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. He originally thought that the 6 ancestors were just visiting him casually, but the primordial ancestor of the barbaric wilderness directly suggested befriending his peers. Befriending his peers? This almost deemed Lin Yuan as the 13th rank. Other ancestors, including the Da Fu ancestor, presented precious gifts. Such treatment left Lin Yuan puzzled. Even though his future potential was immense, it didn't seem necessary for the ancestors to treat him this way. After all, the future is filled with countless variables and endless possibilities. The future seen by the ancestors may not necessarily occur. So Lin Yuan straightforwardly asked to clarify why the ancestors acted this way. Ha ha ha, Galaxy, you're straightforward. The primordial ancestor of the barbaric wilderness looked at Lin Yuan, glancing at the surroundings where servants continually moved in and out. The ancestor of Fierce Sun waved his hand, and all the servants were moved outside the Grand Hall. What they were about to discuss next was of the 13th rank time being level. It's very simple. The Xuanian ancestor looked at Lin Yuan and said, "It's because your future is almost certain to reach the 13th rank." Almost certain to reach the 13th rank? Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. At least in the future timelines that a few of us have observed, Galaxy, you eventually step into the 13th rank, whether it happens sooner or later. It could be within tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, or as long as millions or tens of millions of years. But ultimately, you step into the 13th rank. Indeed. The Da Fu ancestor nodded. Galaxy, little brother, don't take this personally. I specifically observed some timelines where attempts were made to prevent and eliminate you, but they were useless. At most, they could only delay the time it takes for you to enter the 13th rank. Yes, I did the same. In the end, Galaxy, little brother, you returned and directly suppressed me. The Da Ling ancestor nodded. The 13th rank time beings can observe many future timelines. Being suppressed in these instances means that in all the future timelines seen, there will be suppression and no chance of survival. If there exists a single timeline where suppression can be avoided, a time being will choose that timeline. Return again? Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. Regarding this point, Lin Yuan had no doubts. He possessed the Myriad Realms Gate, with life-preserving methods encompassing different dimensional spaces, a realm difficult for time beings to reach. Even all 6 ancestors could at most erase his presence in this Fang Yuan world but couldn't completely kill him. According to Lin Yuan's character, if any ancestor did make a move against him, after entering the 13th rank in the future, he would surely return to settle the score. The spatial coordinates of this Fang Yuan world were recorded by the Myriad Realms Gate, allowing him to return at any time. The future timelines seen by the ancestors only confirmed that Lin Yuan couldn't be killed, but could not determine the reason, understandably, as it involved the Myriad Realms Gate. But for his future to be almost certain to reach the 13th rank? We don't know what the exact reason is. Even Time Lords traversing various dimensional gaps are just starting to consolidate their timelines. We've never heard of a fixed future. The Thunder Origin ancestor looked at Lin Yuan and continued, but no matter what, Galaxy, little brother, you will definitely step into the 13th rank, and in the distant future, reach great heights in that rank. If we don't build relationships now, it will be too late in the future. The other ancestors nodded slightly. They were not hiding anything, and there was no malice, purely a desire to form friendships. In the future timelines seen by the ancestors, this was the best course of action. If they had hidden something at this time, using the information disparity against Lin Yuan to burden him with greater causality, there would be no goodwill when the Galaxy Venerate steps into the 13th rank and sees through everything. The ancestors, seeing one timeline after another, knowing they absolutely cannot be enemies of the Galaxy Venerate, naturally would strive to build a good relationship with Lin Yuan. We have no other requests, Galaxy, little brother, you don't need to feel any pressure, just let's be friends. The Da Ling ancestor said. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, having no other thoughts about the ancestor's intention to befriend him. Proactively visiting with gifts to clear obstacles for his cultivation and telling the truth, whatever the intention, Lin Yuan would appreciate this gesture. A determined future is not infallible. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said. The future timelines seen by the 6 ancestors are just a part, not the whole. It only means that his chance of reaching the 13th rank is slightly higher than other beings. That's true. The ancestors glanced at each other and nodded slightly. So their explanation to Lin Yuan was that he was almost certain to step into the 13th rank. Why, almost? Because they are not 14th rank perfect time beings, unable to observe all timelines. They couldn't confirm that in unseen timelines, the Galaxy Venerate could still maintain such a determined future. Anyway, thank you, ancestors. Lin Yuan looked at the ancestors. If I do step into the 13th rank in the future, I won't forget any of you. Ha ha ha. The ancestors exchanged a knowing smile. The reason they came together was to build a good relationship with the Galaxy Venerate. What they sought was merely for the future Galaxy Venerate to remember this kindness and refrain from hostile actions against them. Almost certainly crossing into the 13th stage. Lin Yuan pondered over many things. At the very least, this indicated that the path he was currently on was not problematic. Moreover, the contingencies he had set up, like spreading the branches of the martial arts evolution road, were indeed the right approach. Galaxy, if there's anything else you need, just say it, stated the primordial ancestor of the barbaric wilderness. At this moment, since Lin Yuan had not yet crossed into the 13th stage, any request he made could be met by these ancestors. And once Lin Yuan voiced a request, and they managed to fulfill it, it signified a deeper bond of fate and friendship between the two sides. This was practically a free opportunity. If they waited until Lin Yuan also stepped into the 13th stage and then made his demands, these ancestors might not be able to assist. It's not that they were unwilling to help, but that it would be beyond their capabilities. Yes, Galaxy, just speak directly, the Xuanian ancestor echoed. I wish to comprehend more of the supreme inheritances and guidance, Lin Yuan said, looking at the 5 ancestors. More supreme inheritances and guidance? The Da Fu ancestor and the other 4 ancestors immediately understood. The treasuries of the major ancient countries contained many supreme inheritances and guidance. To obtain these, one must make contributions to the ancient country, and even if one practiced and comprehended them, they were prohibited from being shared. This had to be sworn in the name of an ancestor. If violated, it would provoke an ancestor to act, therefore. For Lin Yuan to seek comprehension of the supreme inheritances and guidance of the other 5 major ancient countries, he needed the agreement of the 5 ancestors. This is nothing. With a wave of his large hand, the primordial ancestor of the barbaric wilderness produced a jade slip before him, which recorded all the supreme inheritances and guidance of the barbaric wilderness country. Supreme inheritances and guidance, while important because they cannot be shared, had few avenues of acquisition, being essentially monopolized by the major ancient countries. But in terms of their importance, they weren't so crucial. After all, as long as it was an inheritance guide, it could be replicated. Aside from the initial creation, there were nearly no subsequent costs. The other 4 ancestors also respectively brought forth their own ancient country's supreme inheritance guides, even going so far as to annotate some content with their insights. Thank you. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He had long been interested in the supreme inheritances of the major ancient countries. When he first took charge of the Heiyu nest, leaving behind the Xuanian ancestors' 2 heavenly venerates, he noticed signs of having practiced the supreme inheritance, Xuanian secret scripture, from them and wanted to take a look. There's one more thing. Lin Yuan put away the numerous guides and looked towards the ancestors. Galaxy, speak quickly, the primordial ancestor of the barbaric wilderness immediately said. The more requests Lin Yuan made, the happier he was. The martial Dao cultivation inheritance I've established, I intend to spread across the 6 major ancient countries, Lin Yuan stated. Spreading the branches of the martial arts evolution road was something Lin Yuan had continuously pursued, and even after hearing from the ancestors that he was almost certain to cross into the 13th stage, Lin Yuan wouldn't give up. Who knew if that, almost certain, success was due to the merits of the martial arts evolution road branches. Furthermore, the timelines seen by the ancestors were limited, and the so-called, almost certain, still contained variables, so naturally, he would strive to make everything as perfect as possible. Spreading the martial Dao cultivation inheritance? No problem? I'll give the order immediately. The Da Fu ancestor and the other 4 ancestors nodded. By observing future timelines, they knew that the martial Dao cultivation inheritance was a transmission not in the least inferior to the terrifying inheritances cultivated by the major ancestors. In many future timelines, the Galaxy Venerate was essentially spreading the martial Dao cultivation inheritance. The Da Fu ancestor, Da Ling ancestor, and the other 5 ancestors continued to chat with Lin Yuan for a while. After confirming that the Galaxy Venerate had no other needs, they rose to take their leave. Once the 5 ancestors returned to their respective ancient countries, a series of orders related to the Galaxy Venerate began to be fully implemented. The most important point was that the galaxy venerate must not be provoked, especially by those at the heavenly venerate level in the major ancient countries. Next was the promotion of the martial Tao cultivation inheritance established by the galaxy venerate across the major ancient countries. This left countless powerful figures in the 6 major ancient countries somewhat bewildered. We must not offend the galaxy venerate? Orders from the ancestors themselves? Why would the exalted ancestors care about the galaxy venerate? And the martial Tao cultivation inheritance? It makes sense for the fierce sun ancient country to spread it, since the galaxy venerate is from there. But the other 5 major ancient countries? I can sense that the orders from the ancestors are due to the galaxy venerate being too extraordinary. For all 5 ancestors to treat the galaxy venerate in this manner, what capabilities does the galaxy venerate possess? The powerful figures of the 6 major ancient countries were full of incredulity. The strange attitude of the ancestors left many unable to comprehend. Although the power of the galaxy venerate was indeed formidable, being the first invincible venerable. However strong he might be, could he be stronger than the ancestors? Nevertheless, even though they didn't understand, since the ancestors did not wish to provoke the galaxy venerate, these great lords and heavenly venerates, even with all their courage, wouldn't dare to anger the galaxy venerate. In fact, even without the ancestors' orders, no great lord would provoke the galaxy venerate. The title of invincible venerable was not given lightly. Even the strongest venerable of the Da-Fu ancient kingdom, when faced with the galaxy venerate, could only despairingly attempt to cultivate a forbidden supreme inheritance to oppose him. Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with a heart in front of him pulsating like an abyss. It was the abyss dragon's heart. As the first existence born in this Fang Yuan world, even if the abyss dragon hadn't crossed into the 13th stage, its uniqueness wasn't much weaker than that of time beings. After crossing into the 13th stage, the Da-Fu ancestors' first action was to suppress and kill it, not only due to their enmity but also because the abyss dragon was indeed too unique. If it weren't for wanting to foster goodwill with Lin Yuan, the Da-Fu ancestor would never have taken out this abyss dragon's heart. Too perfect. Lin Yuan stared intently at the miniature source world within the heart, showing signs of fascination. By observing the source world within the heart, Lin Yuan vaguely understood why this source world was called the source world, and why the chaos void, a presence no less than the source world, was not among the 33 source worlds? The most fundamental aspect of a source world is perfection. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. The boundless, borderless chaos void had many flaws and hidden dangers. The special places established by 13th stage time beings were meant to cover up and compensate for these corresponding dangers. But this source world had none, at least, through the miniature source world within the abyss dragon's heart. Lin Yuan had not discovered any flaws or deficiencies. The overall impression the source world left on Lin Yuan was one of perfection. Even though there would still be a day of the great catastrophe, its existence time far exceeded that of the chaos void. Chaos void. Outside the galaxy chaos continent. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. The one on the left was a bald man, and the one on the right appeared rather lean. The aura emitted by the 2 figures was extremely terrifying, causing the rules of the great Tao operating in the chaos void to retreat continuously. They were undoubtedly 2 peerless great saints. During this period, we reviewed every enemy with slight causal ties to the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Great Saints and found nothing particular, only this Galaxy Great Saint remains. The lean figure on the right spoke softly. The 2 peerless Great Saints had been ordered by the Luohu Great Saint to investigate the cause behind the complete disappearance of the causal ties of the Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint. The origin of the Galaxy Great Saint was mysterious, yet within the Xuanwang universe, he alone had slain the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix, leading the 2 peerless Great Saints to deduce that there must have been some unknown enmity between them. Quickly confirm it, and then return to report. The bald figure said, not believing that the complete disappearance of the causal ties of the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix had anything to do with the Galaxy Great Saint. Regardless of his strength, based on his performance within the Xuanwang universe, he wasn't a peerless Great Saint. To silently and effortlessly erase the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Great Saints? It was near impossible. The aim of the 2 peerless Great Saints' visit was just to complete their task, At the very least, they could report to the Luohu Great Saint that they had put in their best effort and reviewed the numerous foes of the Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix. Okay. The lean figure on the right nodded, then stepped forward, looking down over the Galaxy Chaos continent. Galaxy Great Saint, aren't you coming out quickly to meet us? The terrifying sound wave penetrated layers of time and space, instantly reaching every corner of the Galaxy Chaos continent. Great Saint of the Galaxy, why don't you come out quickly and meet us? The terrifying sound wave rippled through time and space, and at this moment, every living being on the Galaxy Chaos continent heard this voice. In fact, it wasn't just the Galaxy Chaos continent. A vast expanse of the surrounding void was covered by this sound wave. As a supreme great saint, the emaciated figure's shout spread too broadly. The bald man behind him looked on calmly, without any opinions. Although the great saint of the galaxy is not a supreme great saint, with the performance of his combat power in the Xuanwang universe, it is estimated that he is close to being a supreme great saint. Although the two supreme great saints are fearless, they cannot easily delve into the Galaxy Chaos continent. The Galaxy Chaos continent was established by the great saint of the galaxy. It is his dojo. In the Galaxy Chaos continent, the great saint of the galaxy can exert even stronger power, whereas these outsiders will be suppressed. Under such circumstances of increase and decrease, the bald man naturally wouldn't enter it voluntarily. In the eyes of the two supreme great saints, the great saint of the galaxy is ultimately just a chaos great saint, but they are supreme great saints, and they follow Luohu Great Saint. The Luohu Great Saint is about to sweep through the chaos void with the testimony of the name, Invincible, and they follow the Luohu Great Saint. Their status and position are naturally not comparable to ordinary great saints, so they don't need to be too polite to the great saint of the galaxy. In the chaos void, the invincible great saint does not appear for many eras, and once it does, it is absolutely invincible and domineering. Whether it is His Majesty the Xuanwang or the Moyu Tower Master, after possessing the power of the invincible great saint, they do not care much about the ideas of other great saints. Who is asking the great saint of the galaxy to come out for a look? Supreme Great Saint, this kind of time and space suppression can only be achieved by a supreme great saint. Is there a supreme great saint wanting to see the great saint of the galaxy? On the Galaxy Chaos continent, countless strong individuals lifted their heads to look at the source of the sound wave, including many Chaos Realm Peak Masters who clearly sensed the suppression of time and space and inferred that the visitor was a supreme great saint. In fact, even if they did not sense the suppression of time and space, many masters guessed it was a supreme great saint speaking. Apart from the supreme great saint, who else would dare speak to the great saint of the galaxy in such a manner? It is known that, with the power of the great saint of the galaxy, it is not difficult for him to suppress other chaos great saints, as the examples of the dual origin great saint and the black light great saint show. Is it those two little ones? From a far more distant place, several special consciousnesses descended, watching from afar the emaciated figure and the bald man, the two supreme great saints. In the minds of many special existences, Lin Yuan is very likely to rank among the top 5, or even the top 3, invincible great saints in Chaos Void history, so they naturally pay close attention. Especially not long ago, when Lin Yuan evolved the path of chaos power, imprinting the Chaos Void. It was then estimated that he had nearly the invincible great saint's strength, or perhaps simply the invincible great saint's power. These two little ones, they should have come into contact with Luohu. Luohu, huh? Unexpectedly, he should have already mastered that heritage and possesses the invincible great saint's strength. Unfortunately, in this era, there is the great saint of the galaxy. One special consciousness slightly shook its head. Normally, in the Chaos Void, a supreme great saint who has mastered a certain 13th level heritage will have the strength of an invincible great saint. But possessing the invincible great saint's strength and being able to become an invincible great saint are two different matters. Only one invincible great saint can emerge in an era. And even if 10 great saints with the invincible great saint's strength exist in the same era, only one invincible great saint will be born. Of course, the most likely outcome when 10 share the same era, and all have the invincible great saint's strength, is that no invincible great saint can arise. After all, becoming an invincible great saint requires making all other supreme great saints submit wholeheartedly, which is impossible if 10 supreme great saints of the same level are present and their power differences aren't too big. In this situation, even if they possess the invincible great saint's strength, it's impossible to give birth to an invincible great saint recognized by many supreme great saints. Because they cannot achieve absolute invincibility. Not necessarily. Luo Hu has a strong foundation, and the great saint of the galaxy's potential is terrifying. But in this era, with Luo Hu around, the great saint of the galaxy may not successfully become an invincible great saint that easily. Another special consciousness evaluated, they fully acknowledged the potential of the great saint of the galaxy, but also acknowledged Luo Hu great saint is not simple. Both great saints undoubtedly possess the invincible great saint's strength, but whether the great saint of the galaxy can ultimately suppress Luo Hu great saint is another matter. Let's wait and see. These two little ones probably don't know the great saint of the galaxy's strength, which is interesting. Perhaps the galaxy and Luo Hu will meet ahead of time. The various special consciousnesses were intrigued. In the long cosmic era, it was extremely rare and valuable for a supreme great saint with the invincible great saint's strength to appear, and now two have emerged in this era. Many special existences are naturally very interested. For them, there aren't many joys in the long years. Watching the struggles between supreme great saints of such strength is certainly one of them. Deep within the galaxy chaos continent, Lin Yuan was in seclusion cultivating. The high heritage given to him by the progenitors of the source world all required vast time and effort to comprehend. Lin Yuan heard the voice from outside and slightly furrowed his brows. Is it them? Lin Yuan looked at the two supreme great saints standing in the distant void, flashed in figure, and appeared above the galaxy chaos continent. Great saint of the galaxy? The emaciated figure saw Lin Yuan, and faintly sensed something amiss. The aura of this great saint of the galaxy was too calm, so calm that he could not feel the slightest bit. This galaxy great saint is not simple. The bald man behind him also faintly senses something. He steps forward, aligning himself with the lean figure, his expression extremely solemn. For some reason, the galaxy great saint in the distance reminds him of the feeling he gets from Luo Hu great saint. Within the Xuanwang universe, the galaxy great saint was suppressed by the Jade Qilin great saint like that and still hiding his strength. The bald man finds it incredible. He and the lean man definitely investigated the galaxy great saint thoroughly before daring to come here to inquire. They shouldn't have been so reckless. The bald man feels a bit regretful in his heart. Had he known the galaxy great saint was hiding so deeply, they wouldn't have come to investigate matters related to the Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix with such an attitude. What do you want from me? Lin Yuan looked at the two extraordinary great saints, having been interrupted from his cultivation and understanding. Naturally, he was not in a good mood. Actually, it's nothing major. The bald man glanced at the lean figure, then spoke up voluntarily. Recently, we sensed the complete disappearance of the karma of the Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix, so we intended to investigate and ask the galaxy great saint about it. The bald man looks at Lin Yuan with a smile and says, now it seems, it was a misunderstanding. It's not a misunderstanding. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, I killed them both. Though the Nine Phoenix great saint self-destructed, at the root of it, it was due to Lin Yuan. The lean figure is a bit stunned. They had initially come to report to Luo Hu great saint, but unexpectedly found the real culprit behind the complete disappearance of the karma of the two great saints, Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix. The bald man beside him looked heavy. Even though they had clarified the matter as instructed by Luo Hu great saint, he didn't feel relaxed at all. Because Lin Yuan admitted that he killed the two great saints, completely obliterated them, eliminated all karma? Such strength, even the invincible great saint might not necessarily accomplish, yet the galaxy great saint did it? Ha ha ha, since it was done by the galaxy great saint, we understand now and won't disturb you further. The bald man immediately spoke up, intending to leave swiftly. The lean figure beside him thought likewise, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Completely annihilate two great saints? Even if they were newly ascended great saints, it's extremely astonishing. You've understood your problem, now it's my turn. Lin Yuan looked at the two extraordinary great saints, the surrounding space-time subtly beginning to thicken and suppress. You've disturbed my practice. Take a blow from me, survive it, and you may leave. Galaxy great saint. The bald man's face turned ugly as he also felt the oppression of spacetime, knowing he couldn't leave easily. Galaxy Great Saint, we serve Luo Hu Great Saint. The lean figure beside him spoke up. Few ancient beings know the terror of Luo Hu Great Saint. Even if it's unclear that Luo Hu Great Saint has cultivated to a certain 13th level, he is close to being an invincible Great Saint. However, before the two extraordinary Great Saints could say anything further, they found Lin Yuan had vanished, and in his place was an eternal fierce sun spanning across heavy spacetime. Noah, the lean figure, felt his heart tremble in despair. The bald man felt the same. They hesitated not a bit to crush a token inscribed with the characters Luo Hu, gifted by Luo Hu Great Saint. When working for Luo Hu Great Saint, encountering difficult opponents, one can crush this token, at which time one of Luo Hu Great Saint's avatars will coalesce. This was indeed their trump card given by Luo Hu Great Saint. Luo Hu Great Saint's avatar, while not as powerful as the true body, is still stronger than ordinary extraordinary Great Saints, and possesses Luo Hu Great Saint's mental will, making its power even more terrifying. Whoosh! The light of the fierce sun is omnipresent. And as the token was crushed, waves of energy gathered to form a gigantic silhouette. The gigantic silhouette was entirely composed of gray mist, with its aura penetrating into the depths of spacetime. What's the matter? The moment the gigantic silhouette coalesced, the mental will of Luo Hu Great Saint descended. Though he hadn't perceived the surrounding situation yet, he felt the blazing eternal fierce sun from beyond the heavy spacetime. What is that? The pupils of the gigantic silhouette contracted tightly. But before any reaction was made, the gigantic silhouette rapidly collapsed under the radiance of the fierce sun, and along with the two extraordinary Great Saints behind him, completely vanished without a trace. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's shape returned, stretching out his right hand to collect the spoils left by the two extraordinary Great Saints, recalling the sentence that the lean figure had just said. Luo Hu Great Saint? Never heard of him. Lin Yuan was indifferent. He eliminated the main combat bodies of the lean figure and the bald man, as a warning to prevent any extraordinary Great Saints from disturbing him like this again. Having done these, Lin Yuan's form vanished, entering closed cultivation again deep within the galaxy chaos continent.